Yeah, I know you don't, because what's being discussed is probably a bit advanced for introductory stuff. So I don't know. Do you want to ask a question?
I I didn't really have a question to ask. It sounded like it was just a disagreement over like
No, no, no. I
how to
mean
measure
on a
something.
new topic.
Um,
Anything that you're thinking about,
I
question
don't.
about Earth. How does this happen? What about this?
Well, I
Going
mean,
through
flat Earth
whatever.
really, to me, flat Earth really doesn't make sense in that, like,
Okay, good.
a
Think
lot
about
of our
that.
system, a
Ask
lot
what
of our
doesn't make
systems,
sense.
a lot of our systems depend, like that we use as a modern society, depend on the math
Mm-hmm.
regarding the Earth being round for it to work.
Okay.
Right, like artillery would not
Okay.
function at all the way it does without the math being
Yes. Okay. Real world application. You think globe application. Okay, you're up, boys. Someone take it.
Um, for artillery, I mean, you have a horizontal that you put those calculations to, don't you?
Fire direction control Marines have like there's like a whole fucking process they have to go through to zero in on our target, and one of the calculations that they have to adjust for is the Coriolis effect as well as which hemisphere they're in.
Incorrect.
Hold on. Sorry.
This is
If we're gonna,
100.
sorry,
This is
my
in
fault.
the artillery manual.
I get it. So you're going to say that when the military fire artillery off at somewhere, they have to account for the fact that the Earth is rotating underneath the object. Yes.
And which part of the Earth they're rotating on.
Incorrect.
Hold on, please, correct.
Okay.
So, being as you're going to declare that the Earth is moving underneath artillery shells, why don't we observe an apparent deflection with everything else that is above the surface of the Earth?
We
Or
do
is
the
it
same thing for helicopters.
really? And we do the same
Yeah,
thing
it's the
for
same thing for
aircraft.
Harriers, helicopters. If we're trying to be precise with what we're doing, it's pretty much and it's moving at such a certain speed. It's always going to be adjusting for the rotation of the Earth.
Awesome. So, as I stand on the Earth's surface and rotate underneath these objects, I will observe an apparent deflection. Yes.
You're not moving at the. It's not the same. I don't think that's the same as like an artillery shell moving at a certain speed.
Okay, but we understand that as the artillery shell leaves the surface of the Earth is moving underneath the artillery shell. Yeah.
Yes.
So as I stand on that surface that is rotating underneath the artillery shell, I should observe an apparent deflection.
Yes, the Coriolis
But,
effect itself was proven using artillery.
but I don't observe that apparent deflection when observing
It,
clouds, airplanes, helicopters, balloons, bumblebees, anything else that has left the surface of the Earth.
uh,
I, standing on the surface of the Earth, do not observe an apparent deflection.
the I don't know what to tell you, man. The precision of these weapons would be wildly off if they were like they're literally having to move the fucking gun in a different direction from which the target actually is to hit the target because it's having to adjust. If that was wrong, they would be not even close to where the target like their intended target is, and they collateral be going through the fucking roof. It doesn't make sense.
Are you in the military? Have you used it?
Yes.
No, he's not.
I am in the middle.
No.
What? Yes.
No. Okay. What's the 5 effective factors for artillery fire?
So I'm not artillery. That's what I just work with artillery, and I see the fire direction control Marines. They do have to adjust for this.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
The math to adjust for it is like 17 centimeters at maximum effective range. The kill radius is 50 meters.
Okay.
So yeah, you don't adjust. If you want effective fire right fucking now, you're not breaking out your math to adjust for an extra 17 centimeters.
It depends on the system.
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely does.
You need target location,
yep,
firing location, square weight, prop temp, meteorology, and the type of round you're firing. That's it.
Yes.
That stems lead downrange. Those 5 things. That's all you need.
Oh, that's the funny part is in me talk. It also depends on the Earth rotating.
No.
Like all that is science based on the Earth rotating.
What I mean by meteorology is how the air pressure, how much pressure, how much atmosphere,
which is contingent on the winds rotating around the Earth.
No.
On top of that, they're having to
No,
get in
you're
contact
incorrect.
with it. On top of that, they're having to get in contact with imagery guys who are using satellites to do battle damage estimates, and that's using satellites in space. Like none of this shit functions without the Earth being a globe.
Incorrect.
What you're telling me that the military does not do battle damage assessments after fucking what? Like what? That's using satellites.
The first rifled artillery was used in the Civil War. They did
Okay,
not
cool.
account for any curve or rotation of the
Gr-
Earth. They didn't use satellites to
Yeah,
track the
and-
battle damage.
And those artillery were wildly off target, and then
No, you could see them buried in the target that was hit with rifled artillery. You could go there.
Okay, cool. And then they realized that they weren't hitting precise enough, and then scientists.
You could still go to that fort was preserved. It was like preserved
but then
as the first time rifled artillery was ever used, and you can see the projectiles embedded into the fort's walls. They surrendered the fort that they was targeted by Union artillery. They surrendered without ever returning a shot. They couldn't do it. They couldn't fire back because the rifling made the range more effective.
But then they also realized that they could be more effective if they adjusted for the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect, which was proven using artillery. Right, like this is in the artillery manual.
No, it's all
HIMARS themselves are like having to calculate where they are on the Earth before they fire.
No, all that's in the forward. The forward, there's a little blurb, but when you open up the FM, and it says here, hey, firing artillery is a very complex thing. You have to take into account all these considerations. And then when you go through the tables, it's not listed in there at all.
It's I could pull up the manual right now. There's like whole sections dedicated to the math and regarding the Coriolis effect.
Incorrect.
Here, I'll just post the fucking manual.
No, how about just do it? Just plot all the firing, plot all the firing solution.
No, I don't have access.
You show where you accounted for the curve of the Earth and rotation.
Yeah.
Fort Pulaski, April 11th, 1862. After a 30-hour bombardment, Confederate troops inside Fort Pulaski surrendered without firing a single shot. The rifled cannon artillery rendered the fort's defenses completely obsolete.
Okay, so like, what does that have to do
that
with
right there
accuracy?
Debunks you, because you said as your only proof of globetard that rifled artillery or long-range artillery only works if you count for curve and rotation and you use satellite imagery.
Yes.
The accuracy doesn't matter.
The accuracy absolutely matters.
Artillery shell is plus or minus 50 meters. Plus or minus 50 meters.
Okay, and so now we're using Cool. So now we're using M777s, where if you're plus or five, that you're just taking out fucking civilians. It's collateral damage if you're not accurate with that, right? Like HIMARS, which are flying fucking hundreds of kilometers away, they automatically adjust for that in the calculations because they're having to hit precise targets with that. You're like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, you really have no idea what you're talking about. This is like the Dunning-Kruger effect. You think you're an expert, and you don't even know what the first five factors.
I'm not an artillery marine, but I understand that they do have to use the Coriolis effect.
Okay, what 5 factors do you need? You got to call right now.
I'm not an artillery marine. I'm not an artillery
You're pinned down. Terrorists at the front gate. How do you call in artillery? To call what would you use?
Again, this is not my field.
Okay, yeah, you're the only person right now. You're the man at the radio. You're on radio watch. They tell you insurgents are knocking down the gate. We need artillery right now. What do you say over the radio?
So you have to.
Hello. We need this artillery right now. Come on, every second counts. The longer you're waiting, okay. What information do you have to radio in?
That you're not getting M777 fire on that. That's going to be mortars.
Hey, I'm over
here.
I'm headquarters. What What information? I want to send artillery your way. What information? Give me the information I need.
That's a grid, I guess. First of all.
Okay, you grid. What's your grid?
I don't know. Fucking
just spit it out. It doesn't matter what it is.
It's do you like that's going to be like a fucking 12-digit grid? I don't know.
You don't even know grid, dude. This is
It's a 12-digit grid. What are you talking about?
Someone's got to clip this. This dude thinks there's a 12-digit grid coordinates. Dude, you would not pass basic. You would not pass basic training.
12-digit grid.
Well, Crit, what I'd like to know, Crit, is he's sitting here telling us exactly what they have to do to account for Coriolis, but then when you try to go further, he says he's not an expert and he can't tell you. So how can you sit here and say 100% that yes,
because I work with them, but I'm not
an expert?
Dude, you can't even read the map.
What are you talking about? That would be a 12-digit grid. They need
what's 12 a 12-digit grid? No,
that's
10-digit grid. But even they really only need
you would
8.
not at 8. That's a whole fucking grid zone. What are you talking about?
No, like that would yeah. So you have a whole grid zone, and you know where you're at.
That's like fucking 8-digit, dude. I'm in an 8-digit. What are you talking about? That like. If you're they're at the gate. That's danger close. That's a 12-digit grid. You're not firing anything below
so
that.
what's a 12-digit grid?
That's 12-digit grids is for targeting. You fucking retard.
Yeah, you don't even know what it is, do you? What is a 12-digit grid?
12. I don't know. That's like the MGRS. That's an MGRS. What are you talking about? 12 digits. That's a location on the Earth. What do you want from that?
Yeah, because I know about 10-digit grids.
It goes past 10. You retard.
Yeah,
that's
so
what I'm saying.
So a 10-digit grid is 1 meter. A 12-digit grid would be what? 1 centimeter?
That's like within fucking feet, dude.
Yeah, that's a 10-digit grid is within feet.
No, 12-digit grid goes even further than that. I don't know. Like I don't know what you're talking. That's like it's a
know how to read maps.
12 digits is 12-digit grid is targeting period. You're not using anything less than that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you don't even know how to read the map.
You're cool. That's 12 digits. Is it targeting? You're not using 10 digits for targeting. That's the no commander is going to go with that. What? you give a commander an 8-digit grid and tell him to fire. He's going to look at you like a retard.
Yeah, cool. 8 digits within 10 meters.
Okay, cool. They're going to want a 12-digit.
No, 8 would be okay.
No, it's not. It's really not.
Yeah,
it's really not.
And there's no such thing as a 12-digit.
There's a 12-digit grid. What are you talking about?
No, there's no such thing as a 12-digit.
There's 12-digit.
No, there's 4, 6, 8, and 10.
It goes to 12.
1 kilometer, 100 meters, 10 meters, and then 1 meter.
And then 12-digit.
Which would be what? 1 centimeter?
That's like laser guided shit, man. I don't know what to tell you.
You're bricked. Okay, you disqualified.
That's
you
a 12-digit grid. You
don't even know how to read a map.
It's a 12-digit grid. You're not using anything less. See,
a bunch of stolen valor people come and you're like, he knows all about artillery. You can't even read the map.
It's 12-digit grid, dude. Like you're not for targeting.
Keep saying there's a 12-digit grid. There's not.
There's a 12-digit grid
on a curved surface.
Yeah. What a fucking retard.
Yeah, you're bricked, dude. You couldn't even pass basic training. You're supposed to come in here like you're swinging some big dick. Like you got all this knowledge about
They're
artillery.
literally not using. They're literally having to adjust for the Coriolis effect. I don't know what to tell you.
Like, yeah, you don't even know that.
It's the HIMAR itself. All that shit's baked into its coding. It won't even fire if it doesn't know where it is on the Earth. The HIMAR is not firing if it doesn't know where it is on the Earth.
You've seen all this coding.
It fucking has to know where it is on the Earth before it fires. It literally, if it doesn't know where it's at, it's not going to fire, and that's one of the main problems with it. When it has no idea where it's at, it's just a giant fucking target. It can't do anything.
Yeah, you don't know this stuff at all. You're brick, dude. You came in here thinking like everyone here is not going to know what you're talking about.
You're mad because your fucking like little flat Earth website can't adjust for it. Like it doesn't have an answer for this. Dude. You can't fucking. What a retard.
Yeah, you're stolen valor.
Your weird like little fucking website doesn't have an answer for this. You can't like quickly Google it.
Yeah, I told you 2 examples. They used rifled artillery, not accounting for curve or rotation.
Okay,
I told you the 5 effective fires, the 5 effective factors they need for effective rotation.
Yes, you can fire any fucking gun in a direction. You don't need it, but it's not going to be accurate. And I was talking about how we use it today.
accurate within 50 meters.
Oh, cool. If you're not, we're using
And
lasers now,
even
dude.
with all that
We're using
technology,
lasers now.
even with all that information, they don't fire for effect right away. They fire one round. Okay, where did that round land? Okay, sure. Battery adjust.
You are
5
not
meters.
firing for
Fire
effect
again.
with. You are not
Battery
firing.
adjust.
You are not
Battery
firing for
adjust.
effect with
Fire
a
for
HIMAR. You're not
battery
firing for
adjust.
effect with
One
a
round.
HIMAR.
Adjust
You are.
up 5 meters.
You're
Battery
not
fire
firing
for
for
effect.
effect with a HIMAR.
Tell me more about this laser targeting system.
With the HIMARS.
Any laser targeting system.
Uh,
Tell me
well,
about it.
The guy
for
wouldn't know it if it had a sign.
as a
If there was a
Ford
sign on it that said, "Hey, this is a laser guided weapon," he still
for
wouldn't have
HIMARS
figured it out.
for HIMARS it requires like a forward observer with the laser pointed at. However, you can use like imagery from satellites to do that as well. That's the point of the 12-digit grid.
Okay,
12
what's the
digits.
sorry,
Yes.
what's the distance of the laser targeting system?
The distance?
Yeah, how far between laser and target?
It depends on what you're using. Like if it's a forward observer, that's like, I mean, you point that as far as you can see. If it's coming from a satellite, that's again, that's depends on where the satellite is above the Earth.
I'm interested in not the satellite. I'm interested in the forward observer on the ground. The lasers on the ground.
As far as they can see, usually the horizon. I don't know. It's fucking the mountain in front of them.
Okay, so it's interesting because I know a little bit about laser targeting systems from Navy vessels at sea.
Yes.
Direct line of sight targeting systems up to a distance. I've been quoted 93 miles. Now, obviously, you understand, as you pointed out, this is a direct line of sight, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Awesome. So, being as we have vessels at sea capable of targeting land-based targets, on the coastline and stuff, at a distance of 93 miles, using a laser, which is a direct line of sight targeting system, after we observe the target with an infrared camera, and we also get a ping off of the target using radar, you understand that all three of these particular pieces of technology require a direct line of sight. A direct line of sight would not be achievable if the surface of the Earth was curving. The curvature of the Earth again.
From my time on ships, I understand that they usually have a drone up in the air to increase the sight because there's a certain limit to how far they can see.
What would that limit be?
But again, it depends on the ship. Like if it's like a destroyer, it's probably going to be a few kilometers. I don't know, but whenever I see targeting like that, it's coming from a drone, not the ship itself. Like they launch a drone off the ship, and then that drone is providing all the laser targeting for the ship.
So before drones went up into the sky, drone technology's only been around for the last 15 years or so, right?
Well, before drones, they'd be sending up aircraft. Like aircraft would do the same thing.
But we also understand laser targeting systems are also based upon the vessel themselves, right?
But that's only going to go so far. It usually, at least for like for U.S. naval fleets, that's mainly contingent upon the aircraft they send up. Like a carrier fleet is not going to be relying on its own fucking its own targeting. They're going to be sending up like ships, aircraft for that.
Okay.
Like
it's interesting that you pointed out right at the beginning of this conversation that all pieces of the technology that we use must infer that the Earth is a ball, right?
Yes, because it does.
Okay, cool. So what happens, for example, what happens when your technology fails? How is your captain going to know his location on the Earth?
That's where you revert. That's where you go into analog, and again, that's part of the manual. Teaches you how to do it by analog. Depending on whatever weapon system that they're using, will definitely have an analog version so that you can do the math yourself.
Okay, so do you know what celestial navigation is?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you base where you're sailing off of, like the constellations above you. I don't know.
Okay, so do you know what an elevation angle is? You know what a triangle is, right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So celestial navigation works on the premises of a right-angled triangle where we measure elevation angles up to stars at known times of the year, so we know where the fuck we are, right?
Okay.
Awesome stuff. So you understand that I said right angle triangle. You know what a triangle is, don't you? 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices where we can measure the interior angles and add them together to reach no more than 180 degrees, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So this technology has been around for over 400 years, started off by the British Navy in 1700 and something or other. You know what a sextant is, right? An angle measuring device?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Can I ask you a question? Can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
I'm not good with math, so maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
You
know
can
what a
estimate,
protractor is?
you can use multiple as a mathematician, I can explain this to you. You can use multiple right triangles to determine the curvature. It's like literally the building block of calculus, especially multivariable calculus.
Yeah, I'm talking about. You said right angle triangle.
Multiple right
And I'm
angle
asking,
triangles, not just one.
yeah, that's brilliant. Multiple right angle triangles. That's brilliant. You understand that within celestial navigations, that's on a basis of a 90-degree right angle triangle. Yeah.
When you're doing when you're measuring between 2 points, like if you're assuming that it's a flat Earth, then yeah, you would need one right triangle.
Or being as we can measure multiple angles to multiple stars in the sky, that's multiple right angle triangles, right?
No, what I'm talking about is that because the Earth curves, you need to use multiple right triangles at short distances. Which is why, like, if you use the model that you're talking about at a long distance, trying to answer your question, if you use the model that you're talking about at long distances, then the error compounds on itself, and you end up traveling at the wrong location.
How do you have a 90-degree triangle on a curved surface?
It's relatively flat.
So it's relatively flat. Okay, for example,
but there is error because of the curvature. And so over time, the errors compound on each other. Do you understand that?
You also understand that you can't have a 90-degree angle on a curved surface, right?
You can approximate it. Did you know that you can approximate curves with tangent?
Okay, we're going back to the first guy here.
Me?
Yeah.
Real quick, just out of the manual. Fucking artillery compensates for the effects of ballistic wind direction and speed for rotation of the Earth throughout the firing unit's area of responsibility. These corrections are combined with positions, constant, and determined in the concurrent MET by solving a subsequent MET in each 800 millimeter sector, or selected 800 mil sectors. So that's the Marine Corps field manual. The Army field manual says rotation of the Earth. Although the rotation of the Earth is a natural phenomenon, it is treated as a non-standard condition for simplicity in the construction of firing tables. The magnitude and direction of projectile displacement from the target, owing to rotational effects, are functions of azimuth fire, time flight, projectile velocity, and relative position of piece and target with respect to the equator.
Exactly what I told you.
Right, so it has to adjust.
Target location, firing location, square rate, prop temp, net, and round type.
It's okay. So respect to the equator, as in respect to the equator, these effects have been combined in convenient tabular form in firing tables. The firing table has to adjust for it. Like that's the point of the 12-digit grid, by the way, is so that you have laser accuracy.
There's no 12-digit grid.
There's a 12-digit grid. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I get that you're like some fucking grunt and you don't see anything beyond like fucking your stupid 10-digit grid and you get lost in the woods and shit. But there things go beyond. There's shit that goes beyond 10 digits, way beyond.
Okay, so what is it? Okay, so go through me. A 4-digit grid gives you how close accuracy?
That's like a 4-digit grid, dude. That's like the entire woods. I don't.
Oh, that's
like
1 kilometer.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay, so 2 numbers to the south, and then you go 2 numbers to the west.
Cool.
Okay, how you read the protractor, right? You put it on the bottom of the grid square, you slide it over. Okay, read those 2 numbers, write them down, then slide your protractor up, read those 2 numbers, write them down. That's 4 digits.
Okay.
That's a full grid square, 1 grid square.
Cool.
Yes. Then if you want to you break it into 6 digits, that would give you plus or minus 100. Because now you broke it into, and then 8 digits is plus or minus 10. Cool. 10 digit would be plus or minus 1 meter. You don't need 1 meter accuracy to fire your artillery.
You need hold up. So I even have it right here. These 12-figure coordinates locate a point on the map to the accuracy of 1 square meter. I guess that's what you want. Using ordinate. This is for using Ordnance Survey and National Grid reference coordinates. So you're a fucking faggot, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I posted. Well, you just walked through it too. A 10-digit grid square gives you 1 meter.
This is for 12. I don't.
So 12 also gives you. Where do you get the extra 2 digits
I think 12 goes well beyond 1 meter, though. I don't know.
Like 1 centimeter, right? You divide it by 10 again.
Sure, yeah, and that's how accurate they want it. Yeah.
Fucking bizarre, dude.
There's 12-digit grids, brother. But like that's how accurate they want that shit.
You got Jedi? You want more to say here or what?
Well, I mean that's pretty much you like it.
Was the land navigation stuff or sea navigation?
CNAV? I'm not a sailor. I don't know anything about CNAV.
Are you looking in the chat?
I was not looking in the chat.
Okay, here. How about this? Read off. What's this grid location that is shown in the picture?
What is the? Where's that picture at? Is it Gyazo?
No, in the flat Earth chat, the side chat.
Yeah, no, I see it. So is it this yellow square you got going on?
Yeah,
here?
yeah. The yellow square would represent what?
Well, I mean that's a grid.
Yeah, so 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer, right?
Well, it depends on what it is.
Yeah, it's 1 kilometer. So you'd
because
have
like when you zoom in on shit, like the grids adjust. Okay.
So what's his result there?
115. Five. It's like
you start in the southwest corner.
No. I say
okay,
that's
you start in the southwest corner. You move.
It's like 49, 29. So that's well. Where's the letters, brother?
You'll need the letters.
Like 10.
I already know that what map you're on.
Well, I don't know what map I'm on. Usually it goes like 10.
Okay, just make up the letters in. Is it A, B, B?
10S. Fucking. I get it. Without like the other numbers present, 115. Then it's like 49, and then 813, 29.
Where do you get the 49 from?
Well, it's almost 5. It's not quite on the 5.
Yeah, so they rounded it up, right? So they would have said 115.
I would never round that shit up.
If you only need 6 digits, you only need 6 digits. Okay, you have to get plus or minus.
It's clear, like I know how. Okay,
you just
cool,
need
dude.
plus
like
or minus 100. Okay, what's your grid?
Not my job, brother. But fucking, I already gave the answer, man. It's you got 49 and it's 115, 049, and then fucking
049.
115, 49, and then you got 813.
Okay, 115.
29.
And that's 10 digits.
Okay, cool. But it goes beyond that. I don't know what your fixation. I don't know what your fixation on 10 is.
3 and what does he say? 813 29.
I say 29 because I don't round. That's like weird.
Do you think you can fit 2 more digits into that grid square?
You could put way more in there. Yeah.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
12 digit is a real thing. Like if I had access, I'd post it, brother. Like.
So we could just put another 9 at the end, or what? What would you put?
It just.
What would be your 6th digit?
That's how accurate it is. Like 12 digit, it gets really accurate, brother.
Okay, looking at this, what would be your 6th digit?
Fuck! I exited out of it.
So you got 115. We both agree. I would say if you only need 100 meter accuracy, you'd stop right there. Okay, so now you need closer than 100 meter accuracy. You need 10 meter accuracy, so you add the 4. Then you need 1 meter accuracy, and you add the 9. So now you need more than 1 meter accuracy. What number do you put after the
9? Well, that'd be going into like the decimals, brother.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it's not even worth using.
No, it absolutely is, brother. Like
okay,
12
by
digits?
your logic, you could say there's 30-digit grid coordinates.
I mean, it can get down to that if they really want that.
Okay, fine.
If they really want that shit, sure, but like that'd be
I would say
retarded.
Technically you're right. No, I would say that 10-digit is where it stops. But if you really want to get into it, there's a billion-digit grid coordinates.
So let me put it this way:
you can pinpoint the top of an ant's head if you want to.
Anything past 10-digit is top secret. That's why you don't hear about it.
Because except for by you, right? Unless are you exposing top secret information?
There's nothing I know that's like known. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, so
like
this is what I was getting to. That you made it seem 10? Like 10-digit was somehow like that's dumb. That doesn't get you close enough.
For targeting purposes, they're not going to be using 10 unless they just want to wipe out the whole area.
They'll use 8 for targeting.
They're definitely not relying on 8. For a HIMAR, especially, they're not using fucking 8.
Yeah, you're talking about artillery, rifled artillery. I don't know about this HIMAR thing. I've never heard of it before.
You don't know what a HIMAR is?
Is this like the whole thing with Greek mythology with the HIMAR? No. Send me the Rainbow Bridge or whatever.
No. HIMARs are a rocket that's like an MLRS system.
Okay, so it's propelled by itself. Then they can guide it through the air as it's firing.
Yes, it adjusts as it goes.
So you wouldn't even need the same stuff because once you fire an artillery round, it's going where the land where it's going to land.
No. Actually, so
excuse me. Testing 1 2 3. Mic check. I need to interrupt for a moment for some administration purposes. Who's the gentleman you're speaking to, Crit?
Peachy.
Okay, Peaching, can you please not use the F slur? All right, we are under strict instruction by rights. I'm supposed to mute you. I'm going to let you off this once. Okay. Don't use it again, please.
Yeah, I missed it too because he was talking to me. And I generally don't want to mod any debates I'm in. I just kind of like blank it out, I should have mentioned it. It did. I remember you saying it. I was like, oh, I should mention that, but I thought, my fault in that. Yeah, we just want to keep it, civil. All right.
Cool. Yeah, HIMARS.
I know we kind of started okay, go ahead.
M777s, they will adjust in air depending on the round they send.
So it's a much different thing than firing unguided projectiles.
It's even more accurate, and that like the system literally will not function unless it knows where it is on the Earth. On top of that, it is constantly adjusting as it flies, but the ranges at which it is flying, if it does not adjust, it is hitting the wrong goddamn target.
Yeah, but it will. You just gotta get close enough that it'll guide itself into the target.
These aren't rockets. This isn't like an M777 round where they're trying to take out like the whole grid square. This is like there's a specific motherfucker sitting in a specific position that they want to take out. Like it.
Yeah, they want to drop it right on top of the top part of a tank, like hit the very top.
And you're gonna want a 12-digit grid on that because it's not just tanks. It could be an embedded position for like I don't know, like a command structure or something. But like that, they're gonna want 12 digits on that, and it's gonna be adjusting depending on which side of the Earth it is, what part of the hemisphere. Is going to be adjusting as it flies based on the flow of the air. Before they even fire it, they're contacting METOC, but METOC's all of METOC shit is contingent upon the Earth being round, and then they're getting with imagery guys, so the imagery guys using satellites in space can provide imagery before and after the strike. None of this shit functions without the Earth being round.
Okay, let's walk through that. Why? Why is that the case?
The commander will never fire. Like this isn't like some shitty it's not a fucking 115 millimeter mortar like artillery round. It's expensive, but not compared to a HIMAR round. That's like tens of thousands, it's not hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is a rocket that is expensive. They're going to treat it like it's expensive.
Okay, read this part right here. The Military Grid Reference System. The Military Grid Reference System is a geographic coordinate system that comes from the UTM, Universal,
yes,
which is based on a flat world, not a sphere. Huh.
You see the globe right there, right?
Yeah, because the UTM is not using a globe model. It's using a flat world. This is why MGRS and lines of latitude don't match up.
Because they don't match up because it's spread out on a globe.
And it says here too that the key advantage of the MGRS is it provides a small enough scale for perfect kilometer grid lines.
Yeah, none of these squares.
The world is flat.
None of these squares are actually like perfect squares. These are rounded out when you get close to them because it's contingent upon the Earth being round.
No, you can read right here. Flat. The Earth being flat.
When you look at these maps, none of them line up, and they're all oblong shaped because it's stretched. It's supposed to be stretched out in a globe. It's for the sake of your eyes being able to see everything, they will flatten it out. But in reality, it's actually like weirdly oblong because
they're flat. They're a perfectly square. And how they adjust for it, they tell you that you've got grid north, true north, and magnetic north, and you have to use your declination to adjust from one to the other.
Okay, but like the squares are not perfectly square. They aren't.
Well, you get direct contradiction to what it says right there, man.
It's not even saying that.
Like what do you read it say?
Where did you even get this fucking source from?
Right here, Intimate Threat Tactical Solutions, defense contractor. It's hard to find sources that are going to be completely honest because they really break it down. They don't have to tell people, oh, the Earth is round or the Earth is flat. Because what they do is they just basically use the grid system the way it works. When you need quick and effective, you don't bog yourself down in curve and rotation. You just use
if you're like a
mortarman.
If you're like a mortarman and like the fucking enemy is right there, like sure, but for these long range rockets, they absolutely are adjusting because they have the time to do that. But the longer the range, the more time you're gonna have to adjust for that shit. If you're a mortarman, the mortarman's probably not fucking adjusting for that, but it's also not flying in such distances that it requires an adjustment. M777 guys, they absolutely are adjusting. And I mean, if you're like off by 50 meters, it's like kind of whatever. But these rocket systems, they are simply just not firing until A, the system knows where it is on the globe, and B, we have the target identified up to 12 digits.
If you're off by 50 meters, it will guide itself in the rest of the way. It's a guided munition. You can be off by more than 50 meters.
But sure, if it's
got time
flying,
to correct its flight, it will do so.
This is the difference between like the terrorist's house getting taken out and like the neighboring house getting taken out. That's what these type of rockets are used for.
Oh, should we look at that? You want to look at collateral damage and how much damage there is?
That's the point. That's what I'm trying to get out. But like
we could compare. We could do that.
But what I'm getting at is like we're using rockets that are so accurate now. We're able to put it straight through someone's window, only kill the people in that
Is this fired
room.
from a drone, or was it fired from a ship?
Well, so we were
I still don't know what you're talking about.
We were talking about the HIMAR system, but now I'm talking about like different rocket systems. A rocket system coming off of a Predator drone, like the Hellfire missiles, those are 100% required, like even more accurate. Like we're talking about centimeters accuracy, so that they can put it through someone's window and only kill the people in that room.
Bookings College. Obama or Biden can reduce civilian casualties. Huh? Why would they have to reduce civilian casualties? These weapons are so accurate. Maybe they're using the globe. Maybe that's why they keep killing so many civilians.
Well, that's why we need accuracy.
Well, you said these weapons are accurate down to 12 digits,
Yeah.
but there's a record number of civilian casualties. This is contradictory.
That's not that has what fucking. The point of the accuracy is to reduce collateral.
But you can't take it out though, right? There will always be collateral damage.
I argue that collateral is always decreasing. It's all like the trend has been constantly decreasing. Like deaths from combat, like operations, has been decreasing decade by decade. And that's thanks to the accuracy of the math which is contingent upon the Earth being round. It's like the Hellfire
round like what? Round like
like a ball.
Like a ball. Okay, so not round then.
But
spherical.
Like we are not putting a Hellfire through someone's window without extreme accuracy. Like
we're not really doing that anyway, right? Is there a lot of collateral damage?
No, we just did that to the Al Qaeda leader not too long, maybe a year ago. We just took him out, and nobody else was pretty tits.
I don't know. Where did you see that at?
Here, I'll show you.
The guy who got taken out with like the knife rocket.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a Hellfire, and it just went straight through the fucking window. All it took out was him and the people
on a
in
balcony,
the room.
Yeah,
that's how accurate we're getting with that shit. That's why we need that 12 digit, if not more higher, so that you're only taking.
I saw that.
Yeah,
watch that TV.
Al Qaeda leader Zawahiri, he was killed going through his like balcony.
Through the window.
Well, here I don't have permissions to post, but I would.
This happened like a year or two ago.
Yeah. It just wouldn't have happened if we didn't.
They tracked his they tracked his routine every day, and they realized that every day he would spend a certain amount of time on his balcony in the morning or the evening, and then they just sent one of those like weird deploying knife Hellfires that like doesn't explode; it just chops someone up, so that it doesn't cause any collateral damage, and they just took him out like that.
What here right here is this the source you're talking about? Department of Defense, U.S. Defense.gov. Al Qaeda killed in Alman Zawahiri, one of the perpetrators of 9/11 attacks. They killed almost 3,000 people in New York and Pentagon.
Yes, and they killed him with the Hellfire, which also is the math on that is using lasers, and again, it's coordinating where it is on the Earth and where it isn't. Like we would not be able to put it through with this kind of accuracy if the math was wrong. Like if the math was wrong, they'd hit the house next door,
or not the balcony, right? If you're off by a meter, how far away would that be from the balcony?
Sure. Yeah, they would. Maybe they hit the fucking door and kill the wrong people. But my point is that this level of accuracy requires the math being correct.
Why don't they use that for 2-week escaped prisoners?
What do you mean? What are you referring to?
Because it's expensive as fuck.
Yeah. Like
these $1 million, like the knife ones for probably like over $1 million, right?
Yeah, probably.
No, I like learning new things. I never heard about the Hellfire knife missile. I just had known the Hellfires as being have a shaped charge inside to be anti-tank.
But yeah, this is
a high explosive anti-tank round.
Well, this is like this is a counterinsurgency like development. Yeah. It's like it was made so when you need to take out specific people and you have air superiority, and you can just
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm reading the.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like you're not using an 8-digit on this. You're not even using a 10. You're probably not even using a 12. This is going to go like almost 14 digits. So they're absolutely sure it's hitting the right fucking place.
Well, I guess your case would be they're not using MGR anymore. They're using a completely different system.
No, it's MGRS. It's definitely MGRS.
Then, like, what we know about it is also quite limited.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming that they don't want to reveal too much about.
So yeah,
the knife missile.
Can you send me a drawing for that thing? I want to examine it, see if it's real.
No, there isn't anything.
I think that's a made-up story.
I don't know what to tell you at that point, man.
I mean, it was reported. I'm pretty sure Al Qaeda confirmed.
Wow, this is pretty funny. What they called the operation? Over the Horizon.
Yes.
They know. They must know.
So here, yeah. So at 6:18 in local time, he was apparently the only casualty. 1 shot, 1 kill.
Yes. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're getting to the point where, like, we're just able to just snipe people like that. And it's like, if the math was wrong, it would be like, it would be embarrassingly, like,
Who told you these stories?
What are you talking about?
Who told you these stories?
The news.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
The Department
of
Defense
told us this story when it broke the news about this happening, when the government released information about it, and when Al Qaeda confirmed that their guy died.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they confirmed it at least. I don't know if they had like a press service.
A Hellfire missile is not a projectile flying around. It's got propulsion systems, and the missile systems and airplanes and that kind of stuff all flies based off a flat, non-rotating Earth.
No, not at all.
Yes. Here's a document from NASA talking about it. Here's the flight dynamics summary.
Yeah, these kinetic type missiles have been used for a long projectiles have been used for a long time. It's what the Abrams fires, a kinetic depleted uranium dart. And just by going so fast.
Those aren't guided.
No, they're not. Yeah,
this is
direct line of sight.
Like
so it was fired from a drone.
It's fired from a Reaper. A Reaper, which
drone.
Which if it's up in the fucking air, it's going to require a laser.
You know, this reminds me of, there used to be a weapon that they called flechette, that they was outlawed by the UN or the NATO, not Geneva Convention.
Wasn't that just like a cluster munition, but with fucking knives instead of?
Yeah, like little bunch of razor blades. They showed a picture of the house. The whole side of the house is fucking destroyed. So I don't know what they're talking about. Like,
probably tore the balcony off.
Yeah,
with the force.
It fucked up the balcony and like the window, but it didn't really destroy didn't really destroy the building.
They got all you see from the photos is there's a kinetic that much force hitting the building would destroy the balcony and the surrounding area, but not a massive explosion that would start a fire, maybe burn the house down.
Well, that's the thing, is this isn't even like an explosion, like an exploding thing.
Yeah, it's a light damage to the safe house. They call it a Gensu knife ninja bomb for its reference in stealthy Japanese assassins during the Shogun era. An inert warhead that has heavy metal blades that kill targets.
Take out Putin then.
Yeah, this doesn't make. I know you just had troops in the open, Putin and Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, why come they don't use it for that? Just special TV missions.
The Ukrainians are currently using drones to take out leaders, like Russian military commanders. There's a colonel that was just taken out while walking his dog, like like at his home.
Well, their drones are more like we strapped a RPG round to a drone and then flew it into with VR.
This is an Amazon drone.
Yeah, they use like Chinese drones with fucking RPG rounds strapped to them, and then they fly them into people and things.
Hey, check this out. So here, this is on the wing. It shows from the drone that it is laser guided from the ground into the target. So they don't need any grid location at all. It's targeting whatever the laser is pointing at.
They just need a sniper on the ground with the laser pointer.
That's it. No grid location, nothing. Just hey, Joe, you got the laser on Al-Zakari? Yep, I'm pointing it right at him. All right, he should be there for 15 minutes. Operation to go? Check. Operation over the horizon to go. Commander, do we have permission to arm? Permission to arm. Check. Commander, permission to fire. Hold 1. Fire.
How does the missile know where it is?
Follows the laser.
It doesn't
follows the laser.
How does it modify its position in relation to the laser, though?
It's following the laser.
I'm curious. I don't know. Okay. Do the Gimlers do the same thing?
Yeah, without
the
laser,
attackums do the same thing?
Okay, go ahead.
No.
Do what?
Do Gimlers and attackums do the same thing?
Yeah, I guess that's another topic. We're looking at this one.
Just going over the one that you mentioned that required satellites and people all over the world.
You're not.
Shoot knives at people.
A satellite. The commander's not going to fire this without images before and after. These images usually coming from satellites.
Oh, that was the second part. Yeah, images, satellite photos.
That's a battle damage assessment. You're not getting any kind of firing without before and after.
Why? Why can't you just use the guy in the ground who's using the laser? He can just radio in. Yep, it hit the balcony.
The laser's probably from a drone, not from a person on the ground.
That's the point of the forward observer. You know, like because they can't fucking see them, so they have to send it
nowadays
forward.
From playing video games, think that everything is just drones. People sit in closets.
Right.
Nobody has to do anything.
I've only ever played video games.
Kids these days, all they do is charge their phones, eat hot chip, and lie.
Yeah, it makes me mad these days. Kids are so undisciplined, not listening to their elders, not studying, and running around doing frivolous things. That's a quote of Socrates.
They're just working.
The Hellfire uses active radar homing on top of the laser.
Oh yeah, if someone tries to shoot the drone down and they ping it with another missile, it can counteract it will fire at that active radar. Like a self-defense.
No, like this is part of the targeting, like active radar homing. Once it's fired, it just uses radar to home in on the target.
And yeah, all you need is just one of these rocket motors to fail, and it'll go completely off course. This isn't using like globe Earth.
No, this is it is using active radar homing, which part of radar is that it is scanning a horizon, right? Like this is again like if the Earth is flat, it wouldn't work the same way.
What?
It would work exactly the same way.
You mean to tell me you need to be on a ball for radar to work?
It wouldn't work the same way.
So are you telling me that you need to be on a ball in order for radar that we use today to work?
It would not be adjusting the way it would if it was flat. It wouldn't hit the same target.
How does radar adjust?
That's weird. Are you just quoting other people? If you don't know the subject matter, there's no need of you introducing these ideas.
Cool.
Unless you want to bring the research up.
We really can't because this stuff is all highly classified. So it's like talking in a way you're talking around the topic, like where here's something brand new. It reduces collateral damage, but doesn't. A year ago, it took out some guy. So are we standing down now? Because the article I read that it said they degraded Al Qaeda to no longer a global threat after this over the horizon mission was done. So can we get our freedoms back? Can I stop taking my shoes off at the airport? Can we stop, see something, say something? What is it? It's been 20 years, okay? Like you just passed our 22-year mark. Is it time to stand down? Have we defeated the enemy? Can we return back to a pre 9/11 sort of, like security level? We got to raise security to job security again and just keep dumping more and more money into the defense budget because apparently that they wouldn't lie, to keep that defense budget spending money going.
How come that alien they released looks exactly like E.T. from the movie?
Because they're both fake.
I saw a funny image where it was like a birthday cake.
Who officially released pictures of aliens?
It's the fucking Mexican government is having a hearing. They've got these like quote unquote alien corpses. They revealed they look like ETs.
It's a con man that's done this shit before.
From the hit 1986 movie.
You guys don't believe in aliens now either?
No, I don't believe that those are aliens.
It's literally a con man that's done this shit in the past, like with the same aliens.
Oh my god, Globers!
Like, aren't they like cat carcasses that they just like modified?
It's a mixture of different animals. It's just a Franken corpse.
What are you gonna do when the Air Force announces they have aliens? Then
no one here is arguing that there aren't aliens.
As a con man, we're just showing that the ones shown by that one government in that thing are not real because they belong to a con man who's been proven wrong before.
Who has the real?
What are you going to do when the government says it's real and the
we don't know if
eggs
anybody
that
has any
say
real
they found in them are real? What are you going to do then?
We're not arguing that there aren't aliens. We're saying that the idiots in Mexico are idiots.
And when after the U.S. government says, "Yeah, those are the aliens that we have," then what are you going to say?
They're not.
They haven't, so they're not. Why would we believe that they would say
when
that?
they say that, what are you going to say?
Why would they say that?
A prediction.
What?
So if the U.S. government lies to us, what will we say? Well, we'll say it's a lie if we know that it's a lie.
Huh. Interesting. You know when they're lying to you?
Not always, but if I do know that they're lying to me, then I'll make sure to call it out. I've been struggling to find a flat Earth model that can accurately depict all the land masses of the world and their proportions and distances relative to each other.
How are you going to verify them?
Well, I've personally traveled certain distances in different parts of the world because I happen to be well traveled.
Don't travel nowhere.
And I would like to find a flat Earth model that can accurately represent those distances in relation to each other.
How did you measure distances when you were on a commercial flight?
Well, for example, no, not a commercial flight. Like I drove places. Land masses are large, and
How did you measure distances when you did
How
that?
much air
Well,
pressure
I went at a certain speed for a certain amount of time.
How much air pressure was in the tires?
I don't know.
Were you driving on perfectly flat roads that perfectly conform to the surface of the Earth?
No, but I can look at the distance. Like I can look at the amount it took me, and I can look at how the road curved, and I can the amount of pressure in the tires might affect it somewhat, but not in a way that would completely invalidate.
That was ridiculous. Let's not talk about that. That was a silly comment someone made. So you're telling me that you followed a road that wasn't exactly straight, and then you used what, maps to figure out how far you went?
No, like I looked at I can retrace my path along those roads and account for the fact that there have been bends.
How did you know the distance? Did you use maps, or did you try to calculate how much fuel you used?
No,
You
so
didn't
you
do anything.
travel on a road with a car.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've done that.
You look at your speed throughout the time, and then you look at the time it took you to travel on that road, and then
Okay.
you can look at a map of that road later on and see where the bends were and account for those.
There's
And you've done
satellites that
that
fly over
on long
Antarctica every
trips?
day.
No, but they don't believe satellites are real, so we have to use.
Wait, you
Yeah,
have
so-
done that on long trips, or you haven't? Because there's a lot of bends if you go like 2 hours. You know.
It depends where you are. Like in North America, there's straight roads for hundreds of kilometers.
I really
They're
don't get
perfectly
how
straight?
you can believe.
Relatively straight.
Oh,
Straight enough
so
for it to not
you got
matter
the
in the
angle.
grand scheme of things.
Did you get the angle yourself or off the map?
Try looking at a map later, yeah. You can
just
look at
said- you just said you traced the
pre-satellite
bends.
maps.
Well,
Yeah,
It's,
you
look,
can
look,
you can
don't have to
catalog
believe
the
anything anybody else here believes, but why make up this
you
silly
can
story?
catalog you can no I
that's
was talking about a hypothetical scenario.
Oh, okay.
well, so
in
like
which
that,
you could
that's
like a thing you could do yourself
As I
So-
said,
without any
what
fancy
you
tech.
have never done.
funny thing about that is like surveyor. So like funny thing about that is like back in the day when we were trying to create states, we used to have surveyors that just walk in straight lines, and so like Colorado, for example, it looks like a box, but it's actually pretty curved because like the Earth curves as they were walking forward, and that's just from surveyors.
Well, like even
It's like-
you could you don't even have to use any sound. Like you can take a you can choose a road, take a pre-satellite era map of that road that was made for ground surveillance, and then you trace your path on that road. You can catalog even yourself the bends and see if they match up with the map, and then you can see the distance you traveled roughly. And if that distance traveled is compatible on a flat Earth model in both places. You do this once in Canada, you do this a second time in South Africa. See if you can develop a flat Earth model that can compensate for both. Because I'm sure there are reasonably straight enough roads in both countries that can mean that you can actually travel 200 to 300 kilometers without significant turns. And you would be able to get like you can do this in France as well. Like there are reasonably straight roads that only bend a little, and in the grand scheme of the Earth's size, even in a flat model, would not matter enough to change the outcome.
Well, that's
just take a big highway.
If you just like look at a map of the U.S. though, like that's like some of these lines they were meant to be straight, but they wound up being curved because that's just what happens when you walk across the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kansas to
the
Utah.
thing is, I'm positing this like hypothetical experiment because anybody who wants to prove the Earth is flat needs to provide a model of how how it could work with the distances we know exist on Earth and where they are.
Who said somebody's trying to prove anything?
Well, if you're trying to dispute the globe Earth, then
I'm trying to
logically
ask
you would want.
questions.
Yeah. Well, also, don't you want answers?
Well, yeah, don't you want answers?
So,
or do we
my
just trust
question is,
somebody
if the Earth is flat and not round, then what shape is it? How are the landforms laid out on the Earth? Because
Great question.
if there is no feasible way to arrange the Earth on a flat plane that corresponds to what we know about the dimensions of the Earth.
Okay, so how do you know the
then-
sizes and shapes of the continents?
Because before you could also do this yourself if you want, but
Okay.
before the time of satellites, people on ships would survey the shapes of coastlines. And over hundreds of years, we got a decent idea of what they were shaped like, which means that even after we got satellite imagery, it really roughly corresponded to what we already knew.
Okay.
Like this has been going on because they think that it's like fake imagery that's made up. That it's
No. Whoa, I don't know who's they. I'm not part of they.
well, people who dismiss satellite imagery.
Well, so if we have
It's either
satellites
fake or
that
it's
are-
done by planes.
Well, no. My question was that we didn't have any other methods between sticks and satellites to figure out the curvature of the Earth. Like there was nothing in between.
What? No, we're not
There's
talking
got to
the
be another
curvature.
method then that doesn't
No,
need
I'm not
satellites,
okay.
but it's a little bit more
you can treat
advanced
me as a
than sticks and
neutral
shadows,
person.
right?
I'm not making any claims
I'm not
about the
treating
Earth
anybody
being
like
round.
anything. I'm talking to the arguments.
Yeah.
think
Okay, so
Pythagoras
treat my
proved-
argument as such. I'm arguing not from a place of believing the Earth is round, but a place of curious about whether the Earth is flat. And if I want to accept the Earth is flat, I have to at least know that there are like feasible shapes for it, feasible layouts for it that would make sense and be possible given what we know about where places are on our planet. Okay.
Yeah, like if the Earth were flat, like like I wouldn't be able to fly from Argentina to New Zealand in the distance that, like, in the time that it would take. Like the time it would almost triple.
You don't even you wouldn't even need flights. You can just do this with driving distances on reasonably straight roads in South America and Canada. My point is that you cannot show me, if you are a flat earther, you cannot show me a single flat Earth layout with a continuous flat Earth layout that doesn't have like huge gashes through it that actually correctly places every landmass in relation to each other.
May I ask you a quick question? I just want one quick question from you.
Sure.
Okay, so this is not a trick. I just want to know what you know and think. If you were in California right now and you went directly south, would you get to South America?
There'd be a sea first because Baja California.
If you were in California and you went directly south as your compass could tell you which way is south, would you get to South America?
You would be in the Pacific.
I would hit the sea.
Would you get to South America eventually?
I don't remember exactly how far east South America is in relation to California.
Yeah,
I can check.
You would have to go southeast to get to South America.
If I had a boat that I could just get into and keep going south, then I could not get to South America.
You would wind up in Antarctica.
I want to go to Antarctica. I want to do some skiing.
You can.
Because from what I've had in these conversations before is that you can't talk about the planes because the plane rides don't exist apparently, even if they do, and Antarctica is off limits.
Can you stop strawmanning us, please?
Well, no, it's just like just from people on this thing. Okay, well,
don't stereotype us, please.
So can you go to all of Antarctica? This is a true fact. You cannot go to all places in Antarctica. You can only go to certain parts as a tourist. And until recently, there were no flights that went directly from South Africa to Australia, which is what the claim usually is, or Argentina to Australia.
New Zealand,
yeah. But then there have been a few commercial flights, but it's still not a common route, right? Which is why I'm basing all of my arguments off of land things. Maybe, yeah. But this is why I'm basing all of my arguments off of land travel that you could do with a car. Because you could still travel far enough where the proportional distances would be noticeable, and where reasonably, at least on a disk Earth model, you would need to have about like 2 or 3 times the distance in South Africa that you would have in Canada. But there are other layouts, but they also fuck up the proportions in different ways. So that's why I'm curious, is there any flat Earth layout that is possible within what we know about the dimensions of land masses and distances between cities and stuff on the Earth today?
And so that's what I was kind of getting at, though. Like with the flights, I get that some of them don't think that flights exist, but like a flat Earth model would turn like a 12-hour flight from like Argentina to New Zealand into like almost 2 days.
Yes,
with the flying.
Well, that's my argument. It's just I'm making it like without the possibility of there being like, but you can't actually do that flight. So how do we know?
Yeah.
You know, because I had this conversation before.
Well, there's satellites that go horizontally over the Earth as well as like laterally, and that would be a sphere.
Well, like I'm just framing it in a way that can be done through like the observation of a private person without any like need for like internet. Like it's just like you take your car and you go to these places and you drive.
Okay, so it's clear that you guys think that a
exactly.
globe is necessary for the Earth to be navigated as it is. So, can you go ahead and show us the curvature of that globe?
I don't say that there's a globe. I'm just asking if there's a flat Earth model that can be correctly.
Yeah, but we're not here
show it.
actually claiming a model. We're here falsifying the claimed model of the globe.
Okay, so if you falsify the globe successfully, right, then you must also have a viable model for a flat Earth.
Nope. All we have to do is falsify that model directly. We don't have to do anything else.
So what happens?
So what happens if we check the surface for curvature, find out if there is any or not? If
Well,
there's not,
you can just check.
it cannot be a globe.
Because I
Even a
don't,
glober,
I
even a
can't directly
glober can
observe.
falsify. Do you understand that even a glober can falsify the globe, quote unquote, model?
Yeah, it's like I've sort
right,
of
they can falsify
I'm not
part of the
too
model.
educated in this part of the discussion, but like, isn't it that you guys will like show me how with some
So if a
lasers you can
glober
see
points
further
out a
than
fault,
you should see in like a certain globe model, and then you'll send
so
me a
if a
bunch
glober
of
points out an
observations.
inconsistency in your quote unquote model, right? Are they then required to replace that part of the model or offer an alternative?
You see, my issue is usually
No,
that
they aren't.
every
The
time,
answer is,
every
of
time
course not. Hold on, before you breeze past that, the answer is obviously, of course not. Go ahead.
My issue is that every time I've been offered observations that disprove the globe model, they've been done in sort of like half-assed experiments with very little controlled environments and that don't
Give an
take into
example.
account certain key points. Well, like the lasers, like they're usually done by like, well, at least the ones I've seen. I'm sure there's probably examples. I'm not an expert on lasers, but if I were to take a scientific experiment where I wanted to make sure my data was replicable, I would do it in a controlled environment, but of course you can't really do that with outdoor lasers. So usually what you see is a laser is used to look over the horizon, and you can see there's a Brighton one, I think, that's famous, maybe.
Okay.
And what I'd like to see is just this being replicable and replicated several times.
It is
over.
replicable. Nobody who
it been
uses
replicated?
lasers measures. Yeah, nobody who uses lasers measures any curvature of the
Has
Earth.
the
If I'm
has
wrong,
the
if I'm wrong,
has
hold on. It's replicable in that nobody who uses lasers actually measures any curvature of the Earth. If I'm wrong, just post me anybody who has measured it with lasers.
If it's replicable, then it should have been replicated, right? Has
It
the
is.
Brighton
There's no
thing
laser
been
test
done
that
several
measures any
times?
curvature of the Earth. Every time it's replicated.
No, well, there's a bunch of laser tests in different places at different times in different weathers with different environments and humidities and things like that. Like we know that the atmosphere bends light, so the degree to which it's bent in a certain day is variable. And so if for example you see that you can see over the horizon on one day in Brighton, then you should be able to see other days that it's also still possible regardless of the weather, because it is always flat. So if there are days where you cannot see a laser over the horizon in Brighton, then that shows that maybe there's something else to it, and maybe that the one-time observation wasn't necessarily a conclusive result.
Is there
Because
any
light
conclusive
bends.
evidence of curvature or lasers bending around it?
We know that lasers can bend, but we've not, like, most people don't test the globe Earth these days because it's consensus, and so I don't think there's any high level reputed experiments showing trying to shine a laser beam.
Yeah, sure, but the most recent highly reputable laser experiment was done by the U.S. military, restricting.
And is it public data?
Yeah. In
And
fact,
do
the
they show
guy
it
wrote
being
his
bent with the same
thesis.
lasers that people use?
Dude,
I'm asking.
I clearly interjected to say something I wanted to say, not listen to you
Okay,
talking.
okay, then say it. But I'm asking you a question about what you're saying. But sure, go ahead and say.
No, now you have to wait 3 seconds at least.
I mean, I'm on the Lockheed Martin website right now, and I'm seeing how they're talking about how they have to address a challenge which comes from the environment. Atmospheric conditions can bend a laser beam like a prism and keep it from reaching the target. They have to adjust for the lasers bending in their targeting. I don't know what you were about to cite, but
on it bends can depend on the laser type that's being used, the company that manufactured, like there's different strengths, I would guess.
And it's being bent by the environment, but that's also because like the Earth's rotation affects that.
What?
Like atmospherics will 100% affect that.
I mean, like, you can observe us for yourself. Like, I used to live in Chicago. Sometimes you could see the other side of Lake Michigan. Sometimes you couldn't.
Right, which means
light bends.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So the globe paradigm, in light of all the supersedery observations beyond globe geometry, that you shouldn't be able to see things based on the claim that the globe curvature is what obstructs things in the distance, is superseded constantly. So the ad hoc excuse is, well, light bends. And then people say, okay, well, what about this and this? And then the excuse after that is, well, do you deny light bends? But it's not just
what about
this and this is
then?
It's not just about light bends in general. It has to be quantified properly and not just quantified mathematically.
Sure, but this... Go ahead, sorry.
The laser experiment that I was going to talk about, which all flat earthers and globers should, in my opinion, be aware of. Now, whether you take one conclusion out of it or not, what they did was they fired a tri-band laser on a gimbal, right? So the lasers are all accurately, targeting correspondingly, right? From one Hawaiian island to another Hawaiian island, 120 kilometers. And they aimed it at if I want to say, a 4-meter telescope. So they took one of the telescopes at the observatories and turned it horizontally or whatever to receive the laser. The reason being is because different wavelengths refract at different rates, right? And they want to get the most accurate targeting laser they can get, right? So one guy was going to write a thesis paper on what happened. He got the results. He started doing his thesis paper, and he realized that the results don't match any of the globe models of refraction that are already exist. He had to create essentially his own attempt at making a new model. So I think, if I remember correctly, that the spread on the lasers should have not. If the global refractive model is correct, then the laser shouldn't have all hit the target, right? Only one of them should. Because of the differential in the curve.
It depends how much like things are in the way of those lasers for them to refract through on a given day, right?
Exactly. This was taken at the same day with all 3 lasers firing through the same air. Okay, so the 3 lasers are going to take different paths based on their refractability on their wavelength. Right? Yes or no?
Of that given day. So on that day, they should have ended up in a certain place, but they didn't. And what was that? Was that place predicted?
Anyway, so I'll bring the conclusion.
The Earth's flat for 100
that's
miles.
Great, Robin. That's great.
So 76 kilometers doesn't matter.
Oh yeah,
the islands were 76 kilometers.
The Earth is flat for 100 miles, then it spontaneously starts curving after that. Anyway, just let me finish the conclusion of this, dudes. You guys can go look this up yourselves. We don't need asides. Okay, so the conclusion is that the lasers should not have hit together, but they did.
Okay.
And so he wrote up a thesis all about it, which anybody can look at and figure out what he meant. Now, you can take that as you will and scrutinize it as you will. So
was this ever replicated?
I don't know if they replicated it multiple times. This was done by
because these findings usually, right? If such ground-shattering findings come to, people try to replicate them. So I'd expect that to happen.
If you're worried about that, can you show a curvature measurement that's been done even once, let alone replicated?
See, I'm not trying to prove anything here. I'm just trying to hear the arguments for why the Earth is flat.
Well, I think you just heard one from yourself.
Well, anyway,
I have a Lockheed Martin article that talks about how they have to adjust for atmospheric conditions bending the laser. like our weapon systems, because the environment, which is affected by the Earth being globe, affects our weapon systems.
Okay, so read it out and then explain the implications. A sentence. Listen, a sentence that simply says the Earth's a globe. It affects us. I mean,
One
it's really not
challenge.
meaningful.
I mean, that's just Lockheed Martin itself telling us that they do have to adjust for it.
Whatever
It's
that
not.
means. That's like your girlfriend saying, "I didn't cheat on you." I mean, I guess it's authoritative. She could even write it down on a piece of paper.
I mean, they're making a claim. Any replicable
Hey, but
measurements to back it
fair
up?
enough. Fair enough. I'm rumpusing you before you get to your conclusions. By all means, go ahead.
I mean, if she said she didn't do it, she didn't do it.
I know, but I was very staunch about these guys letting me finish my conclusion, so he should be able to bring his point to a conclusion. All right, was there more to the point, or was it just a claim? Go ahead.
I was just saying Lockheed Martin says it has to.
All right, whatever that means. Okay.
The thing is, like, yeah, just to go back to the earlier point, is just like for me to be convinced that the Earth is flat, I need to be able to see any feasible scenario in which all the distances that we know are true between places in the world would be laid out in a possible way in a flat Earth model. But I've never seen a single one that has been, and I don't believe that any single one is possible. So that's why I'm unconvinced, because, like, sure, you can find inconsistencies with the globe Earth, sure.
Have
The
you
merits
extended
of
the
the
globe
exams.
the same standards?
Yes.
Have you extended? Yeah.
The distances on the globe Earth, the distances, the distance argument that I was making earlier, is like a globe Earth projection of the land masses and the distances on Earth makes it is like possible, like it doesn't distort the distances we know are true, whereas a flat Earth model, whatever the shape of the flat Earth, is always going to distort them to a degree.
Wait, so you're saying the distances on a globe Earth projection, so a flat map?
No, so
is
no.
correct.
No, not a flat map, because on any globe Earth projection on a map, like on a flat map, they'll be distorted, right? But if you apply the same distances to a globe, like an actual globe, and you put them on a globe, then they are compatible.
Okay,
and the
that's
argument that I'm
great.
making is like just the distances that we know are true because people like you and me have traveled them ourselves.
Well, give us some examples, brother.
Okay, so you take Paris, Berlin, which is roughly 1,000 kilometers, and you take Bloemfontein, Cape Town, South Africa, which is also roughly 900 to 1,000 kilometers. If I'm correct, I'm not sure. In the conventional flat Earth model that I've seen, which is a flat disk, it requires that South Africa and the entire southern hemisphere of the Earth is stretched out in terms of distances compared to the northern hemisphere, because the disk needs to wrap around, right? And this would mean that the distance of a 900 kilometers Paris-Berlin would not be possible between Bloemfontein and Cape Town, given where we know they are in relation to each other in South Africa.
So they're on separate continents, right?
Yeah, but they're connected.
Okay.
Both of these continents, Africa and
what are you trying to show me?
Eurasia, are connected, all except by like a canal that we dug ourselves.
Right. So you're saying that you drove those distances or got accurate measurements.
You could drive straight. Yeah. You could drive in between these two places. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. But notice how I said, so you got this information and then you responded with, you could.
No, I'm saying you could drive in between, like from Berlin to Bloemfontein if you wanted to, just to say like they're all connected land masses.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, if they're connected, they're connected.
Yeah.
If you can leave your house and arrive in a car at the other place, then they're connected.
Yeah. That's what I was saying for the you could, because I haven't driven from Berlin to Bloemfontein, because that would take days.
Fair. Right. So you need to chart that out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Accurately, and then follow the charted path accurately. Have a means to demonstrate your location from where you left to where you arrived.
Yeah, you can do that with landmarks. I'm saying that like people have like I haven't personally done. I've done Paris, Berlin. I haven't done Bloemfontein, Cape Town, but I have taken like I've done various U.S. road trips where I've gone distances that also, but they're at the same latitude as Europe roughly.
You're talking about straight.
I'm
you're
talking
about direct,
roughly straight lines.
as the crow flies. Right.
No.
If you drive,
roughly straight roads.
Drive.
There are roughly straight
roads.
highways.
So no bends, no hills.
Yeah,
Well,
no
there
elevation.
are hills, but you can take them into account, and you can remove them from the equation by.
Well, just show us your work then. Show us your work from the time you did that.
No, I'm not saying that I've like personally cataloged and done this like experiment on flat Earth. I've only been exposed to flat Earth for like what, a year and a half. But like I'm just saying that you could do these things
You haven't
yourself.
done it on Globalist either.
Well, no, I know, because I haven't been fucking aware of like this being a thing that people believe in for that long.
Sure, no problem.
And
No
so
problem, that's fair.
I'd be glad given the opportunity to like do this, right? But I'm also pointing it out as like a test that you, if you're like an honest person who seriously believes in testing these theories, you are completely capable of also doing these tests yourself.
Right, but
you can do this with your own direct observer. You don't need some fancy kit. You just need a car.
That's fine, but simultaneously, if it's the case that the Earth is a globe of a certain size, then it must have a certain curvature. And since it's covered in 70% water, and the water must equivalent to the forces present on it, right? That means it must be curving to adhere to that curvature. If you can go out to the contiguous body of water, right, and measure it to be flat, then you can just follow that logic that the rest of it's flat, and ipso facto you've debunked the entire globe paradigm in totality. Now it would then be the case logically that the
Yes, sorry. You cut out. Am I the only one who doesn't hear him?
Yeah, he said you can't
be the
change
case
the past.
logically, and then you cut out. Yeah.
Oh man, poopity doopity.
We can hear you now.
I don't know, because I said logically at least 3 times.
Yeah, you can't.
Anyway,
change
the
past.
logical contingency of a necessity for a globe is continuous curvature. In order for it to fold back in on itself and become the object in question, right? So if you disprove the curvature over the water, which is 70% of the territory of the surface that's known, then you disprove that it's a globe. And then anything about
with
mass
my
is
eyes,
secondary.
with my eyes, just like by looking at it.
Oh, you go out
because it's also entirely possible that me, as a 6-foot human, looking from a beach towards the water, doesn't notice the curvature due to the fact that the Earth is very big. And so if I look out and I don't realize that the Earth is, if there is a curvature, like my eyes aren't the only way I can see if there is a curvature or not.
Why are we thinking there is?
Yeah, who told you that?
Oh well, no, it's like if there is a curvature or not, right?
Yeah.
We
Why
should
is that
be
a
able
question?
to.
Why
The
is
question
that a
because
question?
because there is not a single projection of a flat Earth that can take into account the distances we know are true between places on the planet.
What are you talking about? You already claimed one.
What? No,
You said the globe. You
what?
said the globe projection does that. That's projected from the flat Earth.
I just
right?
said not a single flat
the one
Earth
with
projection.
all that flat horizontal water at rest that you see outside. Your globe that you're talking about is a projection of that.
You have to
and
stretch out the land masses too.
If it does account for distances correctly, like you said it does, then you got what you asked for.
You have to stretch out the land masses too for it to work.
I got to ask a question to the panel out of curiosity. If you
Mm-hmm.
remember Antonio Subrats, if you haven't been in the flat Earth long, you won't know this. Antonio Subrats back in the day, he did a map, and I can't remember if he did it based on flights or he did it based on the path of the sun in the ecliptic. But either way, I could probably find the map that he made. Here, give
I
me a
remember
second.
that. I remember that. I probably have the map as well somewhere. He basically looked
I
for
think it might
any
have had.
anomalies in
Sorry.
shipping lanes and flight times and things like that, and
Right.
even found anomalies in the distance
Oh,
of
another
train tracks.
Yeah, another thing he also did is take the charted distances, and he just kept buying globes. Kept buying globes and measuring them on the globes that he had, and he did this on video, and he kept getting the wrong answers. So I
Because
need to
for
find
me,
both
wherever
of
I've
them.
ever been, the distance that it said was the distance that it took me.
Where
with
did
the
you
same
get the
speed.
distance from?
Oh, so okay, like
The map
if I have
makers.
a car, right, and I drive with it, I can see on the speedometer how fast I'm going, and I can see how much time it will take me to get somewhere. And if, for example, a sign on the road or a map says there's X amount of kilometers in between you and in point A and the point B you're trying to get to, you can drive that over a set amount of time. You can see how long it took you and what distance you should have traveled given your time spent in your speed, and then you can compare that to what the map said, right? And if you can do this over long enough distances that are reasonably straight in two very different places of the Earth on the northern and southern hemispheres, then it should mean that at the very least, a flat Earth would need to have those two places non-distorted in relation to each other and within themselves.
Are we talking about a navigational
Yeah,
map or just a world
also
projection?
No, just a
also within-
navigational map, like just a kilometer thing. Like it's just if you take two places that are very far away from each other on a north to south axis on the planet, right? So Australia versus Japan, or Japan's a bit small. Australia versus Alaska, Australia, Wyoming, something like that. Like two places that are
So those
sort of
maps aren't coming
diametrically
from a
opposed from each other.
projection. They're coming from local.
It doesn't matter.
Surveying.
It doesn't matter. Because then you need to be able to put these places in relation to each other on a global map. And if if you're trying to do this with a flat map, like an actual flat map where you don't acknowledge any distortions because everything's supposed to look the way it actually does.
Those local navigational maps are flat maps.
Well, they're flat to like the naked eye, but and also for printing reasons, but they're not meant to be extremely 100% precise. They're not scientific maps.
If the Earth is flat, why does radar horizon exist?
Does it exist? We can see well past where it's claimed to be.
It doesn't exist?
A geometric radar horizon, we can see much further than where that's claimed to be.
You literally cannot. That's because the Earth's curve is in the way.
I literally can. I can just post the same picture for the 80th time and the third day in a row.
You
You can just refute this with light bends. Radar signals don't really, right?
Well, that's the whole. That's like how we snuck into Pakistan, because our fucking helicopters flew below the curvature of the Earth underneath the Paki's radar detection systems.
Because you could feasibly see further than the radar horizon if the light is refracting in a certain way, right? Or if you're high enough up as well. I don't know.
See way
but
further
again,
than where
that's not. I don't know anything about
That's-
fucking
that's-
radars, so I'm not gonna.
Well,
we don't see any curvature or globe geometry at all outside.
No,
none.
That is the whole point of forward observers, is that our radar technology cannot go past the fucking Earth's curve.
What curve? Who measured that?
Well, we wouldn't need
except it
forward
depends on the
observers.
frequency, doesn't it? It depends on the frequency.
Your frequency isn't. It's shooting past the Earth. That it's not a frequency issue.
Yes, it is. Long wave. Long wave goes over the curvature.
Cool, but it's like that. It's still affecting aircraft detection systems, like that. I don't know what else to say for that. That's the whole reason that we have to send aircraft up in the air for warships, Because our radar systems and our laser systems are not seeing past the curvature of the Earth. Like you can't.
It also depends on power.
That's not the case, by the way, because I remember we had a whole discussion about this. Because apparently radar has like a dead zone where it can detect near and it can detect further, but it can't detect in the middle, and that's frequency based and got nothing to do with curvature at all.
That's not how the military treats it. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, unfortunately, we actually had an entire debate about this, and the Globe has admitted that this was true. So, I mean, maybe you can get your story straight with them.
No, the military actively adjusts for this. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay,
like you can be in denial that it doesn't exist, but like this institution that like kills people with deadly accuracy, they're not getting it wrong.
Okay, brother. That's called appeal to pragmatism fallacy.
Cool. I don't appeal to these nuts. Like, but
can we see the? Go ahead.
Yes. How about you appeal to your citation and just provide it?
I cannot. I don't have permissions for the 7th time to like post anything.
Why not?
I don't know.
Dang, brother.
Just
Wait,
Google
does this
Radar
place?
Horizon.
Let me ask this question to the panel. They may know. Does this place have a standard rank up automatic system where you have to type so long and then you start to rank up before you get perms?
I think so, but we can skip him ahead of that process. Then he's got no excuse.
You can Google it. It's like the first thing that pops up if you type in Radar Horizon.
Oh yeah, you could Google and get a bunch of claims. Sure, I agree with that.
So, I mean, it has everything right there for you on the wiki page. Radar Horizon.
Oh, yeah, just provide a bunch of claims. Sure.
Cool.
Provide any citation that you want us to look
So
at.
back in the day, like I just got to speak to everyone here. So back in the day, not too long ago, Mark Sargent routinely has field experts. So like an expert in valves and seals, an expert in long-range gunnery, an expert in dogfighting, all these dudes. So he had the one on there was from the Air Force, and he explained how the radar angles work on the planes and how you can engage targets at certain ranges and how these cones work. I can't remember exactly the conclusions he made, but obviously from the way they were presenting it, it was a globe debunk. So if anybody's interested in that, they should check out Mark Sargent's channel. Okay, there's nothing. I'm just telling you where to check this out if you want to hear this argument in more in depth.
What exists is something called Over the Horizon Radar.
Okay, dude, I didn't yield, so you could say that. I'm finishing my point. All right, so go over there, look up Mark Sargent, look up his interviews with experts, and he has one on there that talks about this. Very interesting, whether you're globe earther or flat earther. All right, go ahead.
Well, yeah, there's Over the Horizon Radar, and what that does is it's an adjustment for the shadow. It basically you're taking radar and you're bouncing shit off of a satellite up in space, and then you can see into the shadow. But that still requires like
what the heck, dude?
That's not the globe excuse. You need to get your globe excuse right. They say that it bounces off the ionosphere, not off the satellite.
Like the fucking old ones will bounce off the ionosphere, but now we're using satellites to use it.
Okay. So now you're just absorbing it after you got the
no, so that's
we can get it through the ionosphere now.
Sure. I mean, that's called synthetic aperture radar, and basically you're just firing some shit off of like the ground up into the satellite, and then it's taking it and bouncing it back down on the other side of the Earth. The old shit will be using like the ionosphere.
Hey, I said back in the day, right? I'd like to say back in the day we would have just said you're going to need half of that.
Dude, how in the world are you from a fixed point going to get the angle of deflection so you can find a target just any random time? I'm just going to bounce it up in the air at a particular satellite, which is not even like less than 20 meters wide.
That's why we have hundreds of them. In case you missed the one, you got the next one coming in 15 minutes over you.
So let me get this right. Your original argument was predicated upon the idea that there's a radar horizon that you can't go past, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And now you're saying that there's hundreds of satellites in the ionosphere. So why is there a dead zone at all?
What? Because it's The dead zone is no, so that's like older weapon systems, right? That's how we snuck into Pakistan with their helicopters. Is that their older weapon systems were not able to adjust for that dead zone? So we were able to send SEAL team by flying low to the earth, and we were hiding in the dead zone. But
why is
it,
there a dead zone still?
because the earth curves.
But
Like
you
if you
just
fire
said off hundreds of satellites and the ionosphere.
well, that's no. So that what we have now is like modern shit is over the horizon radar, and so that adjusts for the radar horizon, and so like you're now able to see over it. But that's our modern stuff, and that uses satellites.
But the ionosphere wasn't there the whole time.
So you can use the ionosphere, but that's older shit. We're using satellites now, and it's just it's a matter of accuracy.
I'm confused. Is there a radar horizon now, or isn't there? I mean, you seem to be flip-flopping.
There's always been a radar horizon, but that's for older weapon systems.
Oh, but there isn't one now.
No, what are you
but they
talking
can
about?
just overcome it using other means.
Yeah.
I feel like you don't know what your argument is, so I'm going to.
Cool.
What?
I think you're just a dumbass, man.
I think I agree with you. I think he's a dumbass.
Yeah.
You guys think I'm a dumbass, do you?
Yeah, I mean that's 3 people now. I don't know ratio.
Consensus.
Let's appeal to consensus.
Appeal these nuts.
Appeal these nuts.
Friend, I got a question. Hey, friend, I got a question. I got a question for you, and you don't need to answer it. It's just for information purposes for Ops Chat. So apparently, I've been told that certain accounts are flagged for statuses, and that's why they're not allowed to enter certain rooms and chat, etc. One being if you're categorized as a minor. So if you're a minor, you won't be able to access all the chats. So take that as an FYI.
I don't know how to get rid of that. I think it's a glitch that the server has because I've like talked about this before. I'm not a minor. I don't even think I even sound like one, but I don't know how to get rid of it.
Well, it might be at your Discord, your main Discord platform settings. Like when you first signed up, you put in a fake birthday. Maybe you got to fix that.
Or an admin labeled him as a minor, and he's got
Yeah,
a
that could be
message
true.
admin, and someone could be trolling him.
True.
Yeah, there's all kinds of reasons, but it does seem that you just need to ask some higher up status people in the server for help.
I mean, it's really not that big a deal. Like I could just tell y'all to Google it, or I could read the shit myself. But like, it's easily accessible.
Well,
you could also, you could also. Everybody here is happy if you DM them to put it forward for you if they can. Like if they're not driving or something, do it for you.
Sure, but I mean, this isn't like it literally just Google radar horizon and over the horizon radar, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's all good.
Yeah,
I'd rather have the person.
Huh?
Yeah, fair, but like if somebody wants to hinge their entire argument on it and actually make it pointed, I do understand how people, they don't want to do that sometimes, but if you really want to, you need to have it cited, circled, highlighted, page numbered, all of that stuff. Argument sites.
Yeah, I mean, just Google it, bro, isn't really an argument for anything. I think also you've probably been labeled as a minor because you think that appeal to these nuts and you're a dumbass are arguments when they're not. I would really hope that you're like level higher than that in this room.
I think you're just mad. You're like mumbling, brother.
Yeah, I mean, calling me mad, that's kind of the same as calling me a dumbass, isn't it? Like, I feel like you can do better.
Like, what are you, Socrates? Like, shut up.
Yeah, dude, and now you're just, again, you're just appealing to ridicule.
You're still.
Can you not just...
Do you have the whole thing? Do you have the whole chart memorized or something?
Dude, you're just wasting everyone's time at this point.
I think we were continuing, and then you like focus on me calling you a retard for whatever weird reason. Like,
well, normally when someone insults someone, they just get muted. So I mean, you're gonna get muted if you carry on doing.
Most adults kind of just let that shit like slide right off them, especially on Discord.
Nah, most adults don't do it in the first place. Most adults don't.
Oh, stop being a bitch!
Yeah, I'm gonna come and mute all of you guys.
He's a bitch. He's a bitch.
And I want Man, quit yelling. I want to make it a actually funny joke instead of just saying a bitch, dude. That's not funny anymore.
Yo.
I was gonna play off of Socrates and say I'm not Socrates, I'm Socrates. And you say Socrates, and I'm like, yeah, Socrates nuts.
That's not funny.
Way funnier than what the other guy said.
Listen, friend, just because you don't find it funny doesn't mean that all the intelligent people in the room didn't find it funny.
I find to judge laughter as a good measure of funniness.
Yeah, you can get a chimpanzee to laugh at you like scratching yourself, so I wouldn't be so sure about that.
That being said, since Socrates was a man and all men are mortal, therefore Socrates is mortal. Therefore the earth is a globe, correct?
The earth is round? Yes.
No,
The
not
dome
round.
is round. That's the whole point.
Round is not mutually exclusive to flat, so you messed up. I mean, unless you think round precludes flat. If that's the case, then you need to go back to kindergarten, I would say.
The dome is round. We know. We got it. It's definitely
These nuts.
a satellite
Well,
is a weather balloon with a camera and a battery.
Would you describe a pizza as round? Ooh. Suddenly wants to answer. Is a pizza round?
Yes.
Is
You
it
got
flat?
me. You got me.
Yeah. Well done.
Logic wins this one.
Logic always wins.
Unless you start with a false premise. And logic doesn't win anything.
Yeah, but then it's not logical, is it? That's the point of it being a false premise.
You can use logic on a false premise.
But then
The
you
logic can be perfect and crystal clear. Okay, and the premise is usually your claim.
That's literally a logical fallacy if you do that. That's the point.
What if you don't know?
Yeah, but that's the point of affirming the consequent and begging the question, is that
No.
There you go.
No. Look. Those are fallacious if the conclusion is asserted. So if I eat a burger, I will be full, right? I'm full, therefore I ate a burger. That's false because I said therefore I ate a burger. If I just said I'm full, therefore I could have eaten a burger, then I didn't commit a logical fallacy.
But then that's different, isn't it? That's not what I was talking about.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sitting here cackling. Why nobody told me I was off mute?
Because if the premise is that you ate a burger and therefore you're full, well, you must have eaten a burger. That must have been true. So that doesn't speak to the situation.
Burgers are so good.
Well, look at it this way: if I say I weigh 1,000 pounds, right? So my premise is I weigh 1,000 pounds.
Right.
Then I probably eat more than somebody who weighs 50 pounds. That logic is crystal clear and perfect. Doesn't say anything about whether my premise is true or not.
Yeah, well, you probably eat more than someone who weighs 50 pounds, or you could have some sort of metabolism problem.
Are you kidding me right now? That's
My brother,
Elijah.
where I eat just as
Elijah's
much as
coming
the
in
50-pound guy, but I gain
never heard
weight
Elijah
all the
with
time.
such a good mic.
Rainbows round?
You said you never heard me with what?
Such a good mic.
What are you talking? My phone's mic is not good?
No,
Didn't even recognize you. It's like, is that him?
This is my iPad mic, so I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds crystal clear. Didn't know your voice sounded like that. Nice to meet you.
What's up, man? No, I know the feeling. Trust me, I know the feeling.
It's funny because I'm virtually always on my iPad, and I get people tell me my mic's good, it's rubbish, it's average, you sound really clear now, and it's like I didn't change the microphone, bro. Like, what's going on?
What game are you playing that you need to type that vigorously?
Hey, shut the fuck up!
Damn.
The fuck?
He must be losing.
Yeah. He's on Stellarium, furiously trying to make a globe model.
No. Anybody else want to tell us that 8 inches per mile squared is inaccurate? And that flat Earth has made it?
Did you get a formula from that girl in the end, Eli?
Nope. She said it was too hard and then stopped trying. But to be fair, she's 19, so I didn't expect much after that.
That's fair enough, but it is funny how they'll say, "Oh, that formula's wrong," but I don't have the right one.
Right.
Well, dude, how can the formula itself be wrong? Think about it.
Yeah.
Wrong for what? Wrong in what case?
Right.
Okay, 2 plus 2 equals 7 is wrong, right?
Correct.
But 2 plus 2 isn't wrong, right?
Yeah.
Could it be wrong? So you have to know what you're talking about to apply the formula to before you can say it's wrong for any specific purpose. So my other homeboy told me that Bislin himself says 8 inches per mile squared is accurate out to 300 miles. However, that's at 0 observer height. So if Bislin says it's accurate out to 300 miles, right, and he's an expert, now that doesn't, just because he's an expert doesn't mean he's correct. But he does have one of the most readily used advanced Earth curve calculators, right? That's always used by globe proponents and flat earthers alike to make arguments. So I think he's rather reliable. So let's say he says it's accurate to 300 miles. And if we look up maximum visibility over the horizon due to atmospheric occlusion is approximately less than 300 miles, so like 240 to 300, then that means that from a low of observation height, the maximum visibility you're going to get, that formula is accurate to. So it's practically accurate. I mean, what more do you need than that? Now, is it precisely match a circle perfectly? No, it doesn't, especially not the whole arc of the side of the circles, but that doesn't matter. So to say it's wrong is meaningless. Just saying this formula is wrong is just pointless.
It's just
saying this formula is wrong, I'll put it to you like this. Using this sentence, this formula is wrong, without context, proves you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a talking point they have, and then when you actually break it down, it turns out they don't have it better anyway. But I don't know if you remember Chad from 24/7. He's not been around for a while, but he had a degree in maths. So I said to him, "Well, should we break the..." And we came up with it being within, I think, half a foot at 250 miles. It's very close, and shorter than 250 miles. It's actually in their favour. It's only past 250 miles where it would favour our viewpoint. So any observation you can practically make, that formula is either accurate or favours them anyway.
Exactly. And I can't remember exactly that I've been looking for this because I want to say it was Chris Van Metre or somebody similar named who did the arc out, and I think he got 1,400 miles to within a percentage or 100th of a percent, but I can't remember exactly which one he did. So I don't want to say concretely what it was.
Yeah.
I just
so
don't
in other words,
understand how
he was. Go ahead.
I don't understand how so many people can like just have an alternate view of the world.
Everyone has an alternate view of the world. Everyone else, bro. What are you talking about?
Let me ask you this though before you answer that. How many alternate views of the world are there?
Probably a lot.
Oh yeah, a lot. That's the correct answer.
Probably as many as there are people, to be honest.
Let's see, we got geocentric, heliocentric, expanding cosmology, loop cosmology. What else?
Concave,
Multiverse cosmology. You got electric universe. You got geocentric. I already said geocentric. You got concave, convex, spherical, flat, flat infinite, flat looping. What else? Man, I mean, I'm almost at 10 now, aren't I?
Yeah, you've also got the what's the programmer one?
Oh frick.
Hollow
Earth.
Oh dang it. Simulation.
Simulation. Yeah.
Oh, and hold on. We got also the philosophical ones: objective idealism, subjective idealism, objectivism, materialism, staunch idealism, and on it goes.
Direct realism, indirect realism, and then you can also layer those together. So you can have a flat Earth direct realist, or you can have
Then you've got but also you've got non-locality, you've got non-local realism, etc., etc., etc.
But those are all accepted.
Depends
They are. What do you mean accepted?
Versus being a flat earther.
Oh, you mean accepted as in socially accepted, not accepted as true.
Right.
Okay, fair point. You guys ever listen to? We should listen to this in here, and I'm going to clip it out one time so we can. It's called the ultimate litmus test. Right? It's an old thing by one of a flat Earth narrator back in the day, and he has a story where everyone goes into a bar, and the barkeep is like, "Hey, how's it going? Where are you from?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm from the Inuit lands of Alaska." And he's like, "Oh, really? That's cool. Tell me about your guys' worldview." And the Inuit says, "Oh, I believe that the great god Mushakinaki is a turtle that flies through the cosmos, and the Earth is on his back, and he has to stop and get snacks every once in a while." And then the other guy comes in, and he's like, "Oh, where are you from?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm from the far regions of Siberia." And he's like, "Oh, well, tell me about your guys' worldview." He's like, "Oh, we believe that the seven great spirits created the world through like this magic vortex of Umshalabidabi." And he's like, "Oh, wow, that's so cool." Then he asked the third guy, "Hey, what do you think about the world?" And he's like, "You know, bro, I think the world is flat." And he's like, "Dude, get the fuck out of my bar, you moron."
Yeah.
Nah, dude, I'd probably laugh at all of them, bro, because that's all ridiculous, right? At least my logic's consistent there,
It's
right?
ridiculous according to your worldview.
Yep.
I mean, I think the point.
What's the difference?
What do you mean? What's the difference?
The point
Is there any scientific backing for the fact that the world is like is on a turtle shell or some shit?
Is there any scientific existence the world is
Joe,
flat?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, it's reality.
Really? I don't think it is, bro.
Yeah.
The
So let me get this straight. When you walk outside, let me get this straight.
Things no one wants to show. The point of the joke is that these are all conditioned responses. That's the point. If anyone missed that or didn't find it funny, it's because they don't understand preconditioned responses. Carry on.
Can't hear you. You're very quiet.
Hey, bro, you can't just fucking mute people just because you guys fucking talk for like 25 minutes. And then the second I try and say something, you're like, whoa, he's getting out of line.
Dude, I'm driving. I didn't mute you. How could I fucking mute you if I was driving?
How about instead
Focus on the road.
Of complaining that you're muted, maybe you can just talk about it while you're not muted.
Fuck you.
Fucking hell.
There you go. What a retard.
What a retard. Let's sing a song about it, boys.
One interesting note of intelligence is when someone's argument is only an insult, and even lower is swearing. Because some words aren't even swears in all cultures that speak the same language, let alone worldwide.
Yeah, so they don't have the same psychological impact that they're trying to present. The other person's just like, "Wow, dude, what are you talking about?"
Well,
some people are so conditioned
funny,
to think
like
generals are some kind of wrong or swear that they don't want to teach their kids anatomical names for body parts. And you get to the weird problem where some kid comes to school, tells the teacher, "Hey, my stepdad's touching my cookie," and teacher's like, "Okay, cool."
But
That's
they come
sad
in,
and funny at the same time, right?
they come in complaining about being muted when they're not muted. Fucking weird.
Well, that's because they've been probably preconditioned to expect to be muted here, because a lot of people who get muted here for over talking, of being irate, leave this room and tell everyone else that we that we muted them because of their points rather than their behavior.
How unfair.
Yeah, he didn't have anything constructive to say anyway.
I think what I want to do, guys, back on 24/7 is when we encounter these situations where we're appealing to certain sources or things that happened in the past. Because keep in mind, a lot of us missed that when it was hot. You know.
Yeah.
I think we should write it down, and then have a little watch party for whoever wants to attend. So, for example, the Mark Sargent episode where he's speaking to that particular expert. That would be a good one. So I'm gonna mark that down right now, actually.
Wonder if that guy who came in going off actually had an argument that the Earth was a globe.
I believe he was a flatter.
Where do your chips go at night?
He was yelling about going out his front door, not being able to touch the ground.
What?
Yeah.
Where do ships go at night? They go down chimney. What the fuck?
How come ships sink into the horizon then, huh?
Do they?
No. Yeah, they do.
At what distance?
At the distance that's predicted in the mathematical models.
What would that be?
Predicted or post-dicted? Now, I want to give you guys a good point. Predicted or post-dicted?
Double dicted.
Give you a hint. I'll give you the hint. The answer is post-dicted.
Bro, if the Earth, if the sun rises tomorrow, therefore the Earth is flat.
I don't think those are good points. That was just mockery.
Why does a boat? Okay, I'll give you one. Why does a boat disappear from the bottom, where I can't see the bottom, on my local lake, which is only 333 meters across?
Because you're not being able to see
I don't
the
know.
light reflection of light.
Because you're fucking putting the camera on the ground, so it's got shit in the way.
No, there's nothing in the way.
There's nothing in the lake.
Because I'm using my own eyes, and I'm putting my nose, so I'm in the water, and I lower myself to the water, and I put about my nose in the water. Just a small lake. There's no waves.
So there's like waves and shit in the way.
No, there's no waves.
He just said there was no waves.
You can look at the lake and see there's no waves. Now there is undulations and ripples, like most lakes have from wind. You know, and you can see how high they are with your own eyes.
Look, all I gotta say, man, is like,
your boat like that.
I'm not you. I can't. I'm not gonna like use your experience to justify things. Weird little anecdote that you had, where like you have a bumpy lake. I don't know.
We've got video of it. If you want to see
Think about it though. Yeah, I've posted videos and pictures of it on our home 24/7 server quite
You
regularly.
posted a video and a picture of a lake.
Yeah, so the point is that Glober's asked this question, why does a boat disappear from the bottom up, like in the ocean or something? And so then I just asked, well, why does the boat disappear from the bottom up at my lake? Now they say the reason it disappears out there in the ocean is because of curvature, based on their model, and then I apply their model.
I really fucked you up, didn't I, when I said something different than that?
What? No, you
really
didn't.
fucked you up when I said something different than that.
That's why my cadence and progression hasn't varied in any way.
No,
shape,
like
or
you just
form.
kept searching for the answer you wanted. Like, you know how you repeated?
Rhetorical.
You repeated this hypothetical argument like 5 times and never addressed mine.
Dude, you didn't have an argument.
Yeah, well, neither did you. You just have a bumpy lake.
What was hypothetical about it? What he was saying?
Yeah. Anyway, so.
Yeah, you just don't know how to perceive that there's a fucking thing being dishonest. There's fucking waves in the lake.
There's no waves in the lake, brother.
Yeah, there are waves in the lake, brother. I've been in lakes before. I know what it looks like.
Maybe if you let him
you can't just be
finish-
dishonest and expect people to like.
Maybe if you let him finish his explanation, then you might understand what he was talking about.
Lance. There's no waves in this lake, homeboy. Now, unless you want to call ripples waves, I mean, then I'll give it to you on a semantic argument.
Wow. So you're just dishonest, huh?
Okay. Yep. Great.
Do you have any other contradiction other than I stuck my face next to?
Yeah, I do. I do have a contribution. It's called "Bye." There's my contribution.
Well, he really put his foot down.
Oh. I mean, I'm trying to finish a sentence and someone's just saying you're being dishonest, and I said the only way I could be is if you count ripples as waves, rather than saying okay, right, or something. He's just saying dishonest. That's not productive. So if nobody else wants to hear the end of my story, I'll relent.
No, go ahead. Yeah, if the guy
great.
thinks your story is dishonest, he shouldn't listen. He should follow his worldview and just go do something else in his life than be a bad listener. Go be bad at something else.
All right, so the argument goes that the Globers say it's precluded by Earth curvature. So that's the only reason why things can disappear from the bottom up. I then apply their model's curvature rate to my lake, and I find that there's no kind of geometry that would preclude the bottom of that boat. And since I know that, and I can clearly see that, it can only be in the category of optical effects. There's no geometry that's causing that to happen. It's an optical effect alone. So I know of a necessity, by my own present experience, that optical effects can cause the bottom of something to disappear. So then it behooves the other person who claims this can only happen because of geometry to prove that. All right. So now that I finished my conclusion, I'll unmute Mr. You're a Dishonest Guy, so you can tell me how dishonest I am. All right, here you go, brother. It's your chance. Time to shine.
You got a bumpy lake. You stuck your face all the way to the ground.
He wasn't dishonest.
Probably halfway in the fucking water, and then you're like, "Oh, there's no waves at all." Ha ha ha! And it's just there's shit in the way. You get close enough to the ground, like it's not like a smooth cylinder.
Do you realize you debunked yourself, right?
So
what if for you to say something like that would indicate that you don't understand what I just said?
Yeah, because you said he was being dishonest, and then you framed his proof inside your worldview.
Because the dishonest act that he's doing is by characterizing it as if it was a smooth surface, which he knows and everyone knows is not.
No, I didn't say that.
So this is just a waste of your time.
I didn't
waste of everyone's time.
What if we did it with lasers above the surface?
It doesn't matter, dude, because I didn't characterize it as being perfectly smooth. I said there was ripples. I said there was ripples present.
All right, fine. Then you know what? You're honest. You're honest.
What if we did it? What if we
but
then
it doesn't
did it
matter
with
because
lasers?
now that you've admitted that there are ripples in the way, you now know what is causing you not to see the thing.
Did it with lasers above the surface and still
it does
detected
not
no
matter.
No, it doesn't matter
because
I can see the
surface is in
height
the
of the
way.
ripples. Dude, I can see the height of the ripples. I know that the ripples are below my eye line.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that they don't exist. So they get in the way.
Right, but not only are they lower than my eye line, they're much lower than the boat. So the geometric relationship would not cause the ripples of the size they are to preclude my
You're
vision.
standing on a ball. There's nothing fucking lower than you. It's not like you're on a hill. When you're on the earth, you're not on a hill.
That's exactly what it's like. What are you
No.
talking about? So let me get this straight. On a hill, you're standing at a singular point at the top of the hill, right?
This is correct.
Is every point away from you lower in altitude?
No. Not on the fucking earth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you're on the highest point, if you're on the highest point on Earth, then yes.
So there's no curvature then.
So,
well,
so
this
if I'm
kid's a flat
standing in a
earther,
valley,
go easy on him. He's a flat earther.
So if I stand in a valley, and there's a
Just
mountain,
give it up. Just give it up.
So you don't want to have this discussion at all?
No, nah, don't talk to me.
All right, then you can leave. You guys just act all broody and shit.
That was dumb. I'm sorry. I can't.
Just want to come in here and be all pissed and shit.
Because somebody else.
I can validate being present in the water, right, and the sides of the lake. That the little ripples, the wind-driven ripples, right, are below my observation point.
And they cut off the lowest point of your observation point, yes?
Okay, so that could only be equivalent to the height that they are unless I'm lower than them. So as long as I'm above them,
since they do cut off the lowest point of your observation point, therefore you can't see you could not see lower than you could before.
Yeah, fair, but if I drew a triangle from my vantage point through the ripples apex, being less than an inch, to the bottom of the boat, it would be like a micrometer or some ridiculously small number. But I'm seeing a foot or more of the boat included. Yes. That's...
No, you're just like that's just incorrect. That's not how it works.
No, it isn't, dude. Dude, if you're above something, right? Like take your hand, put it straight on your eyes, lower it to your eyes, and bring it above your eyes. If it's lower than your eyes, then your angle of declination is downwards, correct?
Correct.
Right, so the acute angle is on the far side, correct?
Dude, no. What the fuck? There's nothing in your statement there that made sense just now.
Yeah, think about it. If I draw a triangle.
Yeah, no, I know what an acute angle is, but the acute angle. Like you're literally like referencing some model that you've not shown at all.
No, dude, if I draw a triangle from my eye, straight down my body to the water line, straight out across the water line to the target, right? Then the acute angle is at the target, correct?
But okay, then I'm following. I don't know where you're going, but I'm following.
Yeah, so if I do that and the wave is below me, or the ripple, which we've decided to call a wave to be liberal to your position, right? So the 1 inch wave is below me, right?
Yeah.
Then if I draw a triangle through the wave at 1 inch, the acute angle is going to be extremely small. Insufficient.
Okay. So the 1 inch thing, right? Like you're gonna tell me that if you put your eye line at 1 inch, then the acute angle will be really small. You think that there's nothing obstructing your view across the entire surface of the...
No, my eyes aren't at 1 inch.
Why did you interrupt me?
Because you said if I put my eyes at 1 inch, so I said no, my eyes are not at 1 inch.
That's what you originally said. You said you got in the water, you looked at the boat, you saw it disappear.
Yeah, sure.
How high
But
was
I
your
didn't say
face
my
over the
eyes were at
water?
1 inch.
How high was your face over the water?
In this one that I'm speaking about, particularly, let's say approximately 3 inches.
All right, so your face is 3 inches. You're saying that the bottom of the boat is getting obstructed because you have such a small acute angle, and you think that there's absolutely nothing that could obstruct the view of the bottom of the boat at all on the lake. Not ripples. Like you think that that's not a thing.
Oh yeah, look, if I put my eye line below the highest ripple, then yes, the ripples would be including it. Yes.
I don't know what it means to put your eye line below the ripple. Was it like in the fucking water?
Okay, if the highest ripple is 4 inches, and I put my eyes 3 inches above the water, then the highest ripple would be blocking things for me being able to see them, right?
Correct.
Or transversely, if the ripple was 3 inches, then I'd have an acute angle or an area of loss below that 3 inches. Sure.
Right. So that's all that's happening to you. You just have things that are in your way, and you can't see the bottom of the boat because you put your head so close to the ground that there are things in the way.
Right. However, it's easily seen that the water is calm, and there is no ripple greater than approximately an inch.
Yeah, you don't know that. You didn't measure that. It just appears so because you're so far away from it. But once you put your eye to the ground, and you can start to see that there are ripples. You're just being dishonest. You would,
Yeah,
if you were
sure.
being
So
charitable in this situation.
I'll admit that. I'll admit that I didn't measure all the way across. However, I don't just do this by lowering my head to that far and then opening my eyes. I lower my entire body up and down, and on different days, the effect occurs at different rates of being down. Right? So the highest one
So
I
the
have
Earth
to
isn't
be is
flat.
approximately no, the highest one I have to be at is approximately my nipples. So now you're saying that there's approximately almost 2 feet, almost 2 foot waves in this peaceful lake just because I didn't go across and measure it. Get
Yeah,
real.
except for that's not how that works at all, is it?
It is how it works.
No, because it as the angle gets there, your line of sight becomes smaller and smaller and smaller towards the bottom of the boat.
Of course it does.
And so it doesn't take a 2 foot wave. It takes like a several inch wave to cut off a little bit of piece.
What?
Yeah, okay. Whatever. You can just be incredulous of that and go on believing whatever you want, but you could do the math on it, you can figure it out.
Dude, you think that with a downward angle of view, that a 3-inch ripple is going to preclude a foot of a boat?
Tell you what. How much would a 3 foot ripple preclude from the bottom of the boat if you were to do the math?
3 inches.
No, incorrect. See, this is the thing. You don't even understand the math.
No. 3-inch ripple, because you just said
There you
3
go.
inches.
You just proved it. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my goodness, dude. You said 3 foot after we established it as being 3 inches. You then asked the question, but you made the error of saying 3 feet rather than 3 inches. And I was just correcting you so we're both on the same page.
Nope. You just established you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just established that.
Your
Yeah.
reputation. Just hanging up AI. He said nuh-uh.
Yeah.
You misspoke. I gotcha. I win the argument.
So check this out, Lance. How much something would block something depends on how far away that object is versus how far away the thing that's blocking it is.
True.
Okay, so a 1 meter wave will block a 1 meter wave 1 kilometer away will block 10 meters 10 kilometers away. And a 100 meters 100 kilometers away.
Is this the microphone?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, I was just looking for it on the iPad. Thank you. Sorry.
So I don't understand why you think that because different days that AI makes observations, how much he can see changes. Flat earthers don't claim the horizon is some geometric thing. That's the globe claim. We claim it's optical, that the horizon is an optical effect caused by multiple variables. Height, how far away it is, weather conditions, etc. Roughness of the surface.
What's your point right now?
my point is the change in the observation from day to day does not refute flat Earth. That refutes the globe, because in the globe model, they claim that the horizon's blocking the bottoms of boats and blocking the sunsets. Right, the sun is setting because it's going over the geometric edge of a ball. Right, but if the horizon is changing from day to day, then that horizon can't be a geometric ball edge. It has to be purely an optical effect.
Incorrect.
Okay, so what's the incorrect part?
That it has to be.
Oh, then, so tell me how do we determine whether it's the geometric horizon versus the optical horizon?
You're the one with certainty here, yeah? You're the one who's saying that it has to be. How about you
It
prove
has
something?
to be in the globe paradigm if you're going to claim that sunsets are caused by a ball Earth. They can't be caused by an optical horizon and claim that it's the ball that's blocking the sun.
How is it that the sun is the same size as the sky all day?
It's not.
Moves through the sky.
Yeah, it's not. No, but not even mainstream science claims it is. Only anti-flat earthers on the internet claim that shit.
Oh, except for they do, so you're
why
wrong.
don't you actually go on Google Scholar and look at angular size changes of the sun and just go research it, dude.
I have a
Only
quick question.
Flat earthers on the internet say that shit.
No,
Which claim are you defending, Lance?
Another nuh-uh at the end of this nuh-uhs, dude. Go look it up.
Lance, which claim are you defending, or are you just jumping all over the place today?
He's just scalping.
You say like there's a list of claims, like I'm supposed to pick from a menu.
Well, no, you keep jumping 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Like, pick one claim, defeat it, argument, put some arguments on it, and then move on.
I'm sorry that it was been difficult to follow.
What?
Right. So speaking about the horizon, whether it's geometric or not, if a horizon appears to be at a 1 foot observer height, where it's geometrically supposed to be, it would be at approximately 1.225 miles. However, if from that observer height the horizon is ascertained to be at 10 miles, then what would the size of the Earth be according to that horizon differential?
Why are you asking me to do some, like, just read whatever fucking calculator you're looking at. Like make a point. Let's not play like quiz game, huh?
So, if I remember correctly, it would be larger than the alleged distance to the moon in radius.
But like, what would be like? What make your
the
point?
Earth, the size of the Earth.
The size of the Earth would be the size of the moon.
If the horizon that we observe is geometric, then that means that the Earth is changing size to be smaller and larger than the alleged orbit of the moon spontaneously throughout the day. That makes no sense.
Yeah, maybe you're just doing math wrong.
No, that's the correct math. Maybe the globe is making the wrong assumption about what the horizon is.
Yeah, it couldn't possibly be like the scholars and scientists, right? It has to be, or it couldn't possibly be you. It has to be the scholars and scientists, right?
Well, think about it. If it's not geometric and doing what I just said, then it must be in the opposite category of the two options that were given, which is optical effects.
Yeah, the problem is it's a big if, because the source of the if is your eyes and your brain. This is an anecdote.
You're not allowed to trust your eyes and brain. You're not allowed to trust your eyes and brain. No.
The horizon is defined as the apparent location in your field of view where the color field of the ground meets the color field of the sky. That's the definition.
Let me ask this question. Can you do any of this math without those online calculators?
What? Of course it's practically able to be done without online calculators.
No, I didn't say if it can be. I asked if you could do it. If I locked you in a room today, could you do all this math and like write it all out with trig and whatnot?
Dude, trigonometry isn't that hard, brother.
That's not what I asked, is it? Can you do it?
Yes, if you gave me a circle, right, and I could remember the Pythagorean theorem and all the sine, cosine, whatever, I could do it. Yes.
I don't know why. I don't know why you didn't just say yes if you could do it.
Well, because I've lived my life knowing that certain times I forget things and certain times I remember things.
When was the last time you had to use a Pythagorean theorem?
Could you calculate pi to like 30 decimals?
Ago. 2 weeks ago, actually.
What did you do?
Just use paper and pencil. Get
Oh, I had
raise the earth.
I had to tutor my son in his math. I also used to do scoring. I also used to do scoring. I also used to do scoring for park implementation for Pearson.
Hey lads, go ahead. You've got paper, you've got pencil. Go ahead, do some math for us.
And that's scoring.
No?
That's scoring national math tests, by the way.
Yeah, see, I'm not the one here who's claiming like, I'm so smart.
Okay, so you're making up special rules for other people, but you get to use everything at your
And
disposal.
I never claimed I was so smart, did I? I was just making arguments and giving information into my arguments, right?
According to you, you use all this math and you come to a completely different conclusion than all the scientists do, which must mean that you're so much smarter than them.
You're just saying that.
All scientists are going around calculating the radius of
Yeah,
the Earth on their
you're
own?
just saying that you're
That's
speaking for
wild.
people you have no knowledge of what they think. If they saw the equations, they would agree with what he's saying.
Okay, where are the equations? Show me.
All right, I'll post it. I'll post what I'll post is I'm going to post a black swan observation of a horizon more than 10 miles away from a 1 foot elevation. Okay, that only
You
fits
know
the
what's funny?
radius of you. What's funny? You trying to change the subject and deflect? Yeah, that's
It's
hilarious.
pretty funny.
Oh yeah, it's hilarious. I'm almost in stitches. Anyway, so I'm going to show you an image of a black swan. There's 13 of these videos of a horizon that's 10 times too far. That would only fit a globe if the radius was 320 or 320 100,000 miles or a circumference of 1.6 million miles. So I'm going to show you because I have an online calculator that lets you change the radius. So we can change the radius to fit a horizon, a 10-mile horizon.
Where is it?
This is a tactic you guys do, and I'm not amused. You demand shit instantaneously. I just said it 5 seconds ago. Right?
Sorry, you spoke as if you had it like on hand. It's like I'm going to show you like right now.
Even if I did have it on hand, do you think I'm like dragging the freaking image into the fucking text box while I'm talking?
Yeah, some people do that shit. Some people like understand how that affects the presentation.
Okay, I'll
See,
unmute
so
you
why
when
do
you
you
start
guys
being. No, I'm
troll
gonna
like
unmute
this?
him when he starts being honest.
Why do you guys troll like this? Because if there are people who are really listening, truly trying to figure out because most people are going to lend their brains to the person who makes the most sense at the time. Let's keep it real. Like there are people listening realizing that the globe is being totally ridiculous right now. Why? You should be sitting back, relaxing, drinking, sipping on Kool-Aid, lemonade, whatever you got, cognac, whatever relaxes you on a Sunday, because you know the earth is a globe. But instead, you guys choose to be obnoxious, self-righteous. Why?
So I posted the image and the video of which the image was taken from in the chat. Watch the whole video, whatever. So that second oil rig is 10.1 miles away, and the horizon is beyond it. You can see reflections of the oil rig lights off the water. That water surface is supposed to be tilted away from the camera because the horizon is supposed to be only a mile away. So that means that water is on the other side of the ball at a negative angle. So since the angle of this law of reflection says the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection, there's no way the light from that rig can reflect off a curved surface into the camera. But now I'm going to post the math. And all the formulas are in this. This is actually a Glober's website. So you can't say it's flat earther math or whatever the fucking bullshit y'all are going to say this week.
Elijah, you like cognac? Some Henny?
That's racist.
No. No. But if you do, have you ever had KCT?
I have no idea what that is.
Hennessy, Sprite, and lemon. Delicious.
Perhaps one day I'll try it. I'm not much of a drinker.
Yeah, me either, but I don't know. I haven't heard cognac in a long time. It's like, oh my god, KCTs. It's a Tech 9 drink, by the way.
No doubt, no doubt.
I posted everything in the chat that you demanded on demand. You know, there's obviously a lot of stuff there. So I'm going to unmute you. So please discuss what you said I didn't have for evidence in the math that we can't do.
Yeah, I'm sure if I just like double check your math, you'd be wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure you're not capable of evaluating any mathematics.
Okay. I don't know how you came to that conclusion, but whatever.
Because the fact you have no argument, say nah a lot, and basically are trolling.
I mean, yeah, I'm trolling. Yeah, I'm not going to do any math. And
No, I said you can't do any math. I didn't say you won't. I said you can't.
No, dude, he wasn't being sarcastic. He was
I heard what you
confessing.
said.
He wasn't being sarcastic.
That wasn't a issue with
Trying
hearing.
to play pretend that simple algebra or trigonometry is freaking hard. You learned that in high school.
Yeah.
Hey, India,
high
where'd you get that math from?
The flat earther math or something. There's
Fucking YouTube, man. That's where he's getting his math from.
There's a secret handbook of flat earther math somewhere.
All you guys do is go on those fucking calculators and like type in the numbers, and then you forget like one mountain has like a distance, the other mountain has a distance up,
We're only dealing with the horizon distance right here.
and then someone like tries to disprove you, and then they like make a new calculator, and you guys just don't use it.
What are you talking about, dude?
What are you talking about? These are simple formulas. They've existed for a long time. You can look in books from the goddamn 1700s.
Yeah, except for you guys aren't doing math and formulas.
We're
You guys are just calculators plugging the numbers in.
We're using their claim.
Right. So if you debunk this math, friend, you've debunked the globe of math.
No, you didn't debunk the math. You just typed the numbers in the calculator wrong. Fucking type in sine when cosine should be used and shit.
What?
What are you talking about?
Talking about the fucking trig.
The majority of these calculators. Yeah, exactly. The majority of these calculators are purported to be designed by experts from the globe side.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that you know how to use them.
Yeah. Right.
Words are confusing. Observation height, object distance, Earth radius. Those are confusing terms.
So
I hear your sarcasm, but that's not helping your case because you must have put it in wrong.
Yeah, because I need to refute your baseless assertions. I don't need to refute your baseless assertions. You need to provide evidence for your assertions, or I can dismiss them without evidence. Do you understand? What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. You're making baseless assertions, so I can just hand wave them away.
All right, fact number 1, we're on a fucking ball. Fact number 2, the calculator's not wrong. Fact number 3, you disagree with so many people in society that are much smarter than you. Therefore, you must have just put in the fucking calculator wrong.
No, they didn't. What was that?
All right, here's a big question. You think disagreeing with the majority is a thing? Do you think race exists?
What the fuck is this pivot?
Do you think race exists?
I'm not gonna, no comment.
You want to talk about majority opinion, didn't you? Do you think race exists?
No, I'm not going to go off into some random tangent, dude.
Oh, okay, so the majority opinion doesn't matter.
Who wants to even talk about that? So
okay, majority opinion doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's using your logical fallacy argument from field of majority or argument ad populum, which is not an actual argument. It's a logical fallacy. It's completely irrational. But you know, you do you, man. And the Earth being a globe is not a fact. You're not even using the word fact wrong, right? Correctly. The word fact means an event, occurrence, or something that happened. So when you testify to the facts, you're testifying to something that happened. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius is not actually a fact.
What is it?
If you said you boiled water and you heated water and it boiled at 100 degrees Celsius, that would be a fact because that's an event that actually happened.
So then what is it?
It's a claim.
Oh.
If
So
you said every scientist that ever tried to boil water at a standard atmospheric pressure and regular average water content of salinity.
So I googled it. A fact is a thing that is known or proven to be true.
Yeah, search harder. Look up the etymology of the word.
No.
No. Well, since you don't want to participate, you don't have to. Is this really the best, man? This is the best of the best. This is the best it can do. This is really the best you can do. Oh, I'm sorry, Lance. It's so unfair. We should have to put up with your sophistry and your half-ass non-arguments and not-us. Yeah.
Fact number 1. We're on a ball.
Fact number 1.
2.
I said nuh-uh. You're wrong.
No.
Yo, y'all are stupid. Oh shit.
Fact number 3. I probably suck in Overwatch 2 that I'm playing right now while trying to listen.
Fact 4. My dad can beat up your dad.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
India,
Now that that's over, can I,
Fact number 5. Listen to Professor Dave.
Hold on, friends. I heard a lady's voice, and it sounded similar to the girl who owes us a mathematical formula.
Yeah, waiting on you, Soldiery. Come on.
Oh,
which one?
please.
I was there for that.
That
Which
was a
one was
big
that?
flop. That was a huge flop.
The one where you
Did
said
we let her?
8 inches per mile squared was parabola, right? And then
Yeah,
you said you had
that's a
your own
fact.
formula.
That part is true.
Oh no,
And
no, that
so
one I completely failed on. I now know why
Okay.
why it's a
Alright.
different formula and not completely like fucking basic.
So Sodri, if I do the parabola for a form if I do the formula for parabola in a projective geometry on a plane, what does that look like?
If you do a formula for a parabola on a flat plane,
If I drew a in a projective geometry, so what you have is a projection of a parabola onto a plane. What would that look like? As the arms of the parabola extend off into the distance towards the horizon, what would that actually look like?
like those things you used to grab salad with.
It actually looks like an oval.
Well, I mean, if they're going off into the distance, I assume you're talking about the long
Because things
overarching
can
arms
converge
on
with
them.
distance. You have a parabola, you have the arms of the parabola, right? And it comes to an arc. If the arc is closest to you, as those arms go off into the distance, they're going to converge into the vanishing point, and your parabola is going to look like an oval, an ellipse.
Mhm.
That's just random nonsense, and you can fact check me on that. But anyway, these guys are saying you have a globe proof.
Well, I did link a video there. It's 9 minutes, so I don't assume that you're gonna watch it in one sitting. But
Oh, David
that
Keegan, that'd be hard not to throw up in my mouth, but
well, I mean, he does say stuff that's pretty accurate, and he opened up the world of surveying to me.
what makes you think it's accurate?
Oh, please don't.
Let me hold on, Elijah. What makes you think that I haven't watched the video. What makes you think what he says is accurate?
I mean, he actually shows demonstrations. Plus, he takes
Demonstrations of
pictures
what?
of space and all that.
He takes pictures of space. Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Keegan's an opportunist. So this video right here, right? Does Dave McKeegan know how far the horizon is supposed to be in this image here? Does he go over that?
Which one? The
So
sunset
this is
one?
the longest distance photo. This one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he counted for that. Yeah.
Okay. So the horizon in this image is supposed to be in the water. So the horizon from this where
Oh,
they
never
took
mind.
this
Never
is
mind.
127 miles. That's in the water.
Wait, what?
So how can you see the far shore if the horizon's in the water? Should be a shoreline, the shore, the seashore.
Are we looking at the same picture?
Yeah, in his
Oh,
thumbnail.
okay, okay.
In his thumbnail. I've seen this image thousands of times.
Mhm.
Thousands. So this was taken by a guy named Mark Brett with a Canon, I think it's a Mark V or something, or maybe it was a EO5, and he used an apochromatic telescope, or that might be the other one. So there's a couple of these. There's more than one, but this one is from like further away. Typically, they take them from a mountain called Canigou in the French Pyrenees, but this one was like a mountain that was actually further back. But if you do the math on this, the horizon is supposed to be in the water, but you can see the land on the other side of the water. You can see the shore. You shouldn't see the shore. That shore should be something
Yes.
like 24 feet under the horizon, but it's not under the horizon.
Mhm. Yeah, he goes in detail why you can't see it because of the weather conditions.
Oh, okay. So how is this a gold proof if the weather conditions fucked up the observation?
They didn't fuck up the observation. They like made the picture possible.
Okay. That's a
Yes,
cool.
atmospheric refraction accounts for it.
Oh, okay. So what is the evidence for atmospheric refraction picking things up over the horizon? What's
I
the
mean,
empirical testing, the data, the predictive model, like any of those things?
I don't
Is
know
there a
about
model that
prediction, but
exists?
I can look at
So
it
it's a
with my eyes.
claim. So let me get this straight. It's a claim that it exists, but there's no model that makes predictions. It sounds just like an ad hoc
I don't know
hypothesis.
if there is.
Well, I know there isn't because unlike Dave McKeegan, I actually looked at the literature, probably going back like 150 years, and I've looked at all the data. That's right, the data where they've actually tested for this atmospheric refraction. Right, so they've used lasers, they've used lidar, they've used just observations of theodolite with using theodolites, and there's no consistent behavior. The only thing consistent that they found is that because of turbulence in the air, things move up and down sporadically, right? Because the air is always it's dynamic, it's in motion, right? So you have these little turbulence bubbles between you and especially a faraway line of sight that I don't want to get too technical because I don't know how this is. I can get like retardedly technical on this, and I don't want to like go too far. Anyway, the easiest way to say it is to say the wavefront of the light gets discontinuous as it goes through. Think about light going through like a foam of beer bubbles, but we don't see like the big bubbles of different air that the light's going through. We only see the light moving some object far in the distance. We see it moving up and down, right? Sometimes it's a little down, sometimes it's a little up. It's scintillating. That's what they call it when it comes to starlight. So this is what we see, right? But when you average this out over time, it amounts to zero refraction. And there's other problems with the claim that there's terrestrial refraction picking things up over the horizon. Number one part of that claim is because refraction is wavelength dependent, so that means different wavelengths refract at different amounts. You should see, especially when you're doing a far distance, when there's supposed to be a lot of refraction picking something up, you should see a rainbow effect. You can see something called dispersion. So that would be the wavelengths of light getting separated in their constituent parts like a rainbow. So the image should appear, any particular image should appear, have like, if you looked at a feature, it will look like what they call chromatic aberration in a photograph. The thing is, the person that took these photographs used an apochromatic telescope. So that can't be the telescope causing any chromatic aberration, and we don't notice any chromatic aberration in the image itself. That means there's no refraction going on because this isn't like an option. Refraction was discovered using dispersion. So Newton, you know Newton, right? So he used a prism to separate the lights in their constituent colors. It's because each the optical path for each wavelength is longer through it has different lengths through the prism, so it ends up separating the white light into its constituent parts. This is what should be happening going through the air.
Okay, well, you've made like 15 points. Can I like talk at least about one?
Well, I mean, I'm just giving you all the points about why terrestrial refraction, this claim, is bullshit. It doesn't have any basis. It's just something that is said. But there's no actual empirical data, scientific data to support any of it. And all the scientific data, when you look at it, actually does not support it. It actually refutes it. The very fact that there's no existing predictive model refutes it right there. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I'll shut up.
All right. This I actually did this prism experiment while I was in high school, and this can, I mean, from what I saw, this is kind of just with pure white light that you're gonna see a rainbow. Which, I mean, sunsets are not particularly, you know, most of the light you see is yellow and orange.
Look, it's going to separate the light in that band. Okay, so each wavelength, there is no like, there's no such thing as like a 550 nanometer wavelength. It's not like that, right? We can quantify it. Yes, there's light at 950 nanometers. There's also light at 951 nanometers, and every increment in between there. And the light gets spread out. It's called dispersion. Each wavelength has a different path, right? So say I have a okay, let me put it like this. The light that reflects off of an object like a mountain or trees or whatever, the ocean on the other side of this observation, that is not one wavelength of light. It is multiple wavelengths of light, reflected light. So the sun, right? The luminosity of the sun lights up the mountain. That light reflects off the mountain, and then that comes to the camera. And that light has multiple wavelengths inside of it, right? Whatever it is, green, yellow, orange. Each one of those has to separate. They're going to take different optical paths to the camera. They're not going to come on the same line. Blue is not going to come on the same freaking ray as red does, and red is not going to come on the same ray as yellow does, and purple is not going to come on the same ray as any of the other ones, and ultraviolet's not going to come on the same ray as and they're going to be spatially displaced from one another, some colors appearing higher or lower than the others. Jason, Jason, the text chat posted an image. Now, this is chromatic aberration caused by the camera. It's not caused by the air in this particular thing, right? This is a known effect. It's recorded. They actually compensated for in astronomy, right? In some instances, depending on the particular weather conditions for that day. They'll look through the telescope. They'll see red on the top, blue on the bottom. They know they have chromatic aberration, and they add a device to the telescope to make the light converge again, so that they can get a good image. This isn't like flat Earth or nonsense. This is well-known physical properties of light.
Well,
So, but what I really want to tell you about, like, because listen, I don't mean to like bear down on you. I just hear this terrestrial refraction claim all the time. There's no basis for it, and you get charlatans like Dave McKeegan, who made one flat Earth video, got a bunch of views, and then he just starts making flat Earth video after flat Earth video after flat Earth video, full of straw man's, logical fallacies, and other nonsense, and baseless claims like that this is only possible from curvature, when because it's refracted up over the horizon. There's no evidence for refraction. And there's another problem. And the problem no one ever actually talks about. So I'm going to show you a diagram that they typically show to support the idea that things get picked up over the horizon, right?
Tonight, I will be implementing a policy known as total nigger death.
Oh, sucks to be you then.
Indio, is there any way you could raise the volume on your mic? I've tried to raise you up way high.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
still can't hear you.
My
Whoa!
my mic is kind of floppy, so it's like
You just broke my ears, dude.
At 400, bro. Fucking like Warren first.
Yeah, I'm keeping it at 120,
wish I
but
didn't re anybody.
Just to let you know, India, I can hear you totally fine, so I don't really know why anyone else is having problems.
What?
No, you sound fine, Indio.
I noticed
Can you talk
something
again?
weird. Let me know if anybody else has noticed this. A lot of the people that come in that don't really want a discussion, they just want to kind of gotcha. Their mics tend to be set way too high, like just really loud.
Yeah, it's probably.
And is that what you claim that I'm doing?
So look. I just posted a diagram. And this is a typical diagram to support the idea that things get picked up into the air, right? And we see them over the horizon, right? That there's a mirage or whatever, refraction that bends the light down to the eye and the thing appears picked up. This is actually backwards. The mountain would not appear picked up. It would look like as if you were looking at it from a higher vantage point. Because you agree that light emanating from an object goes in all directions.
Emanating
Wait,
from
wouldn't
an
this
object?
prove curved Earth?
No, like light reflecting off an object reflects in all directions. Up, down,
Depends on the
sideways, whatever.
material.
Anytime you look at
But
an object, it's reflected light.
oh, in that case, yeah.
Yeah, so like whenever you see a picture in your room, that's the light of the room, the light of your light bulb reflecting off that picture and going into your eye, right? So that light gets, if you try to look at the picture from higher up, you see the picture because the light is being reflected off that in that direction toward a higher up position. Or if you go lower, light is being reflected off in that direction. Light is being reflected into every direction. So when you look at the picture, you can see it from every possible viewpoint because light is being projected into that direction. Now, this mountain that's being picked up, the light that would be reaching their eye would be the light getting projected in the down direction. Now, how would that be possible? Because this diagram is wrong.
Projected in the down reaction?
The down direction. See, see how the
direction?
mountain is lifted up? The light that's bending to the eye is light that's being projected down. So to this observer, it would appear to him as if he was looking at the mountain from underneath it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that doesn't. That
that's
graph
not how it
there
goes,
has a
but-
flat baseline.
Yeah, I understand that. This is only for illustrative purposes. It's not to prove the Earth is flat or anything like that. It's just to illustrate the where the mountain is in the path of light relative to this person, right? So the light's constantly curving down, right? So from his viewpoint, it's going to appear as if the mountain was lifted up higher than him, looking up, if this graphic was correct. But that's not how it would actually work. The light that the observer would see would be light that was emitted in an upward direction and then curved down like taking a basketball shot, right? And then came down into his eyesight. And it would appear as if the mountain is deflected up, but that viewpoint would be as if he was looking at from the top down. So it would appear to him, so it would appear to him, instead of the mountain being lifted up 100 feet, it would appear to him as if he was 100 feet higher looking down on the mountain. You understand that? That this graph is
Yes, I understand that this graph is exaggerated and probably has another context that you're not telling me.
But what I'm saying is really? You really gonna do that to me?
I don't
know,
dude.
Sit here and lie to you?
Oof, but yeah, I mean, it's the internet. You gotta be skeptical.
Well, I'm not like that on the internet or anywhere else, but whatever. The point is that this is how they typically show a graphic. They'll show a globe, and I'll get another graphic, dude. They'll show something like this, and I'll get a globe graphic. They say the sun is pushed up by refraction, and it appears higher in the sky than it normally would be, pushed up over the horizon, just like this graphic. But that's not how it would be. It would appear as if you're looking at it from an elevated position. Now, with the sun, the sun's a circle, so you really can't tell. But we're talking about objects, ships, boats, mountains that are you're supposed to be looking at fixed objects on the surface of the Earth that have irregular shapes. They're not like the sun. If the sun's a ball, looking at it from any angle, it'll look the same, looking from top down, sideways, left, right, whatever. But when we're looking at mountains or a ship or whatever, it should appear as if we're looking down on it. That would be the correct viewpoint. Right? You understand? That whole idea that things are getting picked up over the horizon. There's so many things wrong with it. It's not just like one thing. There's tons of things wrong with it. And if you wanted, I could go over the empirical data. Test the United States Air Force did, where they shined 3 lasers from one side of Hawaii to the other. Right. And what they were doing is, because they're trying to develop a weapon system, they're trying to quantify how much turbulence there is in the air. So they picked up on the other side using a 3.4 meter telescope. And they shine these 3 lasers all coming out of the exact same spot. They pick it up in the telescope. They separate the wavelengths, and they measure the amount of what they call speckle. So they measure them, and from that speckle, they can tell how much how turbulent the air is, and they try to make a model and quantify it. So they did this experiment. Well, problem is they go back and then they do the terrestrial refraction model, and then realize this experiment should have never worked in the first place. But because of the different frequencies of light they used those beams should have been spatially separated by a distance that's larger than the telescope they used. So they should have only been able to pick up 2 of the lasers in the telescope at the same time and not all 3. But the thing is, they did pick up all 3, and they did do this experiment, and it did work. See, you have data like this. There's also other ones where they tested refraction for landslides using LiDAR, and they found that the amount of deflection, and this is the one where they're actually measuring an angle of deflection. Would they measure how much deflection were there? Well, the largest deflection they measured is 0.4 mgon, and mgon is a unit of measure. If you convert it to degrees, 1 mgon equals 0.009 degrees. So over this distance that they measured, like say in 25 miles, the amount of deflection would be 8 feet. But Glover's are saying shit's getting picked up 2 miles into the air, not 8 feet. You see, there's all sorts of problems with this shit. And people like Dave McKeegan praise on people like you, and other people that watch his videos that don't know any better, that have never done this research. They don't know the subject matter. They want to believe the Earth's a globe, and they're just going to take what he says at face value. You insinuated that you don't trust me because it's the internet. Why'd you trust him?
Because he showed the math.
Oh, he showed the math. What math was that?
The advanced Earth curvature calculator.
Oh, so Walter Bisglin's a Glover's calculator. Why would you trust him?
Because, I mean, I already know, because of like a bunch of other factors, that the Earth is a globe. Like with pictures from the ISS and all that.
Oh, is he the one that told you 8 inches per mile squared came from flat earthers?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he does say that though. That flat earthers made up 8 inches per mile squared, even though it's been in the literature for like 200 years.
Yeah, and actually, if you just Google, it'll tell you. It's like the first link is like, what's the Earth's curvature? And the first link is roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So
yeah, I do remember him saying that.
It's signed the flat earthers.
So forget about Dave
Jesus
McKeegan. What do you think
fucking
about?
Christ.
Yeah, that was like the first time I started speaking. So Jesus fucking relax.
And you started speaking over me.
Well, all right, fine, whatever. Go on.
I do remember him saying that some people were using that estimate and that it was a rough estimate and that there was another formula. But I don't remember him saying that it like flat earthers made that number up or anything.
Okay, now what do you think about what Indio said about the military testing for refraction and it basically being no?
I don't know.
I mean, I can post all that documentation. It's not a problem.
Are you
Yeah,
gonna
I'd like
believe?
that,
Are you gonna?
but, like-
Are you gonna believe the? Are you gonna believe the mathematics? It's not even mathematics. The demonstrations and the data from the government over Dave
Yeah,
McKeegan's.
if I'm shown this evidence and I look at it and I'm like, yeah, okay.
I
Even if I
already
can't see
posted
it,
mine
I know
there.
it's still
But
like
you know
I
what?
know it's still
You
a
know
globe.
what?
So
You know what it means, right? You know what it means if you look at the data and you can.
Hold on, Elijah.
You.
Hold on. You got to meet her where what she said. She said she would look at the data, and if it's good, then she'd accept it. However, she then said, "But I already know it's a globe." So she just said she would accept the data while simultaneously not rejecting the globe.
Yeah, yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I heard that.
because I mean, there's other factors
I
you
heard
could
that,
count in,
but
but I've
that's
seen
cognitive
raw
dissonance.
images from
You've
the
seen
ISS
raw
that show a
images.
curvature of the Earth.
That's
Hold on.
cognitive
No, you
dissonance.
haven't.
You haven't seen raw images. First of all, raw images is a misnomer because images aren't pictures. So raw what?
Dude, hold on before
Raw,
anybody
as
gets
in
out of
the
line here.
the format, the codec, format like
Yes.
Canon has CR2, all that shit. That's a raw
Yeah,
format.
let me explain it. Let me explain it for you, since some guys may not have seen that. So Dave McKeegan put out a video claiming to
Already
have
knew
raw
before that,
image
by the way.
files.
You can talk.
So Dave McKeegan put out a video relatively recently, I want to say within a couple of weeks, if anybody hasn't seen it, where he alleges to have raw image format, which is a image format, RAW, .raw, right? Which has certain information within it, and he explains that information validates that these pictures aren't fraudulent, and they allegedly show images from the ISS showing portions of the Earth with a pronounced curvature. So that's what she's talking about.
Well, first of all, it's not .raw. That doesn't exist. And also, there isn't.
I know, but the point is that that's.
Oh, so why would you lie if you knew?
I'm not lying.
You said .raw.
Yes, .jpg,
.raw is a file format.
.jpeg is not raw.
No,
No,
JPEG is
dude.
correct.
JPEG is a file format. .raw is a file format.
RAW is not a file format, no.
Yes, it is. It's a file format for Canon cameras. You can go
Canon
download
uses CR2. I shoot on Canon. I shoot on Canon,
Well,
so
then my mistake.
I know
Maybe
this.
it's Nikon. There is a .raw
Nikon is
file
ARW, I think.
Yeah, I just looked it up. It says .aw. What is a raw file? How do you open it? And it's got a whole thing on Adobe.com on raw files. So it clearly exists.
Yeah, they clearly exist.
.raw.
So
Why'd you lie?
I wasn't sure because I didn't know either.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, let's bring that up for a second. If somebody misspeaks, like let's say the file is .arw, even though it's colloquially referred to as a raw file, that's neither here nor there. Your first reaction shouldn't be, why did you lie? That's entirely the wrong disposition. You should just say,
That
oh,
wasn't my first reaction.
What? Yes, it was. You said it doesn't exist. Why did
Why
you
are
lie?
you lying now? Now you're lying. Now you're really lying for real, for real.
No, but he was mentioning the Dave fucking
No,
the
you're
Dave video.
lying for real, for real.
In the Dave video, he mentioned CR2
Whatever.
and ARW.
Look, it doesn't matter.
But yeah, to actually tackle
doesn't matter.
that video, to actually tackle your argument, that video is mostly about the conspiracy that those were faked, which is impossible.
It's not
considering the fact that those raw
give you that?
files. Oh, okay. If you want to talk over me, just fucking talk over me.
I stopped. I heard you talk. Go ahead. Well, go finish. You
Well, you
claim they're
already fucking
impossible.
threw me way off the rails here. You're gonna have to talk now.
Well, you claimed it's impossible. What's the evidence it's impossible?
I can tell you from the video because I watched it. The claim is that there's thousands of these photos. Hey, you yielded the floor with your butt hurt. Indio then yielded the floor. I took over the floor. So you saying, "Oh my God," at this stage is pointless. So if you want to go, just say, "Oh, can I explain it rather than you?" And then I'll yield to you.
I mean, he asked me, not you, but sure.
You yielded
So
the
yes,
floor,
those
dummy.
time lapses are made up of thousands of images, which are taken every few seconds by the ISS around certain areas, right?
So,
and you can request, which is just like wait a bit and then download raw files from those time lapses, which are made up of those raw files, right?
okay, cool.
Are these children serious?
And those raw files.
Uh-huh.
Elijah, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking mute you. These raw
So
files,
what?
right?
I wish you would. You're too
All right,
young.
so okay, there we go. So these raw files, they contain a
Now
lot
she
more
can't hear me
information than your
talking
average
over her. That's
PNG
really
or
dumb.
JPEG, right?
If you mute him, you're going
And
on
you
server
can
mute.
just like
Yeah,
up the
take him off.
contrast, up the
Take him off
exposure,
mute.
whatever.
Okay.
I didn't even mute him, by the way. He's just
Yeah,
fucking
well,
mad.
don't
But
do that, okay? Thanks.
No, man.
I know it's
wish
against the rules.
I'd rather she would.
She's gonna
Man.
cause audio
God.
chaos.
I just want her to get
else?
through this so I can talk, please, for the love of
I
God.
mean,
Let
'cause
her
this is
finish
such
her.
a-
Just let her finish her fucking selling point, man. She's just trying to pitch her fucking images. Let her pitch it, and then I'm gonna dismantle it.
Okay, go.
There you go. So those images, you can download them yourself, and you can open them and you can edit them, and you're gonna see a lot of detail. Like in the reflections in certain images, you can even see the astronaut behind those images that was taking those images. Like in the reflection of the window which the camera's looking through. And there's also like you can those databases, they have specific time codes when those pictures were taken, and you can look at the pictures themselves and see where they were taken, like what part of Earth they were taken on. And you can check the weather records, and they're going to be perfectly aligned with the clouds seen on the photos. And that's impossible to do on the amount of times they do.
Claim, I've heard Globers make that claim lots of times, that the pictures that they take from space match pictures on Earth. No Glober has ever, to this date, ever demonstrated that at all, ever. Okay? A lot of Globers claim it, no evidence for it. It's a bullshit claim.
Claim what?
Okay? The claim that the pictures that they take from space match something else. Okay? It's a bullshit claim. No one has ever demonstrated that. Ever.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, from the ground? Yeah. From the ground, match the clouds from space. Go for it.
Of course.
Yeah,
So let me grab the links here.
Yeah, from the ground. Remember what I
Mhm.
said? From the ground. The images that they took from the ground match outer space.
They took from the ground?
Yeah, from the ground. Look, we already know
Okay,
about
so if I pull up
we
the
already
weather
know about the
records.
Himawari and all that shit. All the Himawari data and all that stuff is held in an FTP NASA NOAA website. You know what an FTP is? File Transfer Protocol. They have a website. All the website has all the frickin' images of all the cloud covers going out almost frickin' 30 fucking years. We've known this for over 2 years, 3 years. I can give you the links to the FTP site. You can frickin' download them yourself. So how can they predict in the future? This is Himawari, right? These are all the weather satellites, are all pulling their images off the same goddamn NASA website. But the thing is, they have images for the future, not the past. They have their images for the past too, but they have images for the future. They also have a program you can download so you can wrap their textures over a globe.
Pretty sure those are estimates.
So estimates into the future. Well, is it any surprise if they're all using the same source of estimated data that their images are going to match? If they're all from space? That's why I said we need confirmation of the ground with what they say they take from space. So here's the problem.
Instead of the instead of the weather records, you want me to show you a picture, and the exact same time here.
Major problem you really
that
have
the ISS
is
was. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I'm losing my mind.
Okay, let me just say what the major problem. I mean, we can just cut to the chase. The major problem that you have is if the images purport to show curvature of the Earth from the ISS, the radius is wrong, and you live on a tiny Earth because the International Space Station is nowhere near high enough to see curvature. That's right, people. It's nowhere near high enough to see curvature. 250 miles above a ball that's 8,000 miles in diameter is the equivalent of being 2.25 inches above a ball that's 6 feet in diameter. Now, if you think you can take a camera and put it 2 inches above a ball that's 6 feet in diameter and see curve, you're out of your mind. I'd like to
So
see
what
you
are
do
they?
that. Dude, it's not for me to say. All I know is that if the image from an ISS purports to show curvature of the Earth, I don't know how they made it. I don't have to know. Rear projection, front projection, I don't know. I know that the ISS has 3 mock-ups, right? So it could have been mock-up in a studio with a rear projection. NASA owns the world's largest green screen. They could have did it there. I don't know. I could sit here and speculate. All I know is it doesn't match the geometry of the globe. And if you go look at China's space station, which purports to be 23 kilometers lower than NASA's space station, because Chinese people can actually do fucking math, right? Unlike in America, right? They can actually do math. It shows a fucking flat Earth. So who's lying? China's lying? Is NASA lying? Who's lying? Yeah, Jason's posted it. That's from the so-called Chinese space station. It's 23 kilometers lower, according to them, 23 kilometers lower than the International Space Station. This is what they show. ISS will
Those are
show you
2
images of a...
completely different angles, but sure.
What angle do you think this camera can take where you're going to see a ball?
I don't know, I just know
Holy
that that's
crap,
like
dude. No, stop right there. Stop right there. Okay, let's pay attention to the nature of the geometry of a ball. If you're off of a ball, right, and you're looking straight down, then the horizon is equidistant from all points, correct? Yes. So there is no other possible angle. It's impossible. The vantage point is equidistant. What other position could you take? The ISS isn't going to spontaneously eject itself 100,000 miles to the left or right to get a different angle. It has a fixed viewpoint. The horizon's equidistant. So think about it. If the horizon's equidistant and the angle of declination to the horizon is equidistant, there is no other angle.
They have our youth smarter, yo.
So check this out, okay?
He's gonna fight it to the death.
So you're on the ISS. Let's play. We're going to a dream world. You're on the ISS. You're looking out at Earth. You're looking at where the Earth terminates and space begins. Every part of that edge of Earth that you can see is 1,400 miles away. To the left, to the right, doesn't matter where you look. Wherever the Earth stops and it meets space, that's 1,400 miles away. Everywhere is also the same angle below your eye level, right? So if I look left, if I look right, the horizon dip is whatever it is, 14 degrees. If I look left, it's 14 degrees if I look right. So no matter what way I look, it's the same dip. How can anything ever possibly look curved from there? If everything's the same distance and everything has the same angle, can't possibly look curved. Now you can come up with your own reason of why it's faked or not faked or whatever, but it can't possibly accurately represent the globe model of 3,959 mile radius because it doesn't fit the geometry that they claim it is. It's pretty simple. Now, you could just take the image at face value. Maybe they'll show you pictures of Jesus someday and you'll believe that. I don't know. Maybe Santa, there's lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Okay, but those are just claims. So why isn't it?
What are just claims?
Well, you're gonna have to like show me why it's not possible.
What? Well, okay. Well, we were gonna show you the whole military thing, and so I don't know if we're gonna get back.
Dre's posted that a while back. He
But
posted it while I was talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's go back to that later. But
I saw
the
flat
point
earther
about
dies in rocket crash. Hold on.
to the point about
wasn't
it's
a flat
funny, right? To the point about only seeing 3% of the Earth from the ISS height or altitude, only seeing a flat horizon, you want evidence of that? Can you do the math?
Well,
Jesus,
let me give some examples to what Elijah's saying. So I took pictures of a ball really quickly, and I posted them there for you to look at, to where my camera is far enough away from the ball so I get the vantage point of curvature. And I want to ask you, this is inches and inches away from the ball, okay, with my camera. And I want to ask you the equivalence that would be if my camera was away from the Earth. Like, what scale would that be compared to the ISS?
Why use your eyes when you can use something that goes further than that?
Like what?
Like a radar?
What?
Like a radar is going to exceed what you can physically see, and
That's not
the
what we're
existence.
talking about.
I'm asking. Like,
that's not the
if
We're
same
talking
conversation.
about.
well,
We're
no, it's
talking. Yeah, exactly.
if you're talking about
Dude,
seeing like the
dude,
edge of the horizon, right? I mean, like,
well,
why
dude,
leave it
don't
up to
ask
your
me,
eyes when
friend. Don't ask
Dude.
me. Ask the people on the ISS if they have that for you.
right?
Yeah, so they don't
Here,
have it. So your point is moot. Let's get back to the point at hand.
They don't have
yeah.
a radar.
My like these points that I'm all going, like these people know me. I've been coming here like continuously going through every single point I know, right? And I'm learning a lot actually. You know, looking stuff up to talk to you guys. That's like it's really cool.
Well, I mean, that's always positive, regardless of where you stand, right? So the typical flat earther, I mean, I would say tried to debunk the globe model. In the process, learned all about it, and because of the lack of tangible evidence and verifiable evidence, and really just faith in the claims of strangers that claim they go to fantastic places, like, and that, you know, where they drop something, nothing falls, contrary to all human experience. You can believe that, or you can go with the objective empirical evidence that you can prove. You know, you can take your choice, believe the TV or believe what's outside.
That's really what it comes down to. It's like you
Hmm?
either trust the authority or you become your own authority. That's it.
Heaven forbid.
I know, right?
Why would you want to do that?
Keep in mind, I don't know if anybody mentioned it particularly. I know we mentioned the principles, and we did post it, but I don't know if we mentioned it in audio that there's two prominent figures, at least one prominent in the common man's experience, and one prominent among flat Earth arguers. One being Neil deGrasse Tyson, and the other being this planetarium director. Because Neil deGrasse Tyson responded to the red pill jump when everyone thought they were seeing curvature from Felix Baumgartner's helmet cam. Right? They said, no, this is not curvature of the Earth. This is clearly curvature of the lens or optical curvature, because from that height, you don't have a vantage point sufficient to see this amount of curvature. Now, that's true. And then Mr. Paul Larson, who runs a planetarium, who happens to be a Glober, by the way, he applied that same train of thought that Neil deGrasse Tyson had to images from the ISS. And he gave a lecture and demonstrated the math and said, look, these angles of propagation and reception would preclude you from seeing a defined curvature. Right? You have to be a sufficient distance away from a ball, and this is not sufficient distance. So that's why I posted you those images that I was away from my soccer ball to get some pronounced curvature. It's like, what equivalent scale do you think that would be relevant to the ISS? If Indio told you, right, you're 2.5 inches off a 6-foot diameter ball, how are you going to tilt your camera to see the curvature? Right, and keep in mind you have to scale it down too, because a regular size camera's got a much bigger lens comparatively if you're going to scale it to the Earth. So how are you going to validate that the curvature you're seeing in the ISS is the curvature that you should be seeing?
I mean, I know the lens it was taken with, and it's not a fisheye lens. It doesn't really have any distortion.
That's not what we're saying.
I mean, yeah, because you said like 7 times, like 7 things, you know, at once. But
So there's a mock-up
what
of the
Tyson
ISS.
said, I don't know what he was talking about there.
He said
we're talking
you can't see
about.
the curvature of
Go
the
ahead.
Earth.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he said. Well, first of all, I posted in the little chat here a GeoGebra construction of where the ISS would be relative to the Earth, its altitude, and the quote from Paul Larson, who is a planetarium director, and him and one of his colleagues made a scale model of so this little white circle in the middle of the blue ball, that is the entire ISS horizon. Now they are only going to see a tiny little portion of this in this field of view, but even if they could see the whole thing, all these parts, they're going to be dead center of this, and all these parts are going to be equidistant and have the same angle below their line of sight. There's no way from this distance that they claim they can see a sufficient amount of the ball to detect curvature. Period. It's not a question. It's not.
Well,
See, we use math so we can be objective and
hold
things don't
on,
have
hold
to be
on.
about opinions.
Hold on. Point A is the radius, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, point A is the radius.
But that's more than double what the
It's
radius is.
It's in kilometers.
Oh, it's in kilometers.
Yes. You know, we got a lot of Europeans. You gotta play the game. They don't like imperial.
There we go.
I do miles. Thank you very much, man. You're fine with miles.
Well, I've never
I just
done
like throwing
miles.
curveballs. That's what I do. I was like, I'm gonna switch to metric.
You know, I'm not American. You know, I kind of disproved the whole flat Earth thing by existing. But you know.
Yeah, I'll let you hear the hostile witness.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Well, yeah, right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Mm-hmm. So what is that curvature you said? Just the lens effects?
No, dude. We don't know how they did it. Well, we do know that the ISS. If you
No, I'm asking what Tyson said.
Oh, what he said about that was because it was a fisheye lens. At the Baumgartner jump, that's who he was talking about. The Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump from 128,000 feet.
Oh no!
I mean, you'd have to believe in Planet New Mexico if you thought it was an actual image of the Earth.
Yeah. What actually happened there was he was asked about Jeff Bezos and Jeff Bezos seeing the Earth curve at that height, and he was like, "No, that's too low for you to be able to see the Earth curve."
Can I ask something really quick? But even Felix Baumgartner himself lied about it and says he did see the fucking curvature.
Yeah.
Radar shadow wouldn't exist if the Earth was flat.
On you go, that guy. Can I say a couple things real quick?
On you go, bro.
Yeah, let Vlad say.
Hello?
No, I didn't hear what he said
guys hear
about
me?
what doesn't exist. Yeah, hold on, Vlad. I just want what doesn't exist if the Earth is flat?
Radar shadow. So when radar is used, it basically operates like it's a flat plane, and if the Earth was flat, it would detect everything, but it doesn't. There's
that's other
nonsense. No, it's not.
There's Fresnel zones and diffraction, so that's just utter nonsense.
No, there's no, not at all, and that's why we had to invent something called over the horizon so that we could see the other side.
We know all about this shit, dude. You're not teaching us something.
Okay, so it's real. It exists.
Yeah, over the horizon radar. Yeah, quote unquote over the horizon. It doesn't actually go over any horizon.
Well, why would we have it if it didn't exist?
The problem is that when something is very far away, it has a low cross section, right? So, but if you have a larger aperture, a larger radar aperture, you can detect things with a smaller cross section.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Like
you don't even know what I'm talking about, do you?
I don't know what to tell you.
You don't know what a radar cross section is?
I don't know what to tell you because if it didn't work,
you don't know what a radar cross section is?
If it didn't work, then our special forces wouldn't have been able to sneak into Pakistan. Right? What? Like that's our helicopters were below. Our helicopters flew below that our helicopters flew in through the
You
radar
don't know what you're
shadow.
talking about.
Our helicopters flew in through radar shadow and able to avoid detection from their aircraft detection systems.
Oh yeah,
That's
a cool story.
It's called
Nap.
It's called Nap of the Earth and Navigation.
Yeah, so the
And
Jindalee over the horizon, its OTHP radar system works for 4,600 kilometers.
Yeah.
Also, the Soviets have one, and
Yes.
ex-Soviets, and the United States has one. I think they turned it into a weather station, but it used to be on
We have
coast of
several.
Maine. So it can detect stuff in. It can just I mean, they defunct them for a while, but they might be active again. I haven't checked up on it, but they can pick up stuff in Europe. There's supposed to be like 200 feet of freaking ground in the way. How does that work?
How does it see on the other side of the globe? Because it's
Yeah.
bouncing off the ionosphere.
Oh, really? What's the evidence for that?
That it works.
He's just claiming a firmament.
The evidence is the Earth's a globe, so we have this radar, and because the radar works, the Earth's a globe. Like,
if it didn't work, then it wouldn't see.
No, it would just be flat, dude.
Do you see? Do you see how they're trying to walk you through your own logic?
Yeah.
You're assuming the Earth is round, therefore the radar wouldn't work if it wasn't round, and it works, therefore it's round.
We wouldn't need over the horizon if radar shadow didn't exist.
Over the horizon in name only, and radar shadow exists because of diffraction in Fresnel zones. And I already told you the reason you can't pick up things far away is because they have a small radar cross section. You know how things get further away with distance? They get smaller with distance. They get the angle they subtend.
Well, I mean, if you
put
a more powerful radar on the if you use a more powerful radar, it's still not going to see anything. It's not about distance.
Yeah, we know. You need a larger aperture. It's called the diffraction limit.
Okay, and so we could still put that. We could still put that on the Earth, and it still wouldn't see anything because it's not the Earth. It curves.
You're just making.
It's just shooting out into space.
You're just making claims, dude.
You're assuming there's a curve.
I'd like to go back to look.
Hold on. Before we do anything else, No, sorry. Yeah, I know, but Vlad wanted to talk, and I feel like a dick for like cutting him off because I didn't really mean.
Hey, finally, no fucking way. Thank you. I just want a minute of all y'all times. Yes, it's Vlad. First point, Indio, happy upcoming birthday. All right. Second point, Indio, that's directed to you. Do you know where Bong went? Because I haven't talked to that guy for like forever, and I really need to talk to him.
First of all, how do you know my fucking birthday? And like, stop looking through my window.
Well, I'm not looking through your window, number one. Number two, remember, I have a memory that's insane, and whenever somebody tells me something, I remember it for fucking ever. That's number one. And number two,
we're still God's people.
Right. And number two, do you know anything about Bong Sao or no?
I mean, no, he disappears like this all the time. He vanishes and then he comes back, dude. He's got a little bit of... I think what happens is he gets like paranoid and then like takes a sledgehammer to all his electronic devices and realizes he's stupid and finds all new ones.
His accounts are gone, yes. All of his accounts are deleted. You can't find a fucking trace of this guy on the internet anymore. He's crazy like that, I know.
Can we get back to the guy talking about radio waves bouncing off the firmament?
I think I saw him in admin chat the other day, so I'll check on him.
I wanted to go.
Let's get back to the right.
What's up?
Let's get back to the right.
Damn it. What? Vlad. What's up, Vlad? I hope you're well. I wanted to go all the way back because we got off the point of the government proving that you guys' refraction argument is bullshit.
How far back is that?
About 20 minutes.
Is there any globe earthers there listening that want to ask a question or wants to get a roll? Just ping someone if you want to talk or jump into the conversation if you want.
I just wants to go way back. He wants to go back to the laser shit. Okay.
Really quick though, can I just jump in something?
Well,
I mean, ask for the link of that video.
I wanted to go back specifically for that because you said it could be bullshit. So it's like, what you said was that you could see it and it could check out and you could accept it and still know that it's a globe. No, you would have cognitive dissonance at that point because it's basically disproving all of this refraction talk about that being able to bend light around a curved ball.
Can that person that just chimed in there said she had something to say. Can you fire away?
Yeah, that's
please?
who we've been talking to for the last 30 minutes. Yes, I know.
Well, they
Yeah,
just asked to say something.
I wanted to know when that Neil deGrasse video was posted. I just found one from 2018.
Did you see the
someone
one where
asks if the Earth is flat, and he goes, "We have video from space of the rotating spherical Earth. The Earth is round."
So yeah, that's called an all or nothing fallacy. Like we have to believe everything he says or nothing that he says.
so we
The
can
thing is,
use them?
he can claim
I'm bringing
pictures
up
of space. Well, hold on. He can claim that there's pictures from space. The Earth is round. Unlike his claim about not seeing curvature, the Earth, his first claim, the claim about pictures from space, that has no evidence. He has no primary knowledge of any of that. But his claim about the Earth should be this big in the globe model, and from this height you should not see curvature. Yeah, see, that's objectively true because we all can do math. The other one is his opinion.
Just wait.
Right.
Well, has Neil deGrasse Tyson been to space?
I don't know. I don't I don't know this guy. I've
He's
never
never
watched anything by him.
Has no firsthand knowledge of
You know
anything. He's like you. He believes. He was told people been to space. These are pictures from space. He said, "I believe it," and they were like, "Okay, we all believe
Nah, I
it."
think he knows, bro. I think he's definitely part of it. I think he 100% knows the shit. Just when he's the snarky comments and that.
I mean,
he's too much of a dick, to be honest.
My job literally wouldn't work if we didn't have space. Like, if space didn't exist, I wouldn't be employed.
Sorry, what's
Well,
your
Can you
job?
imagine
I've
just
got
making an argument like that?
I work,
Like,
I work with satellites.
right, but
work
can
with
you imagine?
What
satellites.
exactly?
Can you
What
imagine us
exactly do you
making?
do to
Like
them?
Go ahead.
The guy that don't know what a radar cross section is.
Yes, I work with satellites. They literally would not. I would not be employed without satellites existing and space existing in turn.
Yeah.
You mean you
What
get
happens if what you
information?
think of as space is not the same as what is actually space?
We're just moving further and further away.
Yeah, I know. I posted the actual test of the lasers in the chat. So it's called the calculation of atmospheric turbulence effects over 149 kilometer propagation path. So like I said, they shined a laser from one Hawaiian island to the other, the tops. They picked it up on one side in a telescope, a 3.4 meter wide telescope. Now, like I said, the beams separate spatially. So if you have one frequency, one wavelength, it'll be higher than some other wavelength, which will be higher than some other wavelength. So each wavelength gets refracted down a different beam path. The problem is that because of the frequencies of the lasers they use when they enter it into the terrestrial, the standard refraction model using the 1976 U.S. standard atmosphere, they find that their experiment should not have worked because the beam should have separated by 20 meters between the top beam and the bottom beam, but the telescope is 3.4 meters wide. So how do you fit a 20-meter stick inside a 3.4 meter door? You don't. You can't. Are you happy now, Elijah? We went back to it.
So yeah, there's a lot of disputes for that claim that you can't see it from that high up.
Yeah, well, I mean, people can dispute it all they want. I mean, just like, dude, show the math is all I gotta say. It's pretty simple.
Well, I mean, Neil didn't show any math for when
Yeah,
he
he
said you
said a
can't see it.
standard. He in this video he shows a globe. And he says a standard school room globe, which is probably 18 inches or something. Says you'd only be 2 millimeters above the beach wall. Then now,
That's
obviously,
an
that was
empirical experiment.
well. I mean, did he quantify it?
Well, it's not an empirical experiment. He's not setting up to make an experiment there. So
I mean, it's hard to do.
he's just
It would
making a
be
claim, isn't
nearly
he?
impossible to do this scale experiment because you can never get the camera lens to the correct scale. So say you wanted to make a scale model of the whole thing, right? You got to scale the Earth down by 1,000 times. You got to scale the camera down by 1,000 times. You got to scale everything down by 1,000 times. How are you going to do that?
Right. So how you do it? Okay. So a camera. Okay. The real world has 3 axial dimensions, right? But a photograph only has 2, correct? Well, the answer is obviously yes, that's the case. So that means that 2 of the axes that exist in reality can only be demonstrated in the 2D plane as one axis, right? So the
What?
z-axis. Yeah, you know,
A 2D
3D is 3
plane's 2
dimensions.
axes.
Exactly. So if you have 3 axes of information and you're going to imprint them on 2 axes, then 2 of the axes must compress into 1 axis, right? You lose one, right?
I mean, yeah, you lose depth, I guess.
Exactly. So that means that depth and verticality, right, are going to end up being the same axis, right?
No, not exactly.
Well, yeah, according to the law of perspective, right? Things in the distance proceed towards the center of your view, right?
Do pictures only have one vanishing point?
Well, yeah, you could also argue that the other axes are as well, but the primary axes that you experience compounded
No,
or confounded
I'm not arguing
is X
anything.
and the
That's a
Y.
question. Like, how many vanishing points are there in a picture? You know, when you draw others, you can do multiple. So
Well, I mean, artist perspective, right? Is artist perspective. That's not reality, right?
I'm asking you.
So I'm telling you, I'm just telling you.
How many vanishing points are there in a picture?
How many? Okay,
There
so
could be an infinite
technically,
amount of vanishing points.
yes.
That's the thing. There could
I was
be
about to say
infinite
that
amount of
technically infinite. Okay, so but according to the law of perspective, the general rule that's applied and understood is that the angles of propagation to the angles of reception cause objects as they recede away from you to create a smaller acute angle in your eye, which means they're going to be rendered towards the center, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So that being said, that means that all the axes are going to ramp towards the center, essentially. So they're all going to be displayed on the same axes. So when you look at a curve, right, without other information, you can't necessarily tell whether that's a y-axis curve or a z-axis curve, correct?
Oh, by the perspective alone, I would assume no, but we know that the moon is round because you can see a skew in like the holes. So
Well, I mean,
there's other ways you could derive
we
those.
know the moon is round because it's clearly round. You
No,
can
I'm
see,
not
look, you
saying
can
you
see the
don't believe
circle.
that. I'm just saying like you can
No, but
derive like.
this is the point. This is the point. Think about it. We can see the boundaries of the extremities of the color field of the moon in totality when it's a full moon, correct?
Mm.
We can complete with our vision by tracing it an entire circle, right? Around the moon, generally. May not be a perfect circle from our vantage point, but let's just say we could see the whole thing, right?
Mm.
Obviously, we can't see the back of it, but we can see the complete outline, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the anything at high altitude right? In low Earth orbit or whatever, it doesn't have that vantage point. It can't see the whole circle, right? So it has the confounding of the X and the Y axis and the Y and the Z axis.
Mm-hmm.
So that being said, if you have a distance to a curve, how do you know whether it's a horizontal curve or a vertical curve?
If it's a horizontal curve or a vertical curve?
Yeah.
A horizontal curve would be on the x-axis, while a vertical curve wouldn't really show much.
What? So you're saying I couldn't see a curve that,
That's the point.
as it's
That's the
going
point.
across? Yeah.
She just said that. She just said the whole point. You think a vertical curve would be on the x-axis. So
No,
left to right,
horizontal one's on the
horizontal
x-axis.
curve, yes, on the x-axis. So like an arch going across your face, right? Like the McDonald's arch.
That's American, yeah.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, that's why I use it, because everybody knows what the fuck McDonald's is. But so an arch. How possibly could you see this arch? Because it would mean the sides of the arch, right? The left and right parts of that line are closer to you than the top of the bulge. We've already established the horizon is equidistant from the observer. So they can't appear closer than you. And the only way they can appear closer, they have to be closer to you to appear in an arch. Because of the way perspective works. See, we see in angles, we don't see in absolute distances and shit. The distances are all the same. That means all the angles are the same. So if every distance to the horizon is the same distance, that means every angle of view to the horizon is the same angle. And because we have no distinguishing angle of one angle from the other angle, it can't possibly look curved. It's not possible. That's what we're trying to tell you. It's not possible.
Mm-hmm. But then,
But I
like,
know it's hard to grasp. But remember how we started this? I told you, what would a parabola look if it was on the ground, extending into the horizon? And your intuition tells you it's going to look like an arch. But what it actually will look like is a freaking ellipse.
oh yeah, that's why it's a rough estimate. Now you're going to another point here.
No, I'm giving you a point that our intuition about what should be seen is not always correct. Because especially when, no offense, but when you're a globe earther, you always you guys always think about stuff as if your point of view is outside of the earth, looking back at it and thinking about what should be seen, as opposed to from the perspective viewpoint and how you actually should see something based upon the laws of perspective. So typical, like Dave McKeegan, he'll show, this is the flat Earth. Look at this. This is our orthographic view of this distant space with the sun above it. There's no way the sun can look like this. That doesn't even make sense, because the view from his perspective is orthographic, and that does not represent the view accurately of what you should see from the surface of the Earth. It's not even in the correct geometry. This is a common thing that globe earthers, a flaw in their argumentation is that they're not even using the correct geometry to evaluate what we should quote unquote see, because that's what we're using, right? We're seeing, we're using vision. And vision is a very particular type of geometry called projective geometry. The 3D world is being projected onto a 2D freaking surface, right? That's the same way a camera works. The 3D world out there gets projected onto a plane, right? And obviously,
Can I speak on that for a second?
Yeah, please go. Yes, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't actually want to talk about the science of optics as much as I want to talk about the perception from a human being's point of view. So a human being sees the world in a unique way compared to how they see an image in the 2D plane, even though we're receiving 2D information. We do have a curved sensor. We also have stereoscopic vision. We also have intuitive senses about the world, to where we make predictions about the world in real time. And we experience the visual world as if we are inside it, right? Right now I'm standing and I see vision all around me, and I see stuff to the sides of me in my peripheral. and I imagine myself standing inside a three-dimensional world, right? And when you have that perception as you walk around, and then you're given an orthographic geometry, you can kind of see it in a projected way inside your mind. And you construct a model in your mind that doesn't necessarily match reality. And with that, I yield back to India.
Okay, but then that gives me even more questions. Because then we have literally zero basis for like anything, right? If I go up to the center, like if I go up to like really high up where you should see the curve, I see a curve, it's fake. It's something happening. I don't see a curve, then that's other like.
Even at that feeling, calm down or jump, it's not high enough.
How high do you think that is?
I don't know.
Okay, then.
Well, 127,000 feet, that's not good.
Here's a funny thing. I've been a flat earther for 7-8 years, and when I first became a flat earther, if you typed into Google, how high do you have to be to see the curvature of the Earth? It said 80,000 feet. Within 2 years, it said 45,000 feet, and now currently it says 37,000 feet.
Fuck, you remember all that shit, man? Jesus Christ.
But
dude,
if you
You'll be
ask Neil
fucking
deGrasse
with it.
Tyson, he says 128,000 feet isn't high enough. And countless people, David Lynch, who wrote an article in, it's called Applied Optics, which is a optical peer-reviewed journal. He wrote visually discerning the curvature of the Earth. So can't see curve from a freaking airplane. Like, so in mainstream science, it says you can't see curve from an airplane or hot air balloon or all these different heights, right? But if you look on Google, it says you can, right? So can't believe what you're reading, right? Who's right? Is Google right? And the random websites that write that you can't see it, or are these scientists right? So you just apply basic math and the law's perspective, like how high do we have to be? My estimate is 1/8 of the circumference, because then you're high enough to see the sufficient amount of the ball where you see a full circle, right? So you'll see the full circle of the ball because you're far enough away. Otherwise, you're only going to see a portion. And if that portion is equidistant, you can't see one side lower than the other. You have to be far enough away so that you're looking at it kind of like from the side, almost. Almost like you're
Can I pause you right there? Yeah, let me. Yep.
Yeah.
Let me pause you right there. That is the pictures that I sent you of my soccer ball off to the side, right? So you can clearly tell that you're displaced from the equidistant center, which I was in those pictures. All right, go ahead.
Yeah,
no, I understand all that. Like I've been here, countless times. But I'm looking at pictures.
Yeah, you're just
So I don't know where that guy got that estimate. I don't know where anyone else got it. I can see it within these ISS pictures, and I'm correcting them right now in After Effects, and then everything else becomes distorted.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How do you verify the authenticity of pictures scientifically?
By logistics.
Now I want to go to court.
I mean, if you say it.
Yeah, I want to go to court, and someone wants to prove that those images are authentic. How would they go about doing that? Would they make the argument Dave McKeegan made and said these can't possibly be tampered with? Raw images, yada yada yada, all the stuff you said. Would that be the argument he made? And they'd be like, "Yep, they're authentic. Enter them into evidence." You think
I mean, yeah, and that's kind of how you have to go about it nowadays. There's
not how they do it
besides,
at
there's way too much detail in this.
It's not how they do it at all. It's not how they do it.
So how
They
would
find
they
the
do it?
person that took the picture, and they make him swear under oath that he took the picture and that the camera was not tampered with, fucked with, that the image, and you would need a chain of custody of the camera and the image and everything else to prove that that image was authentic. That's what it would take in court to prove the authenticity of the image. We don't have anything even remotely approaching that. Now, you're like it could be a regular camera that took those pictures. You don't know where the camera was. You have no clue. Right? Do you know what projection rear you know what rear projection is in filmmaking? Ever see
No, I think
2001:
I
A
think I
Space
got that
Odyssey?
skipped.
So there's in 2001: A Space Odyssey, they're famously used. This is also front projection, but they use rear projection. So they get a semi-translucent screen, and they take a projector and they shine video onto it, so it looks like the backdrop of wherever they're at. Now we know that there's an ISS mock-up that's in Houston, Texas, Building 9, Space Vehicle Mock-up Center. If you go on Google Streets and you geolocate the cupola, that's where it says the cupola and all the parts of the ISS are located. It says they're located on Earth, Building 9 Space Vehicle Mock-up Center, Houston, Texas. Now, what's to stop them of using rear projection or what they did in what the hell is that? What the hell is that Star Wars freaking movie they just came out with, or the TV show with the bounty
Well,
hunter? Whatever,
I think I
whatever.
get your point already.
So the point is, they can
Mandalorian.
be inside something, snapping photographs, and outside, you're looking out a window, but outside that window is just a screen. They said, dude, they've been doing this for freaking since the 1920s.
Yeah,
When do you think
I
the
can.
first fake photo was ever done? Like what year? Like how long have people been faking photographs?
Okay, that's a whole different thing.
No.
Yep.
To
Just real quick,
actually
the last guy
answer
put
what
up.
you're talking about.
Well, we get good at things, right? By doing them over and over again. And the longer we do something, the better at
Yeah,
we get. So the
but we
first fake
can't
photo is from
we can't manipulate light. That's the problem. If you look at these, even Dave himself in that video said that rear projection is, again, if you're gonna be really skeptical, I'm gonna say it's damn near impossible. I think it's impossible because there's reflections. I can't find it in the website right now. I'm looking through every picture here, but there's one picture where it's in the sunset, and if it was a rear projection, you wouldn't see reflections on the foreground, which is like the little machinery like next to the camera. You can see perfectly clear reflections of what the backdrop is in that picture in the foreground.
Well, without looking at the
And that
image,
is
I can't say. Listen, there's lots of techniques. Okay, so okay, so I'm gonna finish what I was gonna say. First fake photo is from 1841. That's right, 18, not 19, 18.
Mm-hmm.
Think of how long ago that was.
Mm-hmm.
1841 says when they started faking images. There's a famous book. There's lots of by a guy that worked for the National Reconnaissance Office. So those are the people that analyze spy plane photos. His name is Dino Brugliani. Okay, he wrote an entire book
Right.
about faking imagery, faking video, and all the techniques that they used to use way back in the 60s and 70s and the 50s.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'll point you to a film. Okay, and I challenge you and Dave McKeegan to tell me how this film was faked. This scene, it's the chariot scene in the 1925 Ben-Hur movie. If he can watch that scene without foreknowledge and tell me what was faked, I'll concede his knowledge of fucking fakery of ISS images. But if he can't tell me how they faked that scene, then he's full of shit. Because you have to be a quote unquote, you have to have knowledge of techniques of special effects, imagery, which he don't have.
Okay.
He doesn't claim to have. He doesn't even claim to have those tech. He doesn't even claim to have that knowledge. He just says, I'm a photographer. I know more than everybody else. I'm saying it can't be fake, so it can't be. And you're a photographer, a
Okay,
very
hold
amateur
on.
photographer, because you don't know very much about cameras or perspective. So you're just like, well, I played with it in Photoshop and I can't imagine how it was faked. Like,
No,
that's
I
not an
don't know
actual art.
astrophotography, but hold on. Now I can say that you're full of shit because you said it to him, so whatever. But also, how
What
has
I
the
say that's
technology
bullshit.
improved so much that we can make these images? Like,
Okay, they
I'm
used to back in
talking
the day.
6,000 images in a day. How do we do that?
Dude,
You only need
are
a
you being
program to
serious
produce
right
one.
now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna pay you to take 6,000 images in a day. Just you.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna pay you to
Do
take
you know how
6,000
they assess time lapses are done?
Yeah, no, but I'm gonna pay you to take 6,000 images. Oh, so you're saying it's automated?
Yes.
Oh, so it's automated. How do they automate things? I don't know. They can't possibly automate
But
it.
how can 6,000 images in a day be edited?
Dude, they're not edited. They're in a fucking studio. Like, what is wrong?
Hey,
Like, don't you get
hey,
it?
real quick,
You're editing every
Right,
single
but
image.
you can't do what's
I
seen
got
in
a
those
trivia
pictures.
question. Hold
Dude,
on.
that's
I got a trivia
nonsense. You
question.
don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything about special effects. I'll give you an example. The Shining. You ever watch the movie The Shining?
No.
Okay, there's a movie The Shining. It's in a hotel. Okay, the movie's supposed to be in a hotel, and they're supposed to be high in the Colorado Rockies. And Stanley Kubrick wanted it the inside of the hotel to look like the low light which exists in the winter in the so-called northern latitudes at high altitude because of air thin and all these things. The whole entire movie was filmed inside of a sound stage, but you can't tell from watching the movie because he used huge lighting arrays outside the windows because they have a set, right? The set of the hotel, but outside the set is the sound stage, and outside the windows of the sound stage are huge arrays of lights. And you know what? Using these huge arrays of lights, he got all the sunlight to appear as if all the shadows to appear as if they're in parallel. Things that people said are impossible. If you talk to someone like Dave McKeegan, he'll say, a studio light can't possibly have a parallel, cast a parallel shadow. They say this crap all the time. All this stuff's already been done. It's all known. It's just ignorance. It's
Another
ignorance about
question
special.
then. How long did they take to set that up?
Well, I mean, they could probably set it up in, like, I don't know, a day or two, depending on how big their work crew is. NASA
Because
owns
I
the
mean, we're
world's
talking
largest
here
green
like,
screen. You realize that, right? They own the world's largest green screen. It's not
yeah, but a green
Why?
screen won't really cut it here.
Why not?
What makes you say that?
There's like, you can literally go grab the image, go grab the time it's taken, look at weather records. Are they like 3D printing a globe every time they take a
Brand.
picture?
Hold on,
Oh, we
hold
already
on.
covered the weather record, dude.
Real quick, real quick. The NOAA data, okay, on the international level is stored in a database and it's distributed to all people who they give freedom to connect. Okay, this mapping data exists, and it's the mapping data that's used on apps, weather reports, live television, forecasts, all of these things. Okay, and like he already said, there's no way for you to validate it 100% from the ground, whether it's a projection or not. It'll be generally true, and people will see, oh yeah, there was a storm. I look and there's a storm, but they're not going to chart it pixel for pixel, nor could they, because the data from the ground would never match the data from the top because of perspective effects. Right, so we know that the data we know that the weather data can be faked. Okay.
Yeah, but that's really hard to do considering you would have to like NASA would have to talk to, like, there's a bunch of sources you can get
NASA
for
and
atmospheric
NOAA are the
data,
same
like European space satellites, which have nothing to do with NASA.
That's not
This
true
is
at all.
this is
You're
why I
just
say
arguing from ignorance. You just don't know about any of this
They're
stuff.
all they're all already interlinked. They all feed the same weather system.
And they're
this is
pretty
why
fucking
I
right about
say
all of it.
this is why I
Yeah,
say
come live where I live.
this is why I say it's not about the globe. It's space. Space is the religion. Space is the religion that makes the ball real. Because we can talk about measurements, no curvature all day long, but they're just gonna revert back to the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
I mean, conversations, like, they switch topics, you know, that's kind of how time passes.
Yeah, fair
But
point. Fair point. Let me propose this to you. This is just literally off my head that I thought of in the last 10 seconds. Okay, check this out. When it comes to the separation between quote unquote the Earth and space, everybody kind of imagines that as that dark spot where the bluish, grayish, whitish hue of the atmosphere ends, and then the quote-unquote blackness of space begins. So that's a separation, right? A clear color field separation. So you can have a high-altitude camera taking pictures with a distorted lens of the Earth, right? Continuously. You could have that black space be a void that you can post-render. You could then take that space into the green screen, then have your other thing superimposed over that, and then have your light be separate from that, and then your after effects of the reflection separate from that. And I just thought of that in 10 seconds.
Which is really fucking hard to do.
Oh yeah, I know. Let's say it's hard, and I can't imagine I could do it for $500, but I could surely do it for $5 billion.
And I could surely do it with a bunch of computer code and completely automate it.
Mm-hmm.
This is so.
This level of
find
like.
it, dude, think about this, friend. We're talking about staffs of hundreds of people with billions upon billions of dollars, and all the technological resources that are beyond consumer resources at their fingertips. I mean, get real. You're telling that it's beyond the pale that these types of things couldn't be faked?
Yeah, you
I mean,
think
of course they have the technology. You know, they went to the moon, obviously, but
let me ask you a question. Do you think it would be harder to make the ISS and put it in orbit, or fake making the ISS and putting it in orbit?
oh, absolutely fake it.
You think that would be more difficult?
Of course. It's damn near impossible to make it perfect, and it's perfect.
You have no reference. They don't have to make it perfect. You have no reference from which to compare it against.
Exactly, which we go back to this question, which we asked you before. How high do you need to be away from the Earth to see the curvature that's represented from the ISS? How high?
Apparently 430 kilometers, because I can see a curve.
Exactly what the height of the ISS, and that's the only knowledge you have. They say this is what you should see, and you just believe it with no other extraneous scrutiny.
I'm not blindly believing it. I'm believing it because I'm seeing it.
Where are you seeing it from?
The pictures.
Oh, so you're seeing it from your computer.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Damn,
You're not seeing it. You're looking at a screen, right? Correct?
I'm talking to you through the computer, not real.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, but you're not talking to NASA photos. I hope you're not.
I am.
Where else would one see the pictures and documentation other than on the computer?
Well, I don't know.
You're missing
That's
that's
not really
missing
my
the
problem.
point.
But when somebody says I see it, she's not
No,
seeing
that's missing the point. The point is that there's no reference to say that this is real. Like I live in New York City. Somebody shows me a picture of New York City. I can say whether it's real or not because I've actually experienced it. That's the point.
So you have to India took pictures of Earth from the moon as well.
No, that's not. You guys are missing the argument. The argument is there's no way to evaluate the images because you have no reference frame from which to evaluate them from. They can
And
only
so
be
what?
believed or not.
I have a question. So what would make them evaluable, like evaluatable, I guess is the better word.
I guess you'd have to go to the place they claim they took the picture
So
from.
I would have to go to space for that. So that is it does seem, I'm sure you imagine, a little bit convenient.
Okay, what if they took a picture of Jesus?
What?
What if they claim they
wait,
took a
hold
picture
on.
of Jesus? No, what
You
if they
can literally
claim
go
they
to
took a,
space if you
what
want.
if they? Yeah, sure. Anyway, what if
Yes.
they claim they took a picture of Jesus? Right, and they showed you a Chinese Jesus. You'd be like, "Well, I've never seen Jesus, so I have no way
Well,
to know."
obviously they can fake Jesus.
Especially because he was,
They can
Middle
fake
Eastern.
Jesus, even though the human. Oh, dude, this is great, dude. I'm about to lose my mind
Yeah,
on this
but
fucking argument. It's so
hold
stupid.
on, hold on, friends. There is at least some plausibility to be able to scrutinize images. For example, the image that began this whole argument back in the day was the Felix Baumgartner jump, where Neil deGrasse Tyson said a lot of people are going out saying that this is the curve of the Earth, but it's not. It's obvious it's not because it's obviously a fisheye lens because New Mexico takes up the majority of the field of view, which if this was the curve of the Earth, that would make the Earth like 1/16 the size. So it's clearly not the curve of the Earth, right? So
No,
for
we're just
example,
discussing accepting
go ahead.
pictures and who will accept what pictures.
Hey, listen. Let me ask you a question. Give me one good reason to believe him. One good reason, just one. One good reason to believe that what they say are images from outer space are actually authentic. One good
Too
reason.
many
Why
people would have to be in on it from too many
How
different
many?
countries
How
coordinating
many?
hundreds
How
of
many?
thousands of people.
No,
Why?
because hundreds
Dude,
of
that's a
thousands of
non.
people haven't been to the
There
vacuum
are
of space.
dozens of countries with space programs and
Yeah,
satellites.
so
Excuse me,
what?
but you're
All
missing
of
the
those
Nigeria
point,
people
has
would
a
though.
have to
space
be in
program
on
and
it.
no rockets. Oh,
But
there's
you're
only
missing the point.
There's only
But don't.
5 countries that claim to have launch capability. So you're talking out your ass. You can have a space
Sec-
program and be going nowhere. It doesn't matter.
sec-
I just made a space
Not
program
how
5
that
years
works.
ago. With
No,
yeah, it is
but we're
how it works.
missing the
I
we're
just made a
missing the
space
point,
program right
though.
now. I called it, India's space program. I have a space program now.
Yeah, what
But
about all
we're
the
So
scientists?
you
What about
think
all
that
the scientists around the world?
Don't
you
tell me
we're
what I
think
missing.
think,
India,
please.
the United States, Russia,
Yeah,
China, and the European Union
we're
are all
missing
in
the
on this
point,
together
though. We're
and
missing
No,
the
all have
point, though.
agreed
no, they
that
have an
We're
alignment of
missing the
interests.
point. We're missing the point, though.
alignment of
Wasn't the
interests.
point? Wasn't
Yeah,
the
people with the
point
same interests in the
about
same thing.
having a reference? So the only people that would actually have a reference is less than 500 people,
That's the point
and
you're
most
trying to
of them
make.
are
The
dead.
point I'm trying to make is too many people would have to be in on it for
Okay,
this to be
how
fake.
many?
But also, but to
I
go back to what
I want
Elijah
to
is
I want to
saying,
quantify it. He just says. I'll
Hundreds
let
of
you go,
thousands
Alan.
of people
Okay, why hundreds of thousands of
across
people?
dozens of
Who
countries.
who knows the shape of the Earth? They know it's flat, and then they run around telling everybody it's a globe. Who would have to be doing that? Exactly who?
Well, my question would be,
No, answer my
what?
question. You claim there's a lot
What?
of people that would have to be in on it. I want to know who has to be in on it, dude. That means to be in on
The
it means
space
you're lying.
program. Well, to
Who?
start, the space
Well,
programs of every country that has a space
space
program.
programs aren't people. Space programs are ideas,
You're
right?
right.
They're
Space programs are made up of thousands of people.
That's right. Thousands of people. Who out of those
All
thousands
of
of
those people
people
are in on
has
it.
to now
I'm
all of
asking
them?
you.
So the people that sweep the floors or the people that wash the windows? Who exactly in those space programs?
So the people who wash the floors
They don't know, or do they know?
are
Do they
not
know
in
that?
on this.
Okay. How where do we go? Like which who's the in on it people? Who would have to be in on it?
Well,
You
this
said
is
it's
your
millions of people.
claim. This
No,
is
it's
your
your
claim.
claim that it would
No,
take.
see
No,
now he's saying it's your claim, but he actually changed the claim when he said, "Well, I'm making the point." Keep up, fam.
All right,
dude, you
Strange
said
can't
hundreds of
answer. I guess
you
I'll
said
answer.
hundreds of thousands of people are required to some giant freaking conspiracy.
Yes, there are hundreds
No,
of thousands
you're
of
just
people
who
working in the space industry.
exactly. So what? Who? I worked in the space industry. I worked for General Dynamics. They
You
claim they
worked
put
for
shit
General
in.
Dynamics.
Yeah, you're goddamn right. I did, and they claim
What
they
did
put
you do
shit
for
in
General
space.
Dynamics?
I worked at
Because I also
Advanced.
work in the space industry.
Look, I work for General Dynamics Advanced Information Systems. I'm not going to tell you where, but that's what I did. I did network IT.
Okay, network IT.
Yeah,
And
It's also
what
irrelevant.
led
I'm not
you
going to
to
get
the
into
belief
specifics.
system? I
Listen, I'm
didn't
not going to
ask
get
you
into
any
specifics of
specifics.
what I
I
did.
didn't
Well, I'm
ask you
not.
any specifics. What led you to the belief system that you have now?
It's not a belief system. You have a belief system.
Okay.
Please,
What
that's
led you
not
to abandon the
arguing.
belief
Listen,
system that you had before?
Your argument is I can't believe all these people that would lie to me, and all these people would have to be in on it. You can't quantify who it is. You can't quantify who the people are. You don't know who the people are, but I have the belief system.
Everybody that works for
But
ISRO, everybody
to
that
be
works for
fair,
NASA, everybody that works for NOAA, everybody that works for ESA,
You already said it wasn't the guy sweeping the floors. So who
anybody
is
who
it?
contributes engineering, scientific prowess on any of those missions,
So you
all
can't.
of those people are liars? All
No
those people are part of a
engineering,
conspiracy?
engineering, no, not
Hold on,
engineering.
Elijah. Hold on, Elijah. Lying about what? What do they know? What is an engineer
You
who
are
draws
making
on?
this claim that they
listen,
are lying.
no, it's your
So
claim
I don't
that
need
there's.
to answer that
No, I'm
question.
It
trying to
is your
figure out.
claim.
Stop, Elijah. Listen, your claim is it takes hundreds of thousands of people. I want to figure out who would have to be lying. Which are the people? The exact people. You're making a nebulous, generalized fucking claim with goddamn no evidence. Period.
What do you think that the people with NOAA, the National Oceanic Administration, all that bunch, do you not think they would have to be in on it?
Which people?
The people that would need to be in on it.
Those
I don't know how many, but those
Which
people.
people?
How many?
Okay,
What
who
different? Why
knows
do you need a number?
who? I'll tell you why. Because to be lying, you have to know the truth and tell the opposite. That's what a lie is. It's intentional deception. That's what he's implying. There can't possibly be 100,000 people that would intentionally deceive the fucking world, right?
I'm not
What about
implying that. I'm saying that.
You're
what
saying
about the
that.
geology?
So who would know? Let's figure out who would know and who would have to be lying. Is it 100,000 or is it 2,000 or is it 50 or is it 100? Who knows? The only people that claim to have the knowledge are the people that claim they went to the moon, because they're the only people that claim they went high enough to see the earth as a ball. That makes everybody else besides those clowns believers. And believers, they can say the earth is a globe and they're not lying because they believe it. They're not lying at all. They're not in on anything. It's a collective delusion. They're all
So
telling
what
each
is
other
the
earth is a
purpose? What
globe.
is the purpose of the collective delusion? That's my question. Is it
You're
for
the
money?
purpose. You're the purpose.
I'm the purpose.
You just came in here defending it for free.
Yes, but is it a
Like a
money-making
good little
scheme?
puppet.
Is it a money-making scheme? What is the purpose
They
of it?
just made a puppet out of you.
But for what purpose?
To make a puppet out of you. Dude, like, that is the purpose. Do you not
So are you?
understand that when you
No,
control what
I
people
don't
do, you
understand.
control them?
But you,
Okay, so there's no
you just.
power in puppeteering people. There's nothing in that. There's no
But
purpose to that.
Indio,
I can control what people think is important and what they believe and all those things. There's no value in that. Even though that's what all governments try to do every single fucking day for the last 50,000 years, there's no value in that. You don't understand that.
Is this new line of questioning a Are you conceding to your last point? Because you didn't validate it yet, but you seem to have moved on.
I heard him validate it.
No, by claiming it twice, was that the validation? So if you claim something twice, it automatically makes the first claim true. Is that how that works?
No.
Yeah, what was the validation? He said too many people, then he couldn't even say who.
Can I submit for the room before it gets too contentious that one person did give the right answer, and I will tell you what it is. And the answer that he gave is the amount of people that would have to be in on it are the exact amount of people that would have to be in on it.
Makes sense.
That's what Left Lane said.
No, I just
I
don't
got muted
understand
for
this.
answering, so
I just
can I
don't
answer now?
understand. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so so the people that calculated, let's say, a dip correction in what was it? I forgot the name of it, which is a type of like ships thing.
Yeah, dip correction. Yeah, what about it? It's called Bowditch's correction. It was part of the Nautical Almanac started. It's called American Practical Navigator. I think it was published in the 1870s. It was a correction to the previous nautical almanacs. It was done by a guy named Charles Bowditch, and he added this thing called a dip correction. He added a bunch of other things too, index corrections.
What
I mean, those like
what
fit.
about dip correction though?
What about it?
Yeah, those that little table.
Yeah.
Yeah, what
Perfectly
about it?
fits the curvature of the Earth.
No, it actually has nothing to do with curvature of the Earth.
Horizon's physical again.
No. That I mean, that's not even no. Move away from even the fact that the horizon is physical again. Those tables have nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth.
What do they have to do with?
Not the curvature of the Earth.
What do they have to do with?
Well, height of eye correction has to do with correcting your height above sea level. So it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, let me answer this question. So, hold on, friend. I'll answer for you. So, you already talked about earlier that the z-axis and the y-axis are confounded, right? So, the definition of the horizon in the visual sense is the apparent demarcation point between the color field of the ground and the color field of the sky. You experience it as a line across your vision horizontally, right? So if you're looking over a green field, it's going to be green, and then you're going to see blue of the sky. If you're looking out over the water, you're going to see a darkish watercolor, whatever it is that day, grayish, bluish. and then you're going to see the sky. That demarcation point is not necessarily a physical location. Now, it does have a declination angle from your point of view. However, when you trace your vision to that point, you're not tracing it to a physical location. You're tracing it to an optical differential in your field of view. Now, we know because of things like perspective, total internal reflection, refractive effects, fog, etc., that the distance to that horizon can be less. But because the z and the y-axis are confounded, you could mistake that for a declination angle in the physical world rather than just a shorter distance to you, because the angles of the triangle will be different. So there's your answer.
So that declination just happens to perfectly match the radius of the Earth.
I just
Well, it
told you
doesn't.
it had nothing to do with that. I just told you that.
So why does it?
Listen, friends. I just told you that the apparent position of the horizon is differential. So it can't match the radius of the Earth in principle, because if it matched the radius of the Earth, it would be in the same place at all times.
What do you mean?
That's not possible.
Wow.
If the horizon, just
I don't know.
listen, if the horizon was indeed a intersection point of a tangent line from your eye to the circle, which represents the radius of the Earth, it could never be anywhere else. Never. Never. Not
I
once.
have no fucking clue what that means.
It means that physical objects that have boundaries don't spontaneously change the extremities of their boundaries. Hold on, I'll help you out. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to grab my soccer ball, right, that I had before. Is the outside of my soccer ball the same size? Well, maybe if I let some air out, right? Maybe if I pump it up some more. But if I keep it at the same air pressure, it's going to maintain the same outer boundary, correct? It's not going to spontaneously get bigger or smaller, which would be necessary for the horizon to be in a different location. Because if the horizon is a tangent point from your observation point to the circle of the radius of the Earth, it could never be anywhere else. Never.
That doesn't answer.
Now, I would submit, listen, I would
Yes, it does.
submit to you, my friend. I would submit to you, my friend, that if you don't understand this principle, that you need to go back and learn what shapes are.
You didn't answer my question.
Yes, it did. 2 times.
Why do those dip angles? They make. They literally.
Okay, I'll tell you
If you
again. I'll
prop
tell you
those up
again.
in a representation,
Hold on.
they form. You know. They form
No,
a
they can't. He just told you they can't pot. Remember
So
when we were
why
talking
do
about
they?
remember when we were
Hold
talking
on.
about the distance to horizon formula 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and everybody said no, that's the geometric horizon, not the horizon that
This
you
is a
see.
completely different point.
No, it's the same point, because
I'm
you're
talking
trying to
about
say
dip
the dip
angle
correction
correction.
has to do with the horizon. Yes, you are. Yes,
Well, I
you
can
are.
answer that. I can
It
answer that in
doesn't
line of what
answer.
I
I can't
explained.
even
Hold
believe
on.
it. But again, I mean, shit, man.
Yeah, Elijah's not incorrect, but I think you're just struggling with his way of explaining it to you. But in light of what I just said, okay, you're looking at the dip corrections from a manual with an ideal. If you project those dip corrections in the ideal and they form a circle, and then you say this circle matches a radius, to then claim that that's the radius of anything that exists in reality would be to commit a fallacy known as reification. Now, in order for these things to correspond to reality, they must exist in present reality. In order for these dip corrections to match a radius congruently, the radius must be that at all times. Since we know the horizon changes in its apparent location, then it cannot possibly be a geometric location. Geometric locations maintain their position in free space. So if you're in the same location and the horizon changes, it's not geometric. It's just that simple. Now, I will submit to you that there are optical effects at play. And also, if you're, let's just say, for example, you're 6 foot tall and you have light coming at you from the horizon. Let's imagine that the horizon is horizontal to your feet on both the X and Z axis, right? So a plane in front of you. It just so happens that the angle of your eye, angular resolution limit, will reach that horizon at approximately 3.5 miles. Coincidentally enough, that's the same approximate location that they claim the geometric horizon of the Earth is. I find that very convenient.
Again, you didn't answer it.
Well,
No,
look,
he
I know
did.
you don't realize. Yeah, fair point. I know you don't realize it's not been answered, but it has been answered in spades.
So
I think
because there's a bunch of accurate stuff that we know from that number, that doesn't mean it's convenient. It means it's right. That's how we know red
She
is
is
red.
under
I
the
just
biggest globe
explained.
delusion.
Yeah, fair. But I just explained to you that a probable reason for the declination to the horizon is one, you're standing up and the ground is below you. So you automatically have a declining angle to the horizon, would you not? And the answer is yes, you would. So the argument would go like this. The ground below me is below me. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That is patently ridiculous.
No, it's not. Of course, it's not just that reason.
I think
Oh, well, you
it's
think it's due to
Literally,
curvature, so the
I don't
horizon's
think you
geometric again?
understand this. The only
Yeah, I do understand.
The only reason someone might think the Earth is flat is because of this whole curvature thing, because you can't really prove anything else, right?
We don't need.
I'm looking at
No,
this.
we're
I'm
we're
looking at these
focused.
numbers.
There's a reason we're focused on this, is because it is a requirement for a ball. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, it can't possibly be a ball.
We can't really prove anything other than no curve. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point.
I don't think any
Yeah.
scientist has ever claimed that the Earth is a ball. I think they said it's spear-like. Did they not?
A sphere is actually a two-dimensional surface.
No. You did not hear
No,
what I
a
said.
sphere is not a two-dimensional surface.
Do
Sir,
you want to
hold
bet
on.
Bitcoin on that? How many
You're not paying
Bitcoin?
attention. I speak very specifically. I said spear-like. What is spear-like?
Spear-like?
Hold on. Spear-like.
It's
There's
not
two words.
sphere-like.
Stop focusing on spear.
Because a sphere is a two-dimensional topological surface. The proper term is a ball.
A sphere is a geometrical object that is a three-dimensional analog to a two-dimensional circle.
That's wrong. That's not the mathematical definition. I'll give it you from Wolfram.
Formally, a sphere is the set of points that are all the same distance r from a given point in three-dimensional
That's
space.
right. Yes, in three-dimensional space, but the sphere itself is only the surface.
That's cope.
It's not cold.
You said a sphere is 2D.
It is 2D. It's only the surface.
But the surface is 3D because the sphere isn't a ball.
But nowhere inside, off of that surface, is the sphere.
You don't have
So
to be
if you go-
inside
if
for
you
it to be
go
three
down
dimensions.
towards
Just
the
take it, man.
If you go towards the center, right, any degree, you're not on the sphere anymore, are you?
Correct.
You're
So
not on
a
the
sphere-
surface of the sphere, but the
okay, hold
sphere
on.
is still three-dimensional. Just take
Hold
it,
on,
man.
hold on,
Please
hold on.
stop.
Before we continue,
I'm going to post the definition from Wolfram Math World, okay, which scientists use, Wolfram Mathematica, to do their equations. It's well known throughout the entire industry, academia, whatever. You could argue with them. I'll
Okay,
read it
so
to you.
post
Regardless
that.
of so I'll post that. I'll post a link.
Yeah, okay, so
I'm going to read it into
Yeah,
the
so show,
chat. And I'm going to read
talk
it into
about
the
that
chat.
instead of arguing my definition.
Yeah, because your
Let 'em read
definition
it,
is the
hey.
colloquial definition, and I'm talking about the mathematical definition.
yes, and for goodness sakes, everybody let him read it, so I don't have to read
Regardless of the choice of the convention for indexing the number of dimensions of a sphere, the term sphere refers to the surface only. So the usual sphere is a two-dimensional surface. The colloquial practice of using the term sphere to refer to the interior of a sphere is therefore discouraged, with the interior of the sphere, a quote-unquote solid sphere, being more properly termed a ball, which is why I use the term ball, because that is the correct terminology.
Correct.
Because we're having a technical discussion, right?
Yep. Let me add a point on this before we move on. A sphere is actually an ideal. It doesn't exist in practicable reality. So nobody, when they talk about spheres, is actually talking about a sphere, the concept, existing in tangible reality. So to argue that is just to be pedantic to the umpteenth extreme. So coming in here and trying to
don't
debunk
exist
us,
now?
no, they don't.
Still 3D.
Conceptually, they exist.
Only conceptually.
Only
Correct.
conceptually.
He just
And
read
yeah,
the
the Earth is
definition
an
for you,
oblate
friend.
spheroid.
That's a cool story.
Is that two-dimensional?
Well, technically, what they call it is a oblate spheroid of revolution. That's how they term it mathematically. That's
Yep.
how they. That's how solids were. That's the
Right, but
terminology for solids.
absolutely. So let me bring a point to conclusion here. We were derailed from the point of whether or not the ball in question has demonstrable surface curvature. And rather than focusing on demonstrable surface curvature, we have an interjected point that we're not using the technical terms proper for the ball in question. The problem is that the ball in question has specified dimensions, okay, that can be tested,
Mm-hmm.
right? So Mr. Interjection Red Herring there accomplished nothing. The proposition in question is whether or not the ball exists, and a ball must have certain dimensionality to it in order to wrap around itself and come back to form a congruent object, right? So if you can demonstrate that the surface isn't curving in the manner necessary to form a ball, then you've disproven the ball. It's that simple. In totality, it disproves the proposition immediately and in totality. All derivatives then become axiomatically false. Wait, hold. What did you just say?
How many flat
No,
spots?
you're making it way too simple and ignoring a bunch of factors.
No, friend. It's irrelevant. Think about it. I just want you to answer this proposition in itself. I don't want you to think about ancillary factors. If an object isn't curving, can it be a sphere?
Like in general, yes. I mean, wait, fuck, no.
Wouldn't it be a ball though?
No.
Fucking go to bed, man. Yo, please move on, guys. I have no
Oh my
faith.
fucking
She's
god,
gonna be
no, let
religious
me
for the
talk to
rest
this
of her
person.
life. Let her
I
keep
made
it.
one mistake. You haven't contributed to this at all. I'm talking to someone else.
No,
Jesus
it's not
fucking
about. It's
Christ.
not that. It's that you think that dip correction has to do, which is really height of eye. They didn't even have. They didn't even have those. I don't know.
For a
I
woman named Sodri with a
I guess
she they
there's.
Does
There's
it match the
supposedly. I
radius?
guess there's supposedly globe dip correction, which didn't even exist a few decades ago. So I mean, Jesus Christ, they've been sailing for I don't know fucking how long. But you're so I don't know, bro. Like I don't
A few
know.
decades ago, how many? 90 decades ago?
Let me explain it to her. Let me explain it to her. Okay, listen.
Hey, Padrino.
All right. So imagine this, right? Me and you getting married in 3 weeks, right? Let's just say because you're Irish, I'm Irish, the Irish man. You're 19, I'm 20. You have she/they pronoun.
Take it to
Like,
DMs, dude. Take it to DMs.
Wow.
What the fuck's
Yeah.
going on here?
Well, we got a lot of coping going on
I
in
want
here.
to hear
So
him.
we got
I want to hear him. Hold on.
Then
Maybe
go to
it's like
DMs.
someone
Go to
else for the
DMs.
flat earth.
Take it to DMs.
Go to DMs, lady.
Like this isn't.
I
the
thought that was
first
going to be like an analogy or something. Was
No,
that
Yes,
not?
yes.
Anyway.
He wanted. Listen, he wanted it
it's
to be
a
an
skill
analogy.
level hitting on you. So like.
Oh, sorry. I'm like really autistic. I don't know.
Guys, have you
But-
all realized that flat Earth is a little stupid and that globular Earth is true?
Yeah.
Well, come and present evidence to say that we do live on this globe, then, please. If you can. Because we've been waiting for years.
Well, I feel like you guys get evidence, you just don't listen. You just like are
Like what?
cognitively disconnected from it.
Tell
What
us the
evidence?
evidence.
The evidence we provide is instantly dismissed.
Was
So.
it like stuff,
Listen,
is it
You
stuff
guys
on
have dismissed
TV or
gravity. You guys have dismissed math entirely.
So okay, hold on. Time.
I've heard the sun isn't real because I can't touch it. I've literally heard that from people.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
I'm not lying. I've heard that from your from a 24/7 mod. I've heard that.
Yeah, you're a fucking liar.
Don't lie, man.
I'm a liar.
The
Okay.
sun is not real because we can't touch it. Nobody.
Yeah, the sun is not real because I can't feel it or I can't put my hands on it. Yep.
Nobody has ever said that. You're just.
No, man.
I've heard that, literally.
You're a liar.
You saying that we can't see the sun?
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
Liar.
So
You know, we obviously see the sun, Murrow. Everybody sees the sun. We dispute what you claim it is, but we obviously see it, so we know it exists. What the fuck? Nobody's ever said that it doesn't exist.
So we
Well, at
record
the
all
very
our
least, I've
live
heard
streams
from multiple
in
people that they don't believe in gravity because what was it? You can't. There's no way of
Because there's no
seeing it if it's
scientific
real. You can
validity
only do
for
like
it.
tests.
Dude,
There's
you're
no
just
scientific
making shit
validity
up,
for
aren't
it.
you?
I'm not making shit up. You guys have
Yeah,
literally
There's no
denied
scientific
gravity and
validity
and math.
for it. That's
No, we
why.
said
You don't
there's
know.
no
You don't.
experiment.
You don't know any math. Okay. You
Oh, I
don't
don't know
know
any
any math.
math. Damn, 2 + 2 don't equal 4. Fuck.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Basic math. Maybe you can. Maybe you can smash
Basic
your
math.
hoof
Oh, I
on
thought
the.
I didn't know any math.
Maybe you can smash your hoof on the ground and count to 10.
Wait, so if I knew some math, then that would mean that you were wrong.
That was a snappy comeback.
But
You
I mean,
gotta
literally, I
admit.
drop my
You
pen
gotta
and it hits
admit
the
that was
floor, and
good.
that's like
So that's proof of
angers the
gravity.
people.
So tell me how. Listen. Let's walk through this, which is a scientific method to figure out if you dropping the pen is evidence of mass attracting mass.
It's not direct evidence. It's a test you can do. I just said that.
So it's a test of mass attracting mass.
It's a
So we're
test
not
of
going to use
gravity affecting mass.
Okay, so we're going to change the mass. So the formula for gravity is F equals G times M1 times M2 divided by R squared. We're going to change your pen into a battleship, and we're going to drop a battleship, and we're going to enter that into the formula, and we're going to measure the acceleration.
You're kind of going off the you're going crazy on
So
this
we're going to
theory.
measure
I was
the
going with the pen. Now you're doing
acceleration. So we're
battleships. I mean,
testing your claim that
a
dropping
little bit
something.
crazy.
No, we're testing your claim that dropping something is proof that mass attracts mass. We're testing
That's
your
not
claim.
That's not even what I said.
So what is it? What is it proof of?
I was saying it was a test that you can see that mass affects gravity.
Mass attracts mass. That's what he's saying.
No.
You know
There is also
So-
things like gravity on the level of like the solar system, which is mass, but it's
not
like
different
extreme
gravity.
levels of mass, which is like not what your hypothetical would have.
Was that different kinds of gravity then? Like a different sort of flavour?
Different sort of flavor? No.
So-
Okay,
so-
in a very
mass
roundabout way, I
affects
guess.
mass,
Sure,
or it
it's mass
doesn't.
affecting mass in a very roundabout way.
So check this out.
Well-
You just claim the effect is the cause.
Is what?
You just claim the effect. You dropping a pen, the observed phenomenon of a pen falling is
Yeah.
the cause of the pen falling. You said
no, I
you
didn't do
dropping
that.
a pen is gravity. That means the effect.
It's a product of gravity, yeah.
Okay, so what's the cause of the pen falling?
The cause of it is whatever the major
Well,
amount
actually,
of mass
what is the cause of gravity?
Yeah, that's what
gravity
I'm
is
saying.
a constant in the space and time. It's one of those
Gravity's,
things.
gravity's a constant in space and time. You just like
It's as
throwing out
constant
random
like
words.
space and time. Yeah, that's what I just said. You didn't
So
listen
is
very
it
well.
space time or is it mass attracts mass?
Like
Which one?
space and time, they're not the same.
Yeah, no, it's actually called space time. That's the name for it in general
That's
relativity.
not
It's
true.
called space time. It's one
It's
word.
called
It's called
space-time.
space
Could you
time.
show me where that's the case? With space time?
Oh my.
It's a super concept that Einstein seemed to invent.
So you don't know the first thing about the claim you came here to make.
Well, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to India.
It doesn't matter who you're talking
But yeah,
to.
could you show me where space time is?
Yeah, I just posted a quote from
space-time.
Wikipedia. There's a Wikipedia entry for space time. There's citations. If you want something other than Wikipedia, if you want to bitch,
Well, you just
Stanford
took a snippet of it. I would like
got
the whole full
University of-
page, but that works
So
too.
you said that doesn't exist though. You said it
I said
doesn't
space time
exist.
doesn't exist.
Yes, you just said that.
Oh, well then I meant I didn't know of it.
You said it's space and time.
You were saying
remember?
that space,
and you
and you were
corrected
saying
me
that space and time didn't
doesn't
exist, and it was just space time, which is
No,
not
it is
true.
just space time. It's a
It's not.
four-dimensional
There's space and
space-time.
time.
No, there's a four-dimensional space-time. Where
space-time.
time is on a spatial it's a non-spatial dimension.
Okay, I guess I need to get my own citations here.
Then the pseudo-Romanian.
You might wanna
No
read
shit.
them first before you post them.
The counter space it's called.
So he's got to Google. He's got to
Use the
Google
concept
what
of
he's teaching me.
space as the fourth dimension, which meant that space and time were usually linked. So that's one of Einstein's
that's right,
theories.
space-time,
They're
they're linked.
concepts of time.
Yeah, it's space-time. It's
So,
one thing.
there's also the
Time
concept of
axis called
space
a
and time, which
geodesic.
is a separate.
Space and time are two separate concepts, but Einstein
Thank you.
united the
Yes,
concepts into a
that's one of his
concept called
theories, which he arranged them
space-time,
together.
and that's how it relates to gravity, which is what we're talking about. We're not talking about space and time. We're talking about space-time, which gravity is not a force. There is no pull. The curvature of space-time is path of what they call the path of least action, and that's why a body or whatever follows a particular motion. There is no force, right? But when you're talking about you drop something, you think space-time is contracting between the pencil and the Earth? In Einstein's theory, the Earth is accelerating up to the pencil.
No, that's just a
Yeah.
complete mischaracterization of it.
No, it's not.
The Earth is speeding up towards the pencil?
Yeah, in Einstein's
Yes.
theory, the Earth is speeding up towards the pencil.
Okay, could you explain that or show that? I don't trust you. I trust maybe a paper on it.
No, I'm gonna post a physics PhD.
You ever heard of Richard Feynman?
astronomer.
Well, random person doesn't necessarily mean it's 100% true, but I'll
Not a
read it.
random person. It's from PBS Space Time.
Richard Feynman's a random person.
The name of the video is called "Is Gravity an Illusion?"
Grace, I didn't say that Einstein was wrong or deny him or any of that. I said that we're talking about space and time, not space time.
So let me ask.
Those are just
let
concepts.
me ask him a question.
Wow, you got
you're
it.
saying,
No
so you're
tangible
saying
thing.
Einstein's not wrong. So when he gets you the citation that he gets you, and I think I'm wrong about Feynman. Who is it? Anyway,
Are you even a flat earther or a mod?
Anyway, so
I
check
think that
this
isn't
out.
wrong. Okay.
When you realize that he expressed
answer.
that the Earth is rising up to meet you or anything, and you realize you're on a globe and you have people on opposite ends where the Earth is rising up to meet them, I wonder how the fuck my ass tastes.
Thanks. That was a great point.
So how do things go down in the flat Earth?
Oh, you're still here.
Who knows?
Jesus Christ.
Look, both models, Newton's gravity and Einstein's gravity, both work. The reason you're
No, they
bringing up
don't. Could you show
gravity,
me that?
yeah, they do. I'll post you that too. You're not even gonna watch what
You
I'm
say a
already
lot of
posting.
things,
You're
but I
just
don't really
doing.
believe it.
Listen,
man.
you're just doing a sea lion troll. That's
The
all you're
sea
doing.
lion troll?
Yeah, it's
I'm
called a
asking
sea
for
lion troll.
paper.
You know look at
Go
anything.
look it up. Sea lion troll. You're not gonna look at any of this shit. You're not gonna read any of it.
I've actually already been doing that.
Can you do differential equations?
Differential
Can you
equations?
do integrals?
Me personally, I'm pretty shitty at math, but at least I
Yeah,
know
so
certain
I'm
people
gonna
have
post
done
them
that
here.
and done papers on it that are PhDs on the subject, which you also love to talk about, right? You love that one individual who's a PhD that then backs your statement up. That's what you've been doing, Indio, right?
Yeah, who?
Cope?
Who?
You did that.
Who?
Who? You said some. I forget the guy you're talking. You referenced somebody.
Richard Feynman.
Richard. I think it was
You said it was some guy.
somebody referenced somebody else. And they're like the
Einstein?
PhD person that made a paper on this is like, okay, this is a random person. I don't know if it doesn't mean I have to believe him necessarily, but I'll read what he says.
Well, that was Feynman you called a random person.
If you're talking about the laser test, that wasn't a single person.
I don't even know. Somebody brought up a random
You
name.
don't even know. So you're saying I did something, but you don't know what it is? You seem like a
because
very honest
somebody
person
brought it up in the
that I want to
conversation.
keep talking to. On second thought, maybe I don't.
Somebody brought it up in the conversation.
Let me ask you a question, friend. This is your one chance at reprieve.
Okay.
Is Einstein himself just a random person?
On the level, if I was back in his time period, yeah, he would be. Besides, like a certain, near the end of his time period, he was more like crazy within the whole. Like he was very highly known. But for the most part, when he was finding these things out, like somebody like the person you referenced, just some random physicist, yeah, I would see him as a random person. I would take what he says with a grain of salt. Yes.
You guys cope with the space religion more than crackheads cope with the pipe.
Yeah, so
It's
Elijah, let me ask this.
Okay,
guy.
well, I'm glad you
This
answered that.
random
That means
person
nothing.
that you said that I cited, the person that you can't name.
I don't know who you're even talking about.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about. You're saying I cited some
Einstein?
random physicist. Who? Who did I cite?
Oh no, it's like two or three of you said that like you referenced some PhD person.
Who? What? Who?
I think it was Elijah was one of them.
Yeah, no, I think I was wrong about Feynman. Somebody knows the name though.
Yeah, he means before that though. He was listening before. Who did we before?
That's not what I said, Indio.
So who?
I said somebody earlier
you don't
was
even know what
early in the
you're saying. You're
conversation
just
when I
saying
joined.
random fucking words to save face, and you're just embarrassing yourself.
I am? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So who did we reference randomly some
I
random
don't remember.
science?
It's like there was
So
four of you talking at once. It's kind of hard.
why are you making an accusation?
give you a citation for everything he
Well,
said.
seeing that there's four people going off at the same time, you being one of them, Space Face. I don't Space Face. I don't know how to. Yeah. I couldn't hear the name. Sorry.
Okay.
I mean, Indio's
was-
posted you a citation for everything that he
context?
said.
In what context was it in? So I can remember who the hell I was talking
People were saying it was a PhD person that had done a paper on this subject and was talking about how that should be good enough. And if I believe Einstein, then I should believe him.
Oh, then the
goddamn
text, chat.
lie, dude. You're just a fucking liar, dude. Shut the fuck
He
up.
never said that. You must be hallucinating or
We're gonna
something.
calm down. We are gonna keep it civil in here.
Or what?
Hey,
yeah.
Can I ask a question? Come on, it just helps things get better if we all be mature.
Okay.
know.
Okay.
Bro, don't
hold on.
bother.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Is lying civil?
Well, do two wrongs make a right?
No, they do not. What is lying civil?
Definitely
I
not.
would say mostly no. Mostly.
Okay, it's not civil. So
Deliberate obfuscation.
when it comes,
even if
to
it's to make
something,
someone's feelings feel better,
you
you're
get
giving them
what you
false
give.
information.
You get what you give, and I have no duty to treat him with respect when he has no respect to even be honest. And he's going to sit here and just make stuff up, lie, not answer questions, obfuscate, deflect, and play games. We don't want to
For the most part, I would agree with you on that. But are you the arbiter of absolute truth?
Oh my god.
No, but he's asking for stuff and he's getting stuff presented to him and he's
If he's
fucking
just being a
hand-waving
straight
it.
dick, I completely understand what you're saying.
I'm the arbiter.
Give it back to him.
Dude, I'm the arbiter
Indio
to
was
this
giving him
fucking chat.
citation after citation and he never
I
looked
mean,
at one of them.
I'm speaking higher, bro. Come on, not just the sperm.
Well, let's just stop all this. Let's just squash all this with this, okay? Homeboy came in. Hold on, friend. Homeboy came in and accused flat earthers of denying gravity exists. That's what he started with.
That's stupid.
So
I'm
now
sure you
up
guys
to
don't
him.
deny gravity. You're aware of it. It's there. You can have
No, we
gravity,
asked
whether
for
it's a
it.
globe or a fucking pancake. I mean, Jesus Christ.
He also claimed that we deny that the sun exists. Because we can't
Even though we
touch
see it. We can't touch it.
Because you.
Can I
But
ask a
he's
question?
going-
Say that,
Is there a way to Google the top? Is there a good way to Google like the top 5 or 10 of these like flat Earth, globe Earth, ways they go like it's undeniable because of these facts, and then
Bro,
flat
why not
Earth's
just
undeniable
ask a
because of these
question?
facts, and just put them side by side?
Why not present proof for the globe and then we can go through something like just like
Wait.
one of your best
Do you have
evidences
proof of?
you've got.
Well, I mean, it's your room, so
Fake face.
yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, bro. Yes, man.
Okay, so I am not going to assert to you that the Earth is a globe, but I'm going to ask you to convince me. Like, how can you demonstrate to me that the Earth is flat? And I am not asserting the Earth is flat.
Like,
He's not
it's
trying to be a
about
dick.
me.
He's legit question.
I'm just
Bro,
asking.
I'm not trying to, or we're not trying to make you believe us, bro. That's the last thing we want to do is get you believing a story just because our story seems better or more thought out or more articulate. Like, we're not trying to get you to do that, man.
Yeah,
we're
that's why
trying
I'm
to get
asking
you
you for
to
Don't make
evidence.
us
Like,
believe.
how can I
yourself.
form my own
undeniably
beliefs?
wrong.
I'm getting there. So I'm just saying to you, what I would advise you is to start accepting reality for what it is. If you need to do some long range observation, even a laser test, a mirror flash, anything that you could go out over a body of water, see
Need
how far you can see.
assistance?
You know what I mean?
I
So
don't
all the
have
tools are
anything.
there.
Well, sounds like you
24/7
just want us to
fire
believe.
Discord. Listen,
So
no,
I
if
have
you
a
want to go
question.
to our server as well, we've got stacks of stuff. We've got plenty of evidence, plenty of laser tests, and you'll be able to find out ways of doing these tests yourself if you really want to. You can see
That's why
the
I'm
link for
unsure.
the server. It's in my bio. I'll take you down there and we'll get you checked in and we'll get you a role if you want. If you want to
Yeah,
join me
no,
down there.
I'm just wondering because like when I grew up on a port city, and when there's a nice little elevated area where they like break the waves hitting, and there's a restaurant there. And when I sit there and I'm eating my seafood and I'm watching the boats go out, how come I can't see them when they get too far away?
Oh, bro,
The
like,
air is not transparent.
take a look in the text chat.
I live on the ocean. I'm in
Wait,
Boston.
the air isn't transparent. I'm
No,
not sure
air
what
is
you
not,
mean.
like, okay, look up your local
Oh,
weather.
bust his
Hold-
ass, bust his ass.
Hold on, Elijah.
Oh, my
where you
bad.
at?
Sorry, I'm
Oh,
gonna
you're
go on
hot.
mute.
Okay, so
Bro,
look up your local visibility right? You live in a port city, so they're going to list the visibility. Why does it change? Why is it 5 miles, sometimes 10 miles, sometimes 20 miles?
Oh, because there's water vapor in the air.
Yeah, so the air's not transparent, right?
Yeah, no. I'm saying that even when, like, I can see fog in one spot, I can see clear in another spot. How come when I see the ships going through a clear area, I still see them disappear when there's no obstruction?
What do you mean? What do you mean
at
disappear? Disappear in what way? So there needs to be
Okay,
something
so
in
visibly gone.
Yeah. So I'm
take
sitting
a
there
look
eating
at
my
the
seafood,
text
right? I'm eating my meal, and as I watch the boat, it's like it sinks into the water, and I don't understand how that works.
Hold on, Spig. I doubt you've ever seen that.
I used to watch it every day when I lived in my hometown.
Yeah, okay. That's a cool story. You read that on the internet that's what you see.
No,
that's not what
I really watched it. I really did.
I live on the ocean.
large ships.
I live
Listen,
on a lake,
dude.
not the ocean. Sorry, I lived on Lake Ontario.
I live on an ocean. I live on the Atlantic Ocean. The ocean is literally 0.2 miles away from me. I've made lots of observations of boats. They have a website. It's called marinetraffic.com where you can track boats. You can see where the boats are. You can figure out how far away they are from you. I've watched the ship go 30 miles away. Invisible from 6 miles, watch it for 3.5 hours. It goes all the way out to 30 miles, never sinks, never disappears, never does any of that shit. And I've watched this many times.
I would say you can watch this and zoom in, and you'll notice it's still straight ahead. Just your eye can only see so far that it becomes smaller that you eventually think it's just gone. But it's actually just your eyes can't see that zoomed in actually.
So it's so far away.
And then it comes back to view.
Hold on, boys. Can I draw your
Preston,
attention
you're
to the
trying to
text
straw
chat?
man what I just said. Okay?
No. I was listening to what Terry said. What Terry said makes sense. Where if it's too far away,
well, Terry's
I can't
not a
see it
flat earther,
properly.
so I don't know why you're listening to his bullshit that he Googled on the internet.
No, I would no. I'm just
made
saying
sense to me. I'm
it just
sorry.
seems like when you can't see something because it just gets far enough away, it's getting smaller and smaller to you. It's not visible to your eye. You use a device to see better,
That's
and you
what I'm
know
saying.
it's still there, straight in front of you, just farther.
Take a look in the text chat.
This is a pro flat Earth opinion. Like, what are you getting mad at?
Not a
Take a
pro.
look in
It's
the
not a
text chat
pro
for
flat
me,
Earth
bro.
opinion because it's wrong.
Bro, there's a clip
Yes,
of a
you can
boat
zoom in on boats,
supposedly.
but only for a certain distance.
I'm
Air
looking
is
at the
not
clip of the boat,
transparent.
Spake. I'm
So
looking
there
at the
needs
clip
to
of
be
the boat.
You're working it, bro. So we can see that obviously it appears that boats have disappeared over a horizon. It could possibly be thought, but when we grab an optical instrument, these boats or wherever the landmass or lighthouse or whatever it is, it pops right back into view, bro. It will obviously start to disappear again as it gets out of the range of the optical instrument. But grab another one and it'll pop into view as best as it can, depending on the medium, atmospheric conditions, the elevation. There's loads of
that makes
different reasons
sense.
why things disappear.
That makes sense.
Thank
He
you.
busted does it, but not me. Okay.
That makes sense now. Thank you.
Yeah. Plus, there's other factors for visibility other than the surface, right? So there's the opacity of the air. You have to have contrast to see an object. The farther away something is, so the human eye, our visual range is worse in the blue contrast. We have the least amount of receptors for the eye. So when a boat is further and further away from you, right, it turns bluer and bluer and bluer. You cannot differentiate it from the background versus the water versus anything else. The idea that it sinks, it's not a combination of factors. Like I said, I watched the ship, a container ship, sail for 3 hours out to 30 miles. Now at 30 miles, that ship should have been 400 feet under the curve of the earth. That's a 42-story building. It should have been under the horizon.
How did you see it that far? How'd you see it that far?
I saw my naked eye, and I took pictures with a goddamn iPhone.
Wait. So I have a question.
Did you zoom in with the iPhone?
I have a question.
Well, yeah,
no,
more
no.
time to zoom on a shitty
Hey,
iPhone
hey,
6S.
Glober.
Why do you have a
Glober's
question not
interacting.
about? Why do you have a question not about what he just said? Because every time somebody says something about the curvature, wait. So let me get this right. My religion about the vacuum of space, though.
No. I'm just asking questions I want to learn.
Yeah, but you're not. So are you trying to inquire about?
You don't even know what question I'm going to ask.
All right,
This
fine.
needs to go to a neutral.
I bet $1,000 it has nothing to do with what he just said.
Okay, well, let him ask this ridiculous question
So
anyway.
India, when you were talking about how it should have dropped a certain amount, how
Yeah.
far did you say it went?
It was 30 miles away from me.
Okay, because I'm looking at what the globers say the diameter of the Earth is, and you can calculate the curvature drop to be roughly 0.009 degrees per kilometer. So
Yeah,
a
what
kilometer
does
is like
that mean?
1.6. So a kilometer is 1.6 miles, right? So if we divide 30 by 1.6, let me divide that real quick. Let's see, 30 divided by 1.6 is 18.75. So what that means,
18.75 what?
miles. I converted kilometers to miles.
Yeah, but we want 30 miles.
Yeah. Oh, right. No, what I'm saying. Okay, let me redo this real quick. So you see per kilometer, right, a 0.009 percent or degree curvature drop. So if you see that over 30 miles, do 30 times 1.6 times 0.009. So let's do that real quick. 30 times 1.6. So now we just went from kilometers to miles, and then times 0.009. So we would expect to see a curvature drop of 0.432 degrees.
Yeah, and
Would I be able to see that, or how would I observe that?
Well, you can use absolute values. You don't
What-
need to use. You don't need to use degrees. You can use absolute values. You know.
What do you mean by absolute values? I thought that was just a
Actually, like
distance from zero.
feet, inches, millimeters, absolute
Yeah,
values.
I'm going by
absolute
miles.
Units. No, you're using angles. Angles are not proper units.
No. So what I'm saying is, right? So it makes
The angular drop doesn't mean anything unless you know the angular size of the ship.
Yes, that's how I'm calculating. I'll give you the formula. Give me
But
one
why
second.
do we need to know the angular size of the ship when we can just calculate the drop in feet?
No, you don't have to calculate the size of you don't have to know the size of the ship. The
Yes,
angle
because you need to know to make a prediction about whether you should see a ship or not, right? If you say, okay, the curve of the Earth should drop 1 degree. Well, if the ship subtends an angle of 1.2 degrees, then you're going to see the ship. If it subtends a visual angle of 0.6 degrees, then you're not going to see the ship. So why
right,
are we
but we're
using
talking
angles when we can just use
0.432
feet?
degrees.
But we don't.
We're talking
Degrees is the wrong units.
Yeah, hold on, friends.
Okay. The
That's
formula
actually-
is really
hold
easy.
Hold on, bro.
Yeah, well, we got more, I guess.
We're not just talking about raw drop from an angle or a radial. We're talking about your angle of view over the obstruction, which is the apex of the arc in between you and it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Formula,
That's what I'm
Really?
talking about. So from you to the apex of the arc, right? You would observe, because on the other side is the other half of that arc. You would observe 0.009 degree drop per kilometer. I'm talking because
And?
it's think of it like a triangle, but instead of the hypotenuse being a line segment, it's curved.
Okay, yep. Yeah, we don't
Right,
care.
if
we're
we're going by the globers.
friend,
I'm not saying the Earth is.
hold on,
I'm not saying the Earth is a
friend.
globe. I'm just saying what the globers say.
Hold on, brother. The only part that matters out of that is the height of the opposite side. That is the precluded portion.
Yes, that's how we're
what matters.
calculating it.
Yeah, so tell us what it is in feet, brother.
Oh well, just
In
multiply by
feet.
5280.
So what is
Okay.
it?
Here, I will conveniently post the formula in chat and then calculate it with you. Oop, why is my screenshot not working?
Just tell us the answer, bro.
I haven't calculated it yet. Give me one second.
Oh
I'll
my
post it.
goodness! Just like your
Playing a game,
19-year-old
dude.
counterpart.
We're hip to
Oh,
this shit,
God.
dude. Listen,
So
we've been
I
doing this for a
just
long
posted
time.
the formula, right? And this is what the globers do. They pretend the Earth is a perfect sphere, but they do the math based on that. So you find the height, which is a drop in curvature over distance, right? And so they go by kilometers, but we can convert that to miles by multiplying the kilometers by 1.6, right? So you can use the formula where the height we're looking for is the glober's radius of the Earth times 1 minus the cosine of the angle. And you find that angle by finding how far off into the horizon that boat goes, right? Because you take that point versus your point, and then you form an angle based on that to calculate it.
Yeah, thanks for telling us something we figured out 8 years ago. I mean, thank you.
I mean, we've
Wait,
known
why are
this a
you
lot
using
longer than 8
linear?
years.
Hold on. Why are you using linear equations for this? This is a curve.
It's not linear.
It's not linear. He's using an arc segment. So anyway, I posted the formula in the predicted drop for the globe of 3,959 mile radius in the chat. All the
Wait,
formulas
hang
are
on.
there.
I gotta see. So object distance is 30 minus where's D? I'm looking for what D is.
Yeah, we're gonna mute you
Drop.
till you figure it out, dude.
No. I'm asking because I see this and I
I'm
don't.
not
It
playing
doesn't
this
say what all the
game, dude.
numbers are. No,
Doesn't
I
say
don't see
what
what
all
all
the
the numbers are. Just explain to me what is the lowercase d in that, and that's all I need.
Okay, D is distance to the horizon.
Ah, okay. So it's using the Glober radius. Gotcha. Okay, I'll be quiet while I calculate this.
So distance to the horizon is 1.22 times the square root of the zeroth height in feet. That'll give you the miles distance to the horizon. The surveyor drop is the rule of thumb that surveyors use. That's drop from the line of sight. That's 8 inches per mile squared. Drop using this uses the Pythagorean theorem. I didn't use the sine cosine. There's almost no difference. The difference is something like 1/10 of a millimeter or something.
Wait, I'm not understanding what the observer's drop is. Like, how would I visualize that?
1/10 of a millimeter adds up, baby.
Yeah, that's what she said.
That's what your
All
mom
right,
said.
Get back on topic, I'm gonna crawl back under my rock. That was a good response. Good response.
Okay, so genuinely asking, what is a surveyor drop? I'm not understanding what the 8
Surveyor
times-
drop. So there's a rule of thumb estimate. It's been in the literature for a long time that the Earth curves roughly from your feet at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Oh, that seems like a lot. So how does that?
It is a lot.
Yeah. So if we're looking at that though, like if we're taking the globe Earth model,
That is the globe Earth model.
right. No. When I'm
It's an
saying the one that I just
approximation.
posted.
It gets out of whack from the trig formula at about 300 miles.
Wait, there's no trig formula in here.
I'll post that next. Hold on a
There
second.
is a trig formula for curves, yes. Oh, it's not in there. You're saying, right?
It's not in that screenshot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that, so I would like to know. I like to learn.
Yeah, sure. Yep. Nope. Gotcha.
Yeah. So I guess the way that I had calculated, I found a 0.009 degree drop, but that seems to directly conflict with the 8 inches per mile squared. So how do we know which one is accurate?
No, there is no like you don't know which one is accurate because all calculations, no matter what they are for drop, including trig, are approximations. So if you know anything about trig, you know that
I do.
The circular functions are infinite series that never end, right? So
Right.
even those are approximations. There's nothing you can use that is not an approximation.
Right, because there's an asymptote.
There's so there's no exact solution unless you use like the rational numbers and the Pythagorean theorem
the same.
and limit yourself to 1/8 of the circumference.
Okay, well, what
Then
does
you
the
have an
circumference
exact
have to do with
solution in rational numbers. As long as we can't use the real numbers because even those have fucking issues. So if you wanted an exact solution, the only exact solution is the Pythagorean theorem, like I just said, from the feet to some distance, how much the surface drops from that line, right? You can get the exact solution as long as your distance is not greater than 1/8 of the circumference of the circle.
What? How do you use
And that's all
Pythagorean
good. But
theorem
the
for that
Earth isn't
if there's
even
a
a
curve?
perfect sphere, so it's like it's all going to be approximate.
But the difference between, according to them, the difference between the equatorial and the polar radius is 11 miles, so something like 0.03%. It's negligible. And like the difference between like this 8 inches per mile squared is like 0.798 versus 0.798 or something. It's so small that you couldn't even measure it if you wanted to. You couldn't measure the difference.
Okay. So then let's say that I want to do my research, but I want to make sure that my research is backed up by mathematics. How can I go about doing that to make sure I come to a reasonable conclusion?
Well, I mean, I don't know how to actually answer that. You want your backed up by mathematics, so you're gonna take the goal model. I can post a video that has 5 different ways, and it's not by a flat earther to calculate drop over distance. The thing about drop over distance. So there's a couple things here, right? So you got the elevation. Elevation is a factor. The 8 inches per mile squared takes in no consideration elevation. But so I'm gonna post a link. So a Glober made this website. I posted the trig formula version of what. So this website does the Pythagorean theorem. and it does the trig method of
Oh,
calculating
that's
tropical
not.
radius.
Oh, that's for. I thought when you said trig, it was going to be for triangles, but it's for the arcs. Oh, okay, gotcha. Because there's arc tangents. Okay.
Yes.
So I heard a theory from Globers, and I'm wondering what your perspective is. So what they say is when you look out in front of you, right, like you look out in the distance, it looks flat because you are so infinitesimally small compared to the Earth that you are actually, your vision is just a tangent line to the point you're standing on. What are your
Yeah.
thoughts on that?
Well, they'll say that for about 5 minutes, and then they'll stop saying it, and then they'll start saying the horizon is not a physical location. So that's the problem with the globe. They'll say, yes, there's a geometric horizon that boats go over, and they cut off the sun at sunset.
Oh,
But then when you show,
they weren't. Sorry.
well, that's that tangent line, right? If you draw a tangent, so you're a person on the Earth, right? You draw a line to the line of sight, and where it just intersects the globe, right? That's the horizon, right? That tangent line.
Oh, okay, I see. So the intersecting of the globe and where it drops off after a certain point, that's where you wouldn't be able to see the boat anymore, according to Glover.
Yes, and that would be the horizon, and that would be the tangent line. And usually in diagrams, they mark it with an X and label it horizon, right, where the tangent. So
okay, so why would that be wrong?
Okay, because we have observations where the horizon is 10 times too far.
Well,
So
what
if the
they
horizon is
say?
10 times, well, if the horizon is 10 times too far, right? Then that there is no geometric. You can say, hey, fraction or whatever the hell you want, but that means every observation that you make where boats are cut off. You're claiming the horizon's an optical effect, and the boat is being cut off by an optical horizon. You can't just willy nilly bounce back and forth between. Oh, now it's a physical horizon. Over here, it's a freaking optical horizon. It's just like horizon, wherever we want it to be.
Okay,
Now
so
here's
how
a
would you
caveat.
respond to that?
Here's a caveat. When we see severe refractive conditions, we don't consider them for analysis. We just throw those out.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess my question then is regarding your response, which I appreciate. How would I then respond to them if they say, "Oh, well, the Earth just isn't perfectly spherical in that spot"?
So no, that wouldn't be.
I'm just saying what they say. This isn't what I believe.
Listen, I've never heard it. Well, I mean, I have. I can't lie. I have heard Glober say pretty much fucking everything. So yes, they have said that's a flat spot on the globe.
Fucking tell me that.
So this is why we do observations over water, right? Because if you look in geodetic surveying, the beginning of geodetic surveying as a quote unquote science, if you want to call it that. So the first publication was written by a guy named Helmert. It's called Mathematical Theories of Higher Geodesy. Something was written by a German named Helmert. And in that book, it says we cannot measure the Earth as a sphere. I'm paraphrasing. So we assume a theory of formation and a centrifugal force caused by rotation. And from that, they use something called an oblate spheroid model. It's called a reference ellipsoid. It's a like differential geometry. So they're projecting measurements onto the surface.
Okay. So can I ask a question based on that?
So you could do this to any surface, right? You could take a pineapple, a donut, a diamond, a wallet, whatever you want, a shoe, and you could make a geometric figure, right, and project any measurements onto that, right, just using some mapping function.
Okay. So is what we're on right now?
Which is what they do, quite honestly. Which is what they have to do.
Okay. So like I said, I'm still not convinced what the shape of the Earth is, but what we're on right now, is it rotating or no?
No.
Okay,
It's exactly
so I
as
have a
you see it.
question then.
It's what you see is what you get. Flat Earth
What
is
do
what
you
you see is what you get.
experience, bro?
The
We
stars,
all
you see them
experience
move,
the
they
same
move.
thing.
The sun, you see it move, it moves. The moon, you see it move, it moves. The Earth is not moving. It's stationary, just as it appears as our senses. The Earth
Yep.
looks flat because it is flat, not because I'm on a giant ball too big to see. That's a cool story, but they have a. But the reason now I just remembered why I brought up their theory of formation. The theory of
I
formation is
posted that for you so you can read it correctly
yeah.
if you want to.
Yeah. So
thank you.
So they have a theory of formation, right? That theory of formation says that gravity pulled everything into a ball. Well, the surface of the Earth is mostly water, right? And water's a liquid. And the water should be conforming to the force of gravity, right? Pulling it into a ball.
Yeah,
so
like
you
if you look
can't.
at the what the glowers post from outer space, and they have like water moving around in zero gravity, it's in a ball, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's supposed to be from electrostatics. That's not supposed to be from gravity. So
Wait,
that's supposed to be.
electrostatics? Wait, how do you calculate that? I want to
I
know
don't
so
know
I
how
can
you
learn.
calculate it. It's their claim. They say that the spheres that they form in space are caused by surface tension of the water.
Oh well, that's not electrostatics then.
It's
Well,
because they're falling, right? Like,
surface tension is caused by electrostatics, intermolecular
but
forces, intermolecular electrostatic
What?
forces at the surface.
when you
Yeah,
see them in
hydrogen
the
bonding.
vomit comet, they mess with the water in the vomit comet as well,
Well,
because
there's
it's
dimers
constantly
of water.
falling.
I'm not going to get into the super technical details of that because it's really off topic.
Okay.
So the
So,
images from space, they show curving water, right?
I think so. I
Well,
haven't
if
really
you look
looked
at
at
a
any.
picture of Earth, right, and they show the ocean's curving, right? It ain't a flat ocean.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so the water has to be curving. The surface of the Earth, so its waters have to curve. The bodies of water, they have to curve in order for it to
Yeah.
be a ball. But you
Yeah,
can't
according to
have
the Globers,
one.
yeah.
But so the idea that you can have like a flat spot, a flat body of water in a curving body of water, like in the Atlantic Ocean. Like I went out and I observed this boat, and that was just a flat spot in the Atlantic Ocean, and the rest of the Atlantic Ocean is curving. I just happened to get lucky one day, for the first try I ever did an observation, and just happened to get lucky and see the flat spot of fucking water in the Atlantic Ocean. That's
Well,
a
I guess
ridiculous claim, dude.
it would be technically possible if that flat spot was at a lower elevation, right?
What do you mean? It's the
Technically.
ocean.
Okay, so if you have like, let's say you have the Glober curved water model, right, where it curves according
Yeah,
to the
and
Globers.
now remember the important thing is that the vast majority of Earth's surface is water. It's not land.
Yeah, yeah. No, what I'm
So if
saying
the
is
water's
within.
not curving, and this is the only thing we ever try to prove, is that the water's not curving, because that's the only thing we have to prove. Because by logical
Oh.
extension, if the water's not curving, the Earth can't be a ball. Period. There's no like ifs,
Oh.
ands, about it.
Okay.
And we've tested that not just by looking out in the ocean, right? So we've used different methods. We use lasers, right? So you can
Ooh, how do you
shine
test it with a
lasers.
laser?
You shine it from point A to point B over a body of water. You can do horizontal pans to see if so I'll describe one laser test. It was a 25-mile laser test. Now the globe model predicts that the laser showing 25 miles an hour. So say I have a laser 10 feet off the a body of water, and I follow the laser to a point 25 miles away. That laser is supposed to be 420 feet in the air.
Whoa,
over my head.
Ooh, can we plug that into my formula and see if that works? All right, so we got where is it? I got to scroll up quite a bit. Okay, here we go. So the distance.
If you want to if you want to do like metrics, so that I think the actual numbers are 2.92 meters above the lake to a spot 40.92 kilometers away. In the measured
40.92.
Yeah, 40.92 kilometers away, and the laser was observed from an elevation of 1.5 meters off the surface of the lake.
I just did. I plugged it in to the thing. So the 41.92 kilometers times the 0.009 degrees, so I get the angle. So now what I have to do is I have to plug that in and take the Glober radius. So the Glober radius, and let me write this number down so I don't lose it. I'll put it in chat real quick. So it's 0.36828. Oh shoot! I had my number lock off. I messed everything up.
Indio, have you got that 40-something mile observation? Have you got any video or anything of that? I haven't seen that.
I have video, and they have a PDF, which is like a report of the results. So I have both.
Okay, so the radius for the globe.
Yo, hold on, friends. Do that quietly while I answer this friend here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to post for you. You just keep going with what you're doing. I'm going to post for you, friend who just asked, the PDF, a graphic, and 2 documentaries. One is the extended version, and one is the short version. If you don't have a lot of time, all about this. Okay. All right, I'm going back on mute.
Yeah, and this is just one test that was done. There's multiple laser tests that have been done. It's not just like one test. Tests have been done on a frozen lake. So there's a test that was done in. Well, hold on, Spake. Let's finish this one thing. So one
Can you
test
drop
was
the
done
wiki
on
page?
the wiki page. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can. Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Cheers.
So one test that I particularly like was done on a frozen lake, and what they did was they set up 4 lights at successively further distances. So, and they measured. So we have direct measurements of everything, right? So he measured. It's a frozen lake. He drove it with his truck and measured the distances with his odometer, and he set up road cones. The road cones are identical size. He took an identical light, put it on top of the road cone the identical way, right? And they're all different colors. He set one at 5 miles away, 6 miles away, 7 miles away, 8 miles away. Went back to this camera from 6-inch height, viewed all these lights simultaneously, but he should have seen none of them. And the thing about all these lights is that instead of like each light should have been further over the curve of the earth, that's not what he saw. What he observed was each light, all the lights appeared as if they were in a straight, flat line. But the 6 mile light should be lower than the 5 mile light, and the 7 mile light should be lower than the 6 mile light, and the 8 mile light should be lower than the 7 mile light. But that's not what happened at all.
Don't they do lasers at different frequencies because the refractive index affects the different frequencies differently? And they
Well,
all
different colors,
Yeah, we were
different
talking.
light. You know?
I'll go.
Okay, so I just finished the math, and it should be a 427 meter drop.
It doesn't seem correct because it should be like. Are you sure that 8 in feet? The drop should be something like 127 meters.
It's 90. It's approximately
Here, I
90
will.
meters or something like that.
So
It's
90
not.
meters
angle.
is obscured, but the drop from eye level is 127 meters.
Okay,
Yeah.
here's how I calculated it. So using the formula before, where we use the Glober model to get the diameter of the Earth, it's 0.009 degrees visual drop per kilometer. So what I do is, to calculate the height, right, the actual drop in distance that it would be, you multiply the radius times 1 minus the cosine of the angle formed between, or, in the angle of the start point versus end point.
Well, dude, let's just stop you for a second. Okay, if we use your math, with that many meters, that supersedes the globe claim by not only 2 orders of magnitude, but by 4 consecutive hundredths.
Well, I don't know. I'm not
Right.
claiming globe. I'm just doing the math.
No, I'm just telling you that's what it would do. So we don't really need you to be any more precise than that. 90 meters, 127 meters is sufficient enough to prove the point. So let Indio continue with the point rather than your precise math. You can do your math later on if you want.
So just in feet, if you think about this, like if the globe model says the drop from eye level is 440 feet, and then they go there and they measure the laser at a 4-foot height, that's a 2 order of magnitude difference from the prediction. You can't say it's a measurement error because nobody ever looked at a tape measure and said, well, I mistakenly read 400 feet as 4 feet. You'd have to be an absolute fucking imbecile to do that. I don't even know how you would do it. It's like mistaking a football field for the 3-yard line. It's not going to happen, right? So it wasn't a measurement error. They didn't read the tape measure wrong, right? So it's not that. If you take in things like standard refraction, even if you say that only lowers the laser according to
Wait,
their
can I ask a
formula.
question? What do you mean by standard refraction?
There's something it means a couple things to different people because it's not. There's no such thing as actual standard refraction. It's kind of like a term that was made up for this topic.
Okay, because I work with fiber optics. There's an angle of refraction, which is the angle you have to have the cable have to get the light to propagate down the core of the fiber optic cable. But I haven't heard of a standard refraction.
Okay,
The value represents the radius of the bend that's in the light ray supposed to be, and it's 7/6 times the radius of Earth. So it's a little bit larger radius than the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but has anybody
where are you
ever
getting
seen a
that from?
light bend? Right, we've seen it change direction at a boundary between 2 mediums, but no one's ever seen light bend like a
Actually,
wire.
they have. That's actually how fiber optics were invented. Because they in Massachusetts, they put water in a barrel and a torch on the other side, and they had a plug in the barrel. They said, "Watch, the light will not bend. We will unplug the cork in the barrel, and you'll see the water drain out, but the light will continue straight. But when they unplugged it and the water drained out, the light followed the water. You can actually do this yourself. I just find that really neat because I work with fiber optics.
But that's not refraction. That's total internal reflection.
No, well, yes, because the angle of it's an angle of refraction, right? Because what happens is if it's at the wrong angle, it'll either A, just bounce back out, or B, it won't propagate down the core of the fiber optic cable. It'll just go out.
I know how fiber optics work. The refractive index of the material is radial from the center. So the outer layer has a higher refractive index than the inner layer, and it keeps reflecting off the inside and travels down the center of the
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You get a whole bunch of different patterns. You can have like multi-mode stuff.
Sure, but the point we're going at here is that there is, an ambient refraction that's accounted for in this laser test, which Mr. Indio is speaking about.
Is that constant?
Listen, I'm trying to. No, listen. It's based upon something called the U.S. standard atmosphere. If you assume a spherically symmetrical atmosphere and use the U.S. standard atmosphere model, and allegedly that you're going to get 7.6R radius. That means the Earth is going to appear to be 7.6 larger than it really is, and so there's a guy named Andrew Thomas Young who's an expert in this field, and he even says that we just do this as an approximation because it's easier, because there's no way to actually take a sphere. Well, I shouldn't say no way. It's nearly impossible to calculate. I'm going to take a sphere and then I'm going to calculate a curved ray. They don't do that. What they do is they just blow up the ball to a larger size, to the size of the curvature they think the ray is, and then do that as if the Earth is just is that the rays of light are not bending. So if I say the curvature of my ray of light is 7.6 is equivalent to 7.6 the radius of the Earth, I can blow the Earth up to 7.6 its size and just assume the rays of light are straight. You understand?
Oh, yeah, that does make sense.
And do the math that way. So even if you take this into account in this laser test, that would only move the beam down 5 meters. Okay. Now you can I'm trying to give you the uncertainty.
Wait, move it down 5 meters over what distance?
Over the distance they use, 40 kilometers, 40.9 kilometers, whatever it is, 41 kilometers basically. So what I'm trying to do is I'm not trying to hide anything from you. I'm trying to give you I'm trying to give you the possible sources of error in the experiment. So one source of error would be terrestrial refraction, allegedly. The other source of error would be beam divergence. Well, they use a collimator on the beam, and the beam divergence is known. It was 0.008 degrees. That spreads 2 meters at that distance. So we have a grand total of 7 meters of uncertainty. So you can even tack on another 7 meters of uncertainty. We have a discrepancy that's 2 orders of magnitude. It's not a small discrepancy. Now, if the measurement was close, right, close to the globe, you could say this test is inconclusive. It doesn't say anything because it's within the uncertainty of the experiment of these other variables, and we really can't make any definitive statement about it. Yeah, I'd understand that, but because the difference between what's observed and what was in the globe prediction is 2 orders of magnitude, the uncertainties are washed out by the size of the measurement, by the size of the measurement discrepancy.
So I'm gonna have to get going soon because it's getting late for me and I have to work in the morning. So I just want to ask: so are we trying to prove that the Earth is flat, or are we just denying the brainwashing that the Globers did?
Well, hold on, friend. What Indio described to you is commonly used, called laser transit. We use it to level construction all the time. The principle is the differential. Yeah, the principle is the differential is essentially the maximum, undulations that you could have underneath. And if you take that and apply that, you're looking at, if I remember correctly, like a maximum swing of 4 to 5 meters, maybe 6 at the most. So this falsifies the radius claim of the globe Earth, like he said, by 2 orders of magnitude, which effectively means the globe Earth that they claim doesn't exist.
Wait, so I have a question then. does it falsify it, or is it just not proven to be true because there are confounding variables?
No, it falsifies it.
The confounding variables are are not significant enough in size, even if you take the worst case scenario to account for the discrepancy between the globe Earth prediction versus the measurement.
Oh, I see. So you're saying even if you did control for them, the answer would still be wrong.
Correct.
Okay. See, I just
Not,
try to
not
make
just
sure I have
hold on,
everything.
friend, hold on. Not just wrong, majorly wrong.
Okay.
Let's say the confounding variables caused the error of 1 order of magnitude. You still have a 10 times difference. You still have another whole order of magnitude you have to make up for.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So, for example, friend, if you paid me and my construction dudes to come to your house and put in a flat leather floor, and I got it off by 2 orders of magnitude, would you pay me?
Probably not. I mean, if you like saved it, made it like a fancy looking house that was angled weird, maybe, but most likely not.
Dude, you couldn't walk up a slope. You couldn't walk up the slope of a floor that was 2 orders of magnitude off, brother.
Oh, how many degrees are we talking? I don't know what 2 orders of magnitude is.
Okay, so if your floor was off by 0.4 inches, right, you might accept it. If it was off by 4 inches, none of your furniture would be fitting, and you'd be sitting sideways in your chair. If it was off by 40 inches, all your furniture would be sliding into the wall.
Oh, so when you say order of magnitude, you multiply by 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's an
All
order
right.
of
Sorry,
magnitude.
that's what I was missing and didn't realize. My bad.
Yeah,
All
so
right,
it's off by a factor of 100, okay?
Yeah. All right. So I am going to go out on my mathematical journey. What are some constants that I would need? Because surely if it's flat, there would be constants, right? So what constants should I know about when I'm trying to calculate things?
Radius, horizon, distance. That's the only 2 things you really need to know. Because, and I'll tell you why you need the horizon distance. Because when you do any calculation, like remember what you asked what d was in the variable in the equation.
Yeah.
When you calculate drop, you can't do any other calculation until you know the distance to the horizon, that tangent. You have to know the tangent, where that tangent is on the surface, in that distance
Gotcha.
from the observer to the tangent spot. That's the first thing you need to know. Without that, you can't even do any of the other equations. They don't happen. You need that value. Without that value, you got nothing. So the radius, distance to the horizon, those 2 things, they have to match or the math don't work, because you have no math. You can't even get past. If you don't have a horizon, you don't even have any math.
Okay, so I just have. Can I squeak in one last question before I go to bed? Because it's getting really late.
Yeah.
There's one thing though that Globers have done that has made their model kind of convincing for me. It's called first grade education.
Oh yeah.
Have you tried it?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I have a university degree.
Y'all are dumb as fuck. Later, have a good.
You don't know what orders of magnitude are. Cope harder.
He triggered.
I thought he was
No,
actually
he thought he was going to
genuine.
fool us with his garbage
No,
formulas.
I
no,
knew it.
see up to that point.
Yeah,
I'd be
Elijah
laughing.
called it.
I never thought he was going to do that shit, man. What the fuck?
Well,
Holy fuck, man. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I bet he's like.
Friends, hey friends, I want to speak to our friends now. This is why, friends, you always bolster the guy that's leading them down the train to the direct measurements of the surface. As cordial as he was, once he realized that the surface measured flat, his brain exploded.
They had no choice but lack out.
Can't unring a bell, man.
Fight or
But
flight,
he
I
took.
suppose.
I want to.
Unhear it.
Go ahead. I just
Oh,
want to answer one more thing. Go ahead.
No, you go.
All right, I'll go. He's not wrong. First grade education and pre-K leading to first grade is where you learn through indoctrination that the world you live on is a globe. So he's not wrong that first grade education is the most compelling reason why people believe in the globe.
Right.
It's like all the best lessons you learned in life were learned on the sandbox. The golden rule: treat people the way you want to be treated and whatnot. But he got bullied into submission, and now he just spirals on Discord. Poor guy.
Well, I
Right.
mean, did
No,
he
that
just?
counts. Go ahead, brother. Never mind.
No, I was just going to say, did he just work out what he needed to work out before he popped off? Like, because I wasn't really listening, I was typing as well, man. But I take it, did he work out the math, like in real time,
Holy
and then?
crap,
He
dude.
wasn't doing any
Yeah.
math, Manto. He was faking it. He wasn't doing anything.
Right.
He wasn't using any correct formula. He was just he was trying to sound like he knew what he was talking about.
Alright.
And that we're dumb flat
Okay.
earthers without a first grade education. And if he just kept talking and saying random math buzzwords, we're just gonna bow to his fucking superior math ability and whatever.
I
Did you ever
thought
see him
he.
post his formulas he said he was gonna post?
I never seen him posting. I wasn't really. I was
Yeah, he
typing away,
wouldn't
bro.
do it. It was a LARP, man.
I never expected that, man. I wasn't.
Hey,
I did.
bro. But we knew it was coming, brother. That wig's in the mail, bro.
Look, they tried to play. Listen, they started off. Where did they start? With the other guy, who's now also left, right? So the other guy, they were trying to play a little act. He was going to be fake flat earther, and he was going to be, yeah, I agree with you. And then they were both going to go, you guys are both fucking stupid idiots, and quit. Like, dude, like they've done this 100 times before. It's not new. I mean,
Done it 5
I
years
was
ago.
just calmly listening, knowing what's going on, playing Call of Duty. I bet.
I'm definitely playing Call of Duty.
That's one of the
Definitely
rules I
playing.
liked about this. How we said no gaming. If they're sitting there gaming, not paying attention, you're muted. You go on mute, finish your game, and come back when you're paying attention.
See what's crazy is I have flat smacked and got some of the best moments while I was playing Call of Duty. This entire like, as long as you guys have known me, I was playing Call of Duty while debating a lot of those
Yeah, but
times.
Yeah,
Call of
you're
Duty
not
doesn't
bricked.
require any
That's the thing.
text. There's no text. Like the game that I'm playing, Starfield, it's a RPG. So there's lots of communication, and I can't listen to two things at once.
Yeah, I hate that. Get the wires crossed. I'm trying to listen to them, and then I've got my focus on this other thing, and it's like, wait, what was I just talking about?
Yeah, you guys also aren't bricked. They're extremely bricked. They can barely tie their shoes and chew bubble gum at the same time.
Larry's typing into his game. There is no globe. Oops, wrong text chat.
I just
Oh,
got to
brother, hold on, brother. Hold on. So pretty soon, Xbox is going to innately have, after already adding Discord chat feature, they're going to innately have streaming direct to Discord. So now you can be on your Xbox, playing your game, streaming into this room while flat smacking.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Hey, listen, friends. Bambi is awaiting that day, and let me tell you, we're gonna see an influx of thirst when that happens.
How do we get into Xbox people's Discords? I want to be on Xbox. I don't want them to come here. I want to go
It's a
there.
good call.
That's a good question. It kind of is just like, so in the chat feature where you normally would do a party, you go in there and it says connect to Discord. You connect, and then it just shows you all the active chat streams that are actually in servers that you're in. So it'll say, it'll show like Flat Earth Discord 2.0, and it'll have a little icons of people's faces, and it'll say, current. You can just click that, and it'll bring it up. And the only thing you can really do from that point is just mute yourself or unmute yourself. That's practically all it does.
So it gives you so all you see is like a choice of voice chats, and you can pick from
Correct.
that.
Yeah,
No
only
text
if there's
chat.
people actively in those chats, and then after you start that, you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, or you can decide where you'll see their faces, light up like their little icons when they're speaking, and that's pretty much it.
Need to make an Xbox honeypot, man. Xbox gaming tips for Call of Duty. And be a flat Earth server.
Oh yeah.
Just paid them right in.
find how to really aim, that sniper rifle.
My Xbox names 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Like when I'm playing on what you call it, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. So it's constantly advertising the server. But yeah, I was getting told about an app called Clubhouse. I don't know if anybody's got it, but it's supposedly another platform. So I've downloaded it. I've not used it yet, man. If anybody wants to come and see what the fuck it is. Anyone? None of you's got Clubhouse, no? Or
No, I
heard
mean
of it?
I've seen Clubhouse on Discord where it'll be like a channel called XX Clubhouse, and you click on it, it's just someone streaming the Clubhouse onto Discord.
No, this is like it's literally an app meant to be a social
Yeah.
network, but like platforms like voice and text channels meant to be. Never used it yet. I just downloaded it. There's got to be a way of getting a flood of people either from a big YouTube stream or from politics, man. There's got to be a way hooking them and bringing them down, man. Setting an event that advertises 24/7, so it pings the server over there. But I don't know what the fuck to make it, man. Any ideas, boys? I need help. But if there's anyone listening that wants to ask a question about Flat Earth, please take the floor and speak up. If you want to have a chill discussion about where we find ourselves, whatever this place is, because it's definitely not what they've been telling us. We're not flying through space in different vectors at millions of miles per hour. We're vacuum with no containment. We know we've got 14.7 psi on average at sea level. It's a gradient, it gets less and less dense as you go up. But beyond that Kármán line, space is this near perfect and as good as infinite vacuum, somehow supporting this tiny bubble of pressurized gas. I don't think so. But if you've got an argument for it, please bring it forward.
Do I have any right to talk still?
Of course.
I didn't really get a concrete answer on how things go down.
I mean, it could be something that we don't even know about. Literally, seems to be something to do with density and buoyancy, but what else it is, I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. No one knows.
Because
But the claim,
density does play a part.
but most people, if they accept the globe, Earth, obviously they believe in gravity, and they kind of flip flop from they don't know which gravity switch. They don't realise there's a couple of versions of gravity, and they're quite different, even though they claim they're explaining the same thing. But they are radically different. One's a force, one's not. And it's like they've not got any science behind them, so they're not scientific. If it's got no experiment, then it's not science. There's no theory. There's no hypothesis. There's no IV or DV.
Well, gravity is what we call the phenomenon.
Well, the effect. Well, OG, VG. So we see things falling, but not everything falls down.
I'm sorry, I don't understand you.
I'm saying not everything falls down. Like helium, for instance, that goes up. It's less dense in the medium, so it rises. My mobile
Yeah,
phone, the air
I've
can't
talked
support
about
it.
this
It falls.
earlier. That
So
I'm not denying that density plays a part, but without gravity, there's no reason for what is down without gravity.
what's gravity though? I mean, how would you define gravity?
She just said that gravity is the phenomenon, so it's the effect. It's not the reason for the effect.
What was you?
If we go with what she just said.
I suppose. Yeah, it was. So we've got little g. So we can verify that. We can drop stuff like. So we know that's definitely the case.
Yeah, when the normie hears us saying that, like, we don't believe in gravity, they think we're talking about the effect, like, we've never
Yeah.
dropped our cell phone before, right? What
Things
we're
falling
talking
just what?
Yeah, what we're talking about is the cause and everything associated with that cause. So yeah,
Or
I drop my cell phone, it goes to the floor, but does that mean that everything they say about the bending and warping of space-time and mass attracting mass and four-dimensional space and the continuum and the tides are caused by the moon, you know, does that
was
mean it's
it?
automatically true because we all
Is
witnessed
it?
the same thing, or is it just a, you know, baseless
No, I
assertion?
mean, no, I'm just
You
talking
know?
about gravity.
Is it all pseudo-Romanian space time? Pseudo-Romanian, is it counter space? In fact, it gets called. Is it not? I've heard people when they're trying to explain it in the sort of crazy technical sense.
No, Larry, I never realized that dropping your cell phone can prove so many things.
Well, to some
Proves the
people,
moon round.
I used to have this funny video of this gal who catches like a fish at like a local swimming hole, and then she holds the fish up and takes a selfie with her camera and her phone, and then tosses her phone into the water. And that was like a Globey proves gravity and buoyancy and density in one fell swoop.
I mean, you just mentioned those two things, but they don't really say what's down.
Well, I mean, if you believe in the globe, like down's just to the center of the sphere.
Do you realize how fish, right? How they swim in the water? Do you know how they do that? Is it
Yeah.
gravity? Or what do you think keeps a fish buoyant in the water? Or a submarine? Or
Swim bladder.
anything? Yeah, here's
Yeah,
You got
Rachel.
swim
She's got
bladder
buoyancy
the
in
question.
it.
stops, buoyancy has to do with the surface tension of the water, I think.
You've got like double hulls so they can fill them by air, obviously, in itself. But fish have like swim bladders, so they've got like oil and stuff inside their wee swim bladder things. I mean, no, gravity's not got anything to do with things. Oh, the big claims for gravity, the mass attracting mass, and the Einstein story. Like, I think we can quite easily just discredit that completely.
Like the certain fish all live in a certain
How can you
area.
just discredit it with a sentence like that?
Well, I mean, I've even got a quote from a guy, Lewis Ryder. He's some kind of professor, dude, from one of your top like places, Cambridge or Oxford, and he says it must be abandoned because it doesn't. That Newton's mass attracts mass must be abandoned because it doesn't work with special relativity. So even the scientists. I mean, I've got a scientist as well. I've got a couple of images with information about him. He's like a Dutch astrophysicist, and he says gravity is nonsense as well. Eric de Linder or something his name is. So the top-notch people are saying throw it. So
Are they saying modify it or throw it out?
Throw it out. It's a long placeholder for. It's a very very long-winded answer to like I don't know.
There's flat.
I'll drop it in the chat for you, man.
Any picture we've taken of the Earth has been flat.
Oh man, no one ever sees curvature.
Yeah, yeah,
And I mean,
exactly.
I mean,
Every
that's just
picture,
arguing
it's
by
just a
assertion.
flat
It's just
circle. It's just a
ridiculous to
flat circle.
continue repeating that.
so no one's seen curvature. No one's experienced motion. The
So if I look at the
constellation
ISS live
revolve.
stream,
Yeah, go look.
Yeah,
I-
all you'll see is a circle. Are you telling me that you can perceive that it is 3D in a sphere?
You
You can
see it
see all
look.
sides at the same time.
I could show you
so
some
I
footage.
go, I look at the
when they
ISS
make
app, and I look at it every time that it goes across the sky.
Oh,
I
okay.
just like
You
to
only
do
look
that.
at it periodically.
So then I look at the live stream, and it's going around us, right? And it's getting dark and it's getting light every 45 minutes. How does that
Okay.
show a circle?
I mean, yeah, it shows a circle.
No, it does not show a
Yes,
circle.
it does.
Yeah,
It shows a
Maybe it
ball.
shows a circle.
plot it out.
Trace
So-
your finger across the screen. It's a circle.
Wait, are you? I don't think you know what image I'm talking about. I'm talking about the live stream ISS that shows
Yes, I am.
the horizon from
Uh-huh.
the ISS point of view. So that's a
Well, like
curved
what?
line that it's traveling around.
Okay,
Yes.
So if I get
think-
really close
each
to a
frame
basketball,
is a circle.
Can you take a look in the text chat, bro? You tell me if you think
I
that
think
that's
you're under the
that's a
impression.
recording of the Earth. Tell
No,
me if you
each
think
frame.
that's real.
That's how a live stream works. It communicates frames to you through your screen. Each frame, if you freeze,
But you're
each
talking
frame,
about
it
a
is
picture
circle.
of the it just sounds like you're referencing.
Do you know how live streams
picture
work?
of, buddy? Can I ask you a question? I'm trying to ask
No.
you. Are you talking about? Well, if I can't ask you a question, then I'm not going to talk to you.
Okay, that's good.
Oh,
The Earth is
take
flat.
a look in the text chat, bro, and you'll see that the theoretical physicist Eric Delinder or Verlinder, his name is. So
Yeah, this is talking about quantum mechanics.
Hey, Cranky, look at what I
I
posted.
read the whole text, and I don't think it's. You know, you can disagree with this theoretical physicist.
I mean, he's agreeing with us.
Density, buoyancy, and finally magnetism. I can
then
kind of see how that defines what up and down is, but that's kind of a stretch.
Up and down doesn't actually exist. It's just a point of reference from like yourself to the planet.
See the person that claimed NASA. Can you take a look at the astronaut Tim Peake, where he's blatantly busted hanging on wires? And you can't see the wires, but you can see by his fake somersault when he gets to the top, he instantly comes right back down.
So I can't
and
see the wires.
No, but his face is scarlet as well. That helps show that he's not in a weightless environment.
You
So-
can hear it too on the live broadcast. There's a snap.
He believes in
When he's
wires that he can't prove exists.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't need to. They
I
use
mean,
chroma
like
key to
if
get rid of them.
You
could-
have faith in
there's-
the wires. I got you.
I
It's
just
nice that
find
he's
it
grabbing
confusing with the up
onto.
and down argument because like
So you
there's no
think there's
actual
nothing
up
wrong
and
with
down.
that?
Up and down is not like an actual thing.
Yeah, no,
it's
like,
just a
like
reference.
up is
Do you think
like
there's nothing
far away
wrong
from the
with Tim
surface,
Peake and his
and down
somersault?
is.
Do you think
No,
that's perfectly
that's
normal?
not what up and down is. That's not even science itself does not actually say that.
No comment.
Because
So what do you
if they
think?
did,
Does Tim Peaks look dodgy in that somersault that he tried to do there?
I don't I wouldn't know. I don't know.
I don't know. That doesn't
Can you
look
point
dodgy
to
to
the
you, bro.
wires you see?
I mean, I just see a man's ass in my screen. So yeah, I guess that's pretty dodgy.
Right, there's the Russians coming back from the ISS. That's new footage that's just out.
I mean, I think like not zero gravity, or at least lower gravity is like someone like is able to be simulated. But I don't believe every single person is just going to like have
No,
like, the
but
same reaction to it.
it's not zero gravity, is it? Like even in the ISS, they say there's
I
up
mean,
to
yeah,
90%
zero
of
gravity
the Earth's
is not really
gravity
an
up there.
accurate measure.
Because they're
It
just
isn't a zero gravity.
it's because they're falling. They claim in the ISS they're falling at 17,500 miles per hour. So that gives the appearance that it's zero G, but it's fucking there's all the gravity or 90%. They say 95 or whatever the fucking magic number they just made up. Yeah? But they claim most of the gravity is up there anyway. So
Did you know that gravity is pretty relative to motion? And I mean this in this way. If I start like spinning like a ball in circles and there's something inside that ball, if something jumps against where that ball is like circling, right? Let's say like I'm spinning it like clockwise, and then you jump. Let's say like something inside that ball jumps counterclockwise. It'll seem like gravity is kind of lighter, but it isn't. It's just like it's complicated. That's why you can't just like automatically say everything is going to be like gravity or not gravity, because it can be a lot more complicated factors than that.
What?
Did you not understand?
No, I really.
That wasn't
I
even a
was
flat Earth
laughing
thing.
at the
That's just
China.
basic
No,
physics.
no. I was laughing at the China meme because China is
You're
always
racist.
faking space footage.
How dare you accuse China of faking anything? I believe you're racist for doing that.
Okay.
Why are you laughing? This is clearly serious. You are racist against Chinese people. Chinese people are one of the smartest people on earth.
So who's that bee with a buzz? Because I kind of remember that name. If you want to talk, bee with a buzz, feel free. I'll see if you've got rules. Or if anybody wants to talk, just DM.
Sorry, I just phased back into existence. Did I miss anything?
You missed the horrifying truth that the Earth is not a globe or flat.
What is it?
I don't know.
I don't know what fucking rip that was just then. Like, what the fuck?
Did I miss any explanation of how things go down?
I don't
No,
think the Earth
they
would
have.
be like
They've run away from that and moved on.
Run away from what?
So,
What are you running away
is
from?
anybody actually got evidence that we're on a spinning space ball?
No, let's go back
Evidence
to
you
the
would
thing.
accept? Can you define what
Earth
type
is
of
constantly
evidence
in
you
motion.
would accept?
I'm not sure
No. Hold on. I'm
how
asking a
it's in
question.
motion.
I'm asking a
One at a
question.
time. One at a time,
Like I
folks.
just asked a question. I'm trying to understand what evidence you would require as proof. So can you
Correct.
define
Yeah,
something?
it's easy.
Well, I have to give
No, that wasn't a
you. I have
question
to
for
tell
you.
you.
That wasn't a question
Yeah,
for you. That
I
was a
can give
question
you
for the
I
Scottish
can give
guy.
you something for this. Wait,
I
wait,
have
wait.
to tell you what
So,
evidence.
so if you can
So
prove
I
that
have to tell you.
Homie,
bodies
that
are
wasn't a
attracted to
question
each
for you. It wasn't a question for you. It was a question for
never
the
directed it.
Scottish guy. Yeah, I responded to
So
somebody
I have
saying,
Say his name.
do they have proof?
Fucking hell. So I have to tell you the proof you have to give me. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes. Define what you
Yeah.
would accept as proof.
Oh man, that's kind of difficult, bro. Because I
Why do I
mean,
keep
it's not
getting
me that I don't need proof. So like, it's been
Because you're over
a
talking.
while. I don't know. What like you're the one that should be instantaneously going bang, bang, bang. There you go. There you go. There you go. But when it comes to the globe, there's. I mean, what have you got? Cavendish and sticks.
I'm asking you what you would require
I
to
don't know,
shift your
bro.
opinion.
Honestly.
Don't worry about our opinions. Just show any proof you got.
Wouldn't it be something that would be undeniable? Like
Surely. And if the
It's
globe
an
was
easy
created,
question. Why is this being so? Why are you being so difficult, Spake? Are you?
What do you mean
You're all
difficult?
right.
I just provided a metric. It has to be
No,
undeniable.
no,
If
I'm
you're
talking.
able-
I'm talking to Spake. I'm not talking to you. So I'll tell you what we require: direct measurements of the surface of the Earth showing its curving. Real simple.
Right.
Oh, that's impossible. That's
Because it will eliminate, right? It'll eliminate a ball or flat from this simple measurement. You can eliminate one or the other.
see that doesn't do it for me, yeah.
You don't need any derivative.
Exactly.
Well, I'm just saying you don't.
Exactly.
You don't.
So that would
Well,
not,
that's him.
that's a great, but that's great. It's a perfect example of somebody with a religious belief instead of a rational opinion. If
What?
you don't have
Oh.
evidence, if
How's
you
it
don't
religious?
have I'm
He
actually
didn't
talking.
say
If you don't, I'm actually
he
talking.
didn't have
Hang on,
evidence
I was
though.
talking.
Yeah, but don't make
If-
baseless
I'm
claims. So you'll be
talking.
not talking. You can be not talking.
So if you stop somebody in the
Yeah,
middle of a
you can
sentence,
be not talking. Yeah, you can be not talking. So now you're not talking. You're muted.
in all
Congratulations.
seriousness, I don't believe. Look, I don't believe flat earthing or like believing in a flat Earth or any Earth that's not a globe to be a religion. I believe that's just a sense of of doubt, not denial, but doubt. In order to to have said doubt actually proven wrong, you'd actually have to have measurements and whatnot. But the thing is, we don't have measurements of the entire Earth, either because
you don't
somebody's
need
hiding it, or
what
scientists are lazy or they're wrong.
It is a
No, but
religion
what
because
about
it's not
evidence
about.
that I'm borrowing in different vectors? That's what I'd like evidence of. Some kind of proof that I'm definitely in motion.
Yeah. Okay. So, Cranky, you're muted for a reason.
Panto said that wasn't good enough evidence for him, and you said, well, you have a religious belief and you're irrational. That's nonsense. That's
You
just
always have to bring
nonsense. So why are you
religion in,
casting
man.
aspersions on him like that?
You can't
You already
ask
can't.
someone for evidence and then go like, "Oh no, that you can't do that."
No, well, he also strawmanned him and said, well, you don't have any evidence. He didn't say he didn't have any evidence. You asked him, what evidence would you require to decide one way or another? Is the Earth the globe or is the Earth flat? He can't think of something. That doesn't mean he doesn't have any evidence. That doesn't mean any of that. Like, why you thought that is beyond me. Because you came in here with a fucking agenda.
I believe an ought claim should prove itself. If for instance, if I say the globe is round, right, I would have to prove that. But if I say I do not believe there is sufficient evidence to prove the Earth is round or the Earth is a globe, right? You don't go, no, where's your evidence for that claim? That's not a claim. That's just saying that's a doubt.
Bro, flat Earth's not a claim, bro. Like, flat Earth's like the base or axiom where we all find ourselves flat and stationary. To say that the Earth is moving and a shape, that's got hundreds and hundreds of claims all through it. Like, a lot of them I've not even fucking heard of, but like it makes so many other claims on top of claims on top of claims. Like the globe is rife, and it's all contradictory.
I don't believe a globe Earth or a flat Earth exists. I believe if a flat Earth exists, it would have to be like an everlasting plane, not just a plane floating in like the expansive space.
Well, that makes no sense, bro. It's a true dichotomy. Either the surface of the place you're living on is curving or it's not. Give me an alternative.
What? I just
give me a third.
You're doing the same thing the other guy's doing.
No, I'm saying it's a dichotomy unless you can give me a third.
You can't just like tell me to give you a third when I doubt both, right?
And what's the third option?
What's the
I
third
don't know what the third option is. I don't.
So
make a
that's
claim
what
of
we
knowing
call a true dichotomy. Do you know what that is?
It's a yes or no choice, right? It can only be one of two.
Too. I can't believe it.
It's only one of two options. There's only one or two options.
Wait, why?
The service
Why is it only two?
Because
you
give us a
can't think
third.
of a third. You fucking trolls are crazy tonight.
It's curving or it's not, and it's moving or it's not. And I would say not on both counts, obviously.
All right, so
it's yes or no. It's
a
on or
flat
off.
Earth,
It's binary.
and it's not moving. Okay, I misunderstood what you said beforehand. Never mind.
Okay, so I want to unmute Cranky. Obviously, his username checks out. So we're going to start over. And don't try to mod the chat. Okay, don't try to mod the mods. Don't try and mod our chat. Okay. Okay, we're going to try and be civil. Maybe you could take your aspersions, and if you're just here to insult us and make baseless accusations based upon nothing at all, you know, you'll just keep being muted. I'm trying to be nice and give you a second chance. Don't make me regret it, please. So Cranky, you're unmuted.
I wasn't saying anybody was religious. I was demonstrating that I can't read his name. Spake, whatever.
Spake face.
Spake. Sorry. Spake face rejected what you offered as evidence that would prove a globe. And I was saying, dude, come on, hold on. I was saying that if you don't have even that very low bar, direct measurements of the globe,
that's a low bar.
Wouldn't change his mind. That's an extremely low bar.
I didn't say direct measurements of the globe. It was even lower than that, dude. It was direct measurements of the surface of the Earth showing its curving. It didn't even have to be the full globe.
Right. So he said that wouldn't change his mind, and I was saying that is the difference. You did say that when he offered
it. It wasn't good enough. That's what I'm saying. To me, that's pictures on a screen, numbers, graphs, whatever, a video, like whatever. Like, but my personal experience, you might want to call it anecdotal, but I would say personal experience that I'm not in motion, that I've been observing the stars literally since I was a kid, watching them like travel across the sky. Yeah, so visually and personally, that's what's good enough
Have you
for
ever
me.
been on a
And
train?
so it's an impossible. Oh, so I mean, how can you give
Have
me
you
an
ever been on a
analogy
train?
about a train? Is a train barreling in different vectors?
I'm just asking you a question. Have you ever been on a train?
Why
Yes,
is this
man.
sequitur? No, why is this sequitur?
It's a fucking closed system, and it's
Explain.
not
It'll
barreling in different vectors.
explain itself. It'll
Ex-
explain
It
itself
won't.
when you
no,
answer.
It
no, it
won't,
won't.
bro.
If you've
I've
ever
heard
been on
this
a
a
It's
million
train,
irrelevant.
times.
You
Bro, I've heard
if
this
excuse
a
you've
me.
ever been
million
on a
times.
train, if you've ever been on a train,
Let
And
you
I
don't
have.
feel like you're
Breeze, let him
going very
finish.
fast, right?
Why is
Right,
Okay,
that?
the
so
Earth, bro,
Why
the
is
Earth's
that?
not going.
isn't that
Do
a
you
The
linear
Earth,
feel
velocity
listen,
that you're
bro, the Earth's
explaining?
not going in a linear motion,
right?
and it's not going
So if a
constant.
ball, so hypothetically,
Oh
if a
my
ball
god,
is
it's
spinning
so
at a constant
stupid.
rate,
It's so
do you
stupid.
feel
That's
movement?
angular acceleration versus linear
But
velocity.
in
How
neither case,
retarded do you have to be?
uh-huh. So
The
That's
that's
surface
non
of a
sequitur.
hold on. The
Like,
surface of a
however,
cranky. The surface of a spinning ball is an acceleration because you're changing direction.
and it's on an
right,
elliptical orbit, so
Yeah,
that has
so you're
to
using a
right.
train,
accelerate
which
and
would be in a
decelerate.
straight line in a linear path, where this is a curvilinear path. So there is an acceleration. It's a false equivalence.
No, I'm saying that in neither case would you feel the movement.
You feel acceleration. You don't feel speed.
Right.
Being on the
So
surface
if
of a
so
rotating ball
if
is an acceleration. It is.
how is it an acceleration if it's spinning at a
Because you're
constant rate?
You
changing,
want a
because an
citation?
acceleration is a change in direction. It's a change in your path of motion from a straight line.
Right.
Yeah, so if you're on a curvilinear path on the surface of a spinning ball, how do you end up back in the same place in 24 hours? At one point, you're going in the exact opposite direction, right? 12 hours later, you're going in the other direction. And then another 12 hours, you're going in the opposite direction. You've just changed directions. That means you accelerated into that new direction.
No.
What do you mean,
It
no?
means your velocity took you in that direction.
Yo, he's trolling. He's trolling.
Direction is velocity,
If
dude.
you truly
You're
believe
lost.
that Earth is
Right.
flat, I think you
Well,
should take a
velocity
trip
is
to a different
speed and
country and
Right.
direction.
take an
First
Well,
of all.
airplane
Yeah,
there's
and
a
look
there you
out of
go.
the
citation.
window
There's a citation in
Right.
the text chat for you.
to see if it's really flat, you know?
Oh,
Did
another
you all really
troll.
just fall for that whole if
Great.
you go in one
Dude, what?
direction?
Another
I'm not
one
trolling.
throwing
What
his body into the gears to save the other one again.
No, I'm just saying, like, go take an airplane, fly,
Yeah,
look down, and see what you see. Like, do you see like a flat? You know,
yeah, it's
just go,
flat.
just
Even
do
in the
that.
globe model, an airplane does not go high enough. So what are we talking about here? What does an airplane do?
I mean, I don't know if you're rich enough to go outside of the Earth, but I think airplane is the
What
best you have.
what makes you think you can go outside of the Earth?
You could take a
Holy
spaceship
shit.
outside of the Earth.
These
Yeah.
commercial airliners, they're only
It's
going to
only
be
gonna
under
cost you
40,000 feet.
I
$2 billion, but yeah,
I didn't hear what he said. I said, what makes you think you can go outside of the Earth?
you could if you want to.
Oh, you
just have to
could?
be rich.
What
Yeah.
makes you? Oh, what makes you think that?
Um.
You saw it on TV?
Yes.
What if they said you can go to Narnia if you go
that's
through
ever
the
been on
wardrobe?
TV
Would
has
you?
been true.
But I also
Pardon
seen
me?
it. But I also seen it
So
with my own
nothing
eyes.
that's ever been on
Didn't go
TV
up.
is true.
Does it claim to be true? Does the TV come on in the morning and say everything that's on here is true? Well,
No, I'm asking you.
nothing
'cause
on
you
TV
said
is true. No, nothing on TV is
nothing on
true.
TV. Nothing on
Nothing.
Why
TV is
don't
true.
you?
Got it.
I
Literally
have something
nothing.
for you.
Got
Why
it.
don't you go? I don't know what state you live in, but I'm sure they have some NASA places in every state, right? Why
Yeah.
don't you go visit one of those and go look at the spaceships they have?
Oh, the spaceships.
Yeah,
What?
rocket
Not like a
ships,
ship
whatever
that
they
goes
have.
Yo,
to space.
join space,
Go have a
folks.
look at
Take
that.
them out from the inside.
I went to Paramount Studios and they had a mock-up of the Enterprise.
Mm.
Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna go warp factor 6 to the planet with the tribbles on it.
But anyways, this is. I mean,
What are you saying?
Most of the stuff in TV is not true.
You're
Oh,
actually
really?
watching it. You've seen it happen. Yes. They
Most of the
catch you on
stuff on
camera.
TV are true.
Yes.
You've obviously never been part of any frickin' news story ever.
Well, I'm not talking about the news.
Then what part of TV is true? What part do they claim is true?
A lot of the stuff. There's a lot of animal
So
documentary. There's a lot of different things that goes on the
do they
TV.
do they show you what actually happens, or do they cherry pick the information they want to give you for entertainment?
I would say a little bit of both, but that doesn't make it a lie.
So listen, they do 500 hours of film. They show you 30 minutes of that film.
Yes.
And based
But
upon
does
what
that
they
make it a
film,
lie?
doesn't make it a lie. It's not a representation of reality.
It doesn't make it a lie, but it's true.
I didn't say it's a lie. You said it's a lie. You're trying to
No, no,
straw
no.
man me. It's
That's
not going to
you.
work.
That's what you
No, I didn't say the word lie. You said it. I said
Yes,
it doesn't
but that's what you're
represent.
making it seem
I
like.
said it doesn't
You're
represent
making it seem
reality.
like everything on TV is not real. That's what you're making it seem like.
No, I said it doesn't represent reality.
Okay. Anyways, let's get back to topic though. If you really want, if you really believe that Earth is flat, I suggest you take a trip around the world, go on an
Yeah,
airplane,
well,
and look down. And just look down and genuinely think, is
well,
Earth really flat?
Well, it's obvious you never tried that.
I don't know. When we look down and look at the Black Swan, someday want to go through that?
So you can't
That's
see
it.
curve
It's
from an
simple.
airplane. You obviously don't even know
You
your own
could
globe model.
definitely
You can go
see.
around the world on a flat Earth, no problem. You just travel east to west because a circle's a circle. You don't
Okay, let
go
me ask
around
you
your
something.
house and think your house is a globe, right? You didn't go out your front door, walk around your house, go back in your front door, and go, "Wow, I must be on the globe because I just circumnavigated my house."
Let me ask you something. When you say flat Earth, what does it really mean? Like, do you
It
fall?
means fall to where? There's no outer space, dude. That's why
So
I asked
space
you,
doesn't
what
exist?
makes you think you can go outside of the Earth? Because
So
you
you're
saw it
telling
on
me space
TV.
doesn't think? So you're saying space doesn't exist?
There's no outer space. Space is a
Word.
metaphysical fantasy.
Yo,
Okay,
when you lay down
let
at
me
night,
explain it to you.
hold on.
Outer
I'll prove this to you. When you lay down at night and you look at the stars, what are you
Listen, check
watching?
this out. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah,
Lulu
little
made
dots
such
of
a
light in the
good-
sky.
Lulu made such a great point. Just, I'm gonna fuck your night up, Indio. But you probably already knew this anyway. But just to remind you, these
Yeah.
people vote.
Why are you laughing? Why you think this is funny?
All right.
Because you voted.
Now India's
Because
gonna
you
take
voted for
your
Biden.
space fantasy away.
Dude, by
Yeah,
the way, I don't
I'm
so-
gonna mute anybody who derails.
Well, Biden. So I don't want to talk about Biden. I want to talk about outer
Let's not
space.
talk-
So
dude,
outer
yeah, let's not
space
talk about
vacuum.
Biden.
Outer space
The idea.
fake. What does that mean?
So outer space vacuum, right? So the idea that there's Earth is a ball with a gaseous atmosphere surrounding it that's adjacent to a vacuum, and outside this atmosphere, there's a near infinite void stretching for trillions of freaking light years. That is a fantasy.
Right. So just
let me ask you something.
Can we go back
And there's a reason, and I'm going to tell you why it's a fantasy, because there's something called the second law.
Dr. Kamen had a
Let
question.
me ask you
Well,
something. I don't know
yeah,
why
and
you're
I'm
running away
answering.
from this
I'm
question.
answering his question. I'm answering his.